for a much higher level of housing growth. So that basically nudged it up and removed the bottom end of the range. And it took it to 176 at the lower end, which was the issues and options labour supply 1, scenario 6B, all the way up to scenario 5A, which was the standard method one at 242. So essentially the range is between 176 and 242. So obviously it's for the council to make a policy choice as to where within that range it wants to sit. Our recommendation was that greater weight should be given to a figure of around 230 hectares gross, as that broadly aligned with a range of the scenarios, particularly the standard method scenarios, the long-term past take-up, and also the policy on jobs growth. So if you're sticking with the 230 hectares figure, it's very simple calculations, divide that by 20 years, that's 11.5, and that's the general employment land needs. That's where we got to that figure. But then made a similar adjustment for the strategic, which I don't know if you want to, I seem to say a little bit about on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just got a supplementary question before I just open out the discussion, just about the office-based market shift in Sheffield, maybe in recent years, particularly as a result of COVID. What has that meant in terms of the office need figures forecast in the Employment Land Review? Are they still realistic?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, obviously it was undertaken at a very difficult time, wasn't it, when a lot of us, myself included, working from home. A lot of uncertainty in terms of the market as to, where people are going to work from home going forward, when was the market going to recover. At that point in time, which we did, it was around mid of 2021, the market was actually holding up reasonably well. There's a lot of analysis in the Section 5 in particular of the ELRU or EMO6, where we had discussions with agents about the prospects for the market. Rents have been holding up quite well during the pandemic. Vacancy rates still reasonably high. Reasonably low, I should say, that were below the what you might normally expect, around 8%. It was around 5.8, I think, percent in the report. What I've done in response to your question, I've done an analysis of latest CoStar data and also looked at agency reports online about the state of the market in Sheffield and how that's changed from the 2021 position. I think it's quite interesting that it stayed pretty similar, actually. So looking at CoStar data, vacancy rates virtually the same, they're about 5.9%. Compared to about 5.8% in 2021. Net absorption rates, they've actually increased. So net absorption, just to recall, that's the amount of space that's been leased minus the amount of space that's been vacated. So it's good to get a positive net absorption figure because that means more people are moving into the units than moving out. That's actually increased. So whereas we had a net loss of 224,000 square foot in 2021, it's actually positive for year to date of 190,000, so that's a positive indicator. Completions have been very low this year, but were going well last year at about 150,000 square foot compared to 45,000 in 2021. And rents are pretty similar. They've actually gone down very slightly to £14.46 per square foot compared to £14.65 in 2021. So that's my quick analysis of CoStar data. In terms of agent feedback, I looked at Knight Frank's 2024 UK Cities Insight for Sheffield. And that, again, was fairly positive. That was talking about occupier activity increasing in 2023, which was increased by 21% in the previous year. Much of that was for sub-grade A space, I think it's fair to say. So about 40% was for grade A, the rest was obviously not grade A space, points to a lack of suitable space available. The development pipeline was limited going forward, but I think interestingly the prime headline rents had reached £27 per square foot. So the figure I quoted before, that was overall rents. Specifically for prime, it's gone up to 27%. That's gone up a little bit over the previous year, and there's hopes that it's going to go up to £30 per square foot. So what I take from all that is that the Sheffield office market, okay, it's not without its challenges, a lot of uncertainty still, but it's generally holding up well. It's not softened massively since the pandemic. And I think our conclusions stand true from what we said before. What I would say is that we also obtained Experian forecasts for March 2024 to see have they changed significantly for office floor space. So this is looking at projections from 2018 to 2038. If you recall, our previous work was based on April 2021 Experian data. Lots happened in the last 3 years. We obtained new ones for March 2024. That was suggesting that for jobs we would normally associate with office use, previously you're looking at about 7,156 net office jobs. That's in the EMO6. The latest one suggesting net increase in office jobs would be 6,899. It's a difference of 250 net. So neither here nor there, really, very, very minor. So again, I think all that points to our considerations and our conclusions about the need for office floor space hasn't changed significantly from our ELR work.
Okay, I'm just going to open it up now. If I could, if there's anybody who wants to raise any issues on the council's comments on the general employment, forecast, obviously the approach that was taken, and also basically just the latest information in terms of the office net forecast as well. So. Mr. Powney, yeah, if you wish to proceed, please.
Thank you, sir. It's probably worth saying up front, the two reports you would have seen in the evidence that are attached to the Ruler Developments Matter 5 hearings are all about industrial logistics. So that's my focus here, not the wider need with office, just making that clear. Obviously your question is the employment land requirement justified? I would say no in the first instance, and firstly that is due because there is a fairly significant deficit against what the council's need figure is versus the supply, and I know we'll get into supply later. We would contend that the actual supply is less than what's in the latest exam note, which I'll explain a little bit later. So there is a sort of a shortfall there in terms of supply against the council's need. Secondly, I would say to you, sir, that the council's ELR and the Sheffield logistics study don't fit together neatly. For instance, they use slightly different geographies. They also use slightly different sort of demand estimation techniques. So, for instance, the ELR identifies a functional economic market area, which I completely agree with the concept of doing a broader functional economic area and then defining Sheffield's role within that. But obviously it uses a FEMA of Sheffield and Rotherham. It also mentions the Sheffield City region, which we believe is the right sub-region. Obviously then the Iceni Sheffield logistics study then uses a different PMA. One is a core PMA, Sheffield, Rotherham, Barnsley and Doncaster, and then there's a wider one. So I think, there's different geographies there at a thing, so they're not connecting at the geographic level. I would then say they're using different demand estimation techniques. So the Sheffield Logistics Study introduces a new technique based on net absorption, which is different to sort of the econometric forecasting, labour supply and past take-up rates used in the council's ELR. Okay? So the end result, in my view, is you don't have a consolidated look at the industrial and logistics sector. So all those users that want to be, in that dirty word, sheds, or in better words, factories or warehouses, you don't have a consolidated evidence base which knits together different geographies, different demand estimation methods. And I would say what you do have in the Savills evidence is that consolidated look, because where we are different, and we believe it is very much the right approach, speaking to Savills agency, investment colleagues, we do a lot of the key publications in this sector. What we have done in our report is that consolidated view where we look at what is the overall need for industrial logistics at the sub-region, so the Sheffield City region area. We then apportion that, what is Sheffield's appropriate share of that sub-regional need, And then once we've got Sheffield's apportionment, we can then split it between large sheds over 9,300 square metres or smaller sheds below that threshold. So there's just a consistent stream where we do it, rather than connecting two reports that look at slightly different things. My kind of third and final point into this question is going back to the ELR and its methods. We actually agree a lot with what Lichfield have said in their report, and also Iceni in their report in terms of the state of Sheffield's market. Both are very, very clear. Supply is critically low. Sheffield is pretty much the best location for these uses in the sub-region, but it hasn't had the supply to participate in that market. And then basically a lot of the demand investment that would want to go to Sheffield is going to areas such as Doncaster, which are not as attractive. So we completely agree with these conclusions. And I just draw you to sort of the two pertinent, I say, paragraphs in the Lichfield ELR update. So for instance, table 5.5 and para 5.10 states that there's only 0.8 years of supply for industrial, so it's critically low. Absolutely agree with that. 0.8 years supply is very, very low. That's a market that's effectively not functioning. There's no space really for companies to move into the area or expand. They've got another pertinent paragraph at paragraph 5.14, and I'll paraphrase here, but it's basically again says Sheffield is severely supply constrained, especially for big shed developments. Agents note that many firms are having to locate to less desirable areas such as Doncaster, Rotherham and Barnsley. Demand is effectively queuing up to be in Sheffield. So we agree with all these conclusions, sir, but what I have an issue with, then to respond to that market analysis of the Sheffield and the sub-regional level, all Lichfield has done has run sort of the same scenarios that they would do anywhere else in the country. Instead of picking up, this is not a functioning market, this is a highly attractive area with no supply, how are we going to take into account and plan positively for it into the future in terms of estimating what its future needs are? And I think that's a bit of an issue, is where their market assessment is right. When they've run their models, they're just at the Sheffield City Council region. So when you are saying that this market is not functioning, it has no supply, and then you're really just effectively running trend-based scenarios, you're just getting a very supply-constrained future need. They haven't really addressed the core of what their own market evidence is saying and tried to look at a way to sort of, what is the true demand need in this area be, because historic trends are showing us a supply-constrained, non-functioning market. And that's where, I feel the Savills method, yes, it's another method that can be read alongside, but it puts market signals and market need at its absolute core. So in accordance with paragraph 31 of the MPPF, which talks about market signals, all our model does, like what the Iceni does, it starts off with net absorption, then it calculates how much demand is lost because of historic supply constraints as a top-up. Does that as sub-regional, then apportions it down to Sheffield based on its share of inventory, leasing demand and development of stock. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of additional small points just to add to what Mr. Powney has just included. I think it's just got to reflect and look back as well over what we've been talking about over the last week as well. So obviously there's a significant crossover to what the Council's wider spatial strategy actually is as well. Clearly what we're looking at here, sir, and I think there's a significant crossover with housing, is clearly the Council's approach is a capacity-led approach in terms of employment. It's everything that's within the urban area. We'll come down to the choice and how that worked through with members in the committees later on as well, so when we touch on a few other items, but I thought I'd just mention that straight away. But clearly what we have here is a significant level. Obviously the Council, even with their own evidence, as we've put forward, they're not even providing up to the level of need that has actually been identified, even the level of the requirement in the plan, so we'll come back to that in terms of supply. But a lot of what the council's planning for isn't new employment. It's actually repurposing a lot of existing employment sites. And so that is actually not meeting the identified need. But clearly also the Lichfield's Employment Land Review picks up, and obviously I'll cross-refer to our answer to our question 5.1. There's around further sites may need to be allocated depending on the scale of loss replacement the council decides to allow for. Also, there's a significant level of losses that could come forward because clearly in terms of housing, a lot of the sites that are currently in employment use are looking to be redeveloped for housing and other uses. And I think we need to consider that and how that's factored in to the council's assessment in terms of the strategy. Also, a lot of the council supply that we'll obviously touch on is obviously dependent on a lot of undeveloped sites in existing allocations coming forward. We'll come back to the supply so that we've obviously analysed within the council's supply picture as to whether that's actually the true supply. And also, I think this is a significant point that we need to obviously keep returning to, so over the course of the day. It's not just about quantity, it's about quality. It's about location, choice, flexibility, particularly around, obviously, modern methods, onshoring of employment, obviously new markets, and investment in the region. And obviously, as I come back to, it's all about planning positively. It's all about, as the title of Chapter 6 of the MPPF says, is building a strong competitive economy. And we need to come back to that, sir, around all of those paragraphs, and obviously within the PPG itself, about how we're actually planning for employment, jobs and growth, and how that reflects across the region. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Keys.
Thank you, sir. Just very quickly, on your questions on the agenda for today, under item 2 and the first bullet point, which is where we are now, says what is the base date for the requirement? And my query is simply on exam 56, which I understand the note, and the period we're looking at on there is 2022 to 2039. The Lichfield's Employment Land Review update, 2021, the period that the scenarios were tested on was 2018 to 2038. So I suppose my query is, sir, is do we need to be building in to this calculation additional years allowances? Thank you.
And mine was just one quick further point, sir. It was just linked to the sort of size and quality of sites that were previously mentioned. And I think one of the sort of key things on the need is on that qualitative side and of what size and the quality and age of sites that we're bringing forward. And I think this hasn't really been taken account into the need requirement. While I appreciate that it's a holistic figure, that there needs to be more focus within the need for the types of sites that can be brought forward. I think through the current need, it doesn't really take into account anything on the supply side of what's actually needed. It's just almost what is available. And I think it's these larger sites that are going to be struggled to be developed on these sort of brownfield land sites isn't considered within the need requirement.
Panny, you want to come back in before I go to council?
Sorry, sir, I forgot to make my main point. Is that in our latest industrial logistics need assessment addendum over the 17-year plan period, we feel overall industrial logistics need is about 278 hectares, which I gather is about 100 hectares more than the council's need requirement.
Okay, Mr. Panny, yeah, that's. I think I'd pick that up as well. So, just to come back to the council, just on a few of those points, if they could just respond, really. Obviously, I'd picked up what Mr. Keys said about the base there, and that was probably why I was trying to just get an understanding, in terms of the base state for the actual figures. But yeah, if you could just respond to the other points raised as well. Obviously, there's obviously a lot of matters that will be covered later, but yeah, if you could just deal with that, thank you.
Yeah, obviously our evidence base, as was said, was started in 2018. We've had 4 years up to that, so if it's 2022, obviously the council's taken an annualised approach and it's looked at the figure of 230, and as I said, it divided it by 20 in very simple terms, multiplied by 17, which is the end of the plan period. Obviously things have been delivered in the intervening period. You have had losses of land, you've had sites that have come forward. So those completions wouldn't be counted in the forward supply, if you see what I mean. So if the base date is 2022, you've still had delivery over the last 4 years, which is before the plan period, which is meeting that need. We haven't been asked to update our work with a projected forward base date, but that's how the council has reconciled it. So it's not that the economy's stopped, it's still been progressing, they've still been delivering sites. I don't have those figures at the moment, but whether the council wants to produce a table summarising the completions over the last 3 to 4 years, and you can see where that's been in line with the requirement. The completions date. Can I come back on the other points? Because before there are a lot of points that are raised there.
Yes, please. Yeah, I was wanting you to come back on the other points. Thank you.
If I just stick to the need rather than supply for now, because we've got a lot of sessions on supply going forward. I think Mr. Pani's right in that they're responding to different things. I mean, it's necessary that we do that. I think that the point he made was that, well, Lichfield's approach hasn't really changed. It's the same everywhere. There's a reason for that. It's because it keeps getting found sound everywhere, and because it's in accordance with the PPG. So, when you get a chance to look at the PPG reference ID 2A027, that clearly sets out how you calculate future employment land requirements. And that very clearly sets out a range of bullets, which suggest that we need to develop an idea of future needs based on a range of data, which is current and robust. That includes sectoral employment forecasts and projections, labour demand, we've done that. Demographically derived assessments of current and future local labour supply, we've done that. Analysis based on past take-up, we've done that. And consultation of relative organisations, so we've done that as well. It's a qualitative approach. And also looking at longer-term economic cycles. Well, the data goes back to 1989, so there's plenty of cycles in there. So in terms of defining general employment land needs, our approach is consistent, and it does tick all the boxes that the PPG requires us of. Now, again, Mr. Pani's correct in that it's harder to forecast needs for strategic big box logistics using that approach. The government hasn't really exercised its mind to how you might do that. It's quite vague. And I think it's fair to say that you do need to come up with a slightly different approach when you do that, because if you're an area like Sheffield and you haven't seen a lot of strategic big box, if you're relying on some scenarios that are based on past trends, then it's not going to come up on that. So if you look at past take-up, and past take-up hasn't included any big box, then that's not going to be reflected very well in the future requirements. That's why our report recommended that a subsequent analysis needed to be undertaken, which specifically looked at the needs of big box logistics. And that's what ICENI were appointed to do, and that's what they've done. And I'm sure Mr. Kingham will go into a bit of detail on that, but the approach they've done is necessarily slightly different, looking at net absorption rates. It is trying to understand how you forecast need for big box in an area that hasn't historically delivered huge amounts. So that's how I'd respond to that point. The point about the FEMA, also a tricky one. We've done a range of ELRs. This isn't the first one we've done. We've done a couple of these in the past. The first one was actually with Rotherham. That obviously linkages with Rotherham. It's not just a proximity one, but linkages in terms of commuting patterns and where people live. We did an analysis in the EMO5, which looked at the FEMA, looking at a range of techniques to say, is it reasonable to look at the employment land needs for Sheffield, focusing on general needs, looking at a range of techniques about the relationship between where people live and where they work. And that suggested that there were essentially two FEMA tests, one looking at where essentially people live and commute to, look at commuting flows, the threshold being 75% of where people live and work. And actually, if you look at page 27 of EMO5, we did that analysis based on the census data, and that looked at where at least 75% of an area's working population work in the area, and a second test, at least 75% of the people who work in the area also live in the area. And basically, both of those tests for Sheffield, just the figure was over 75%. So quite a high level of self-containment. Now, of course, there's going to be high levels of interaction between Sheffield and Rotherham and all the rest of the authorities in the Sheffield City region. But our view was that it was reasonable in this instance to look at the specific needs to make sure that Sheffield meets its own localised needs within its own area, notwithstanding it's part of a wider housing employment market area. I think it's fair to say it's slightly different for big box logistics. I think Mr. Keane will say a few points on that. But yeah, so I think it's fair to say that we've done our approach in line with the PPG, focused particularly on Sheffield, but recognising the additional work was needed to be done to pick up all these points on strategic bid box. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm minded not to go into too much detail on some of the points, unless you prefer it, given that a number of your questions on the agenda, we'll be covering these in some detail. I mean, just very briefly, we recognise a lot of these issues. We recognise, for example, Mr. Powney's point about the difference in spatial areas of analysis for the different property markets. That's common across the country in the way in which these things need to be looked at. The differentiation between what is effectively local needs and strategic needs. Fundamentally, what the heart of that is that you might have a Sheffield-based business that needs a Sheffield-based property, whereas for strategic operators, they've got a wider market that they're going to look for premises across a wider area. They might have a 20-mile area of search for the kind of premises they're looking for these very large units. So it's not realistic to look at the Sheffield area. So the question is, how far does one need to look, the Sheffield City region or beyond, when doing this analysis? And we've considered the reasons for doing that, and I think no doubt we'll be coming back to these points a little bit later. But there isn't an inconsistency. We've got different operators for different markets looking for different things, which is why it's been appropriately assessed in a different way. I'll pause on other things, but I think they'll all be covered later, so we'll save time for that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. If we could leave that to later, some discussion on that. Just, Mr. Robinson, in terms of your summary, provided updated the CoStar information provided and the agency information, obviously the latest marketing in terms of, could you provide that in a note to me, obviously the latest information to just add to the examination? So if the council could just add that as an action, it'd just be useful for me just to have that latest information to hand. Obviously there's quite a lot of information you provided, so it'd just be handy if I could have that as part of as an examination document, please, just so I could see the exact figures again, please. Thank you.
That's fine. So just to confirm then, you want the CoStar data that I reeled off, the commentary and night frank, and did you want that job figure for the Experian as well?
Yes, please, yes. It'd be just useful just to have that data to hand, so I can refer back to it at a later stage if I need. So thank you very much. Yeah. I'm just going to move on, if I could, just to some parts of obviously the, in terms of the methodology itself, and obviously just, so the first, obviously, just in terms of the actual flexibility factor, obviously I've read the obviously the council's response, but what is the basis for the allowance for the flexibility factor of 24.7 hectares included in the ELRU update? Is it justified? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I mean, just to recap what the function of it is, it's just normal practice for ELRs to allow that safety margin to address factors such as delays in sites coming forward, the uncertainties in the forecasting process. There's a range of approaches you can do for that. One of the best ones is to look at take-up rates to see what the level of churn in the market and what's actually been coming forward. The approach that we took was to look at a safety margin equal to 5 years of net take-up, use the larger net take-up rather, so the longer term rather than the short term. That was selected having regard to a range of factors. I mean, sometimes you could use 2 years, sometimes 5. 5 is generally seen as the upper end of the level you'd usually put in. two main reasons which we set out in paragraph 6.76 and 6.77 of the EMO6. First one, we've got Sheffield's industrial legacy. We've got considerable uncertainty regarding the availability and deliverability of many of these sites. A lot of these require quite a bit of clearance and remediation. But also it's obviously a large city with a large commercial property market. It's got lots of individualised markets and localised markets within its boundaries. So we felt it was reasonable to go to the upper end of that range at 4.95 hectares per annum. So obviously over 5, that's just under 25 hectares. And I think, as we state in the Council's Matter 5 hearing statement, it's common practice, it's been widely accepted. We flagged up a number of examples of ELRs that had been examined recently, including Calderdale, Doncaster, St Helens, with safety margins ranging from 2 to 5 years. So again, it's consistent that we've gone to the upper end of the range, but I think that's reasonable in this case.
Any questions from any representatives on the flexibility factor on this question? Mr. Powney? Could you speak into the mic as I said, people online will not be able to hear you at all, so thank you.
Understood, thank you. Obviously with the flexibility factor, I mean obviously again I expect the retort to be it's been found sound in other methods. But so I'm just going to talk to you about principles and what I think is common sense. So it's back to the point I said that the PPG methods, I don't think it allows you an out to just run the models standard and then you'll be fine because it's been accepted. Obviously you have to respond to the needs of the local authority in question, being Sheffield, and the wider sub-region within it sits. Okay? So this is another example. There's one of principle and then of application here. So, again, going back to the point, the ELRU says this is basically with no supply. Okay? So if you've got no supply, you can't have completions. You can't have demand. Can't be accommodated unless you've got supply. So then have a flexibility factor which adds net completions to it, which you need supply, which you don't have. That's a real issue. That comes back to the point. I think the PPG and the MPPF, the MPPF talks about market signals. The market signals say Sheffield is struggling. You can't then just run trend-based analysis because that replicates the historic supply constraints. And so I don't accept just running a margin flexibility factor based on take-up, which is going to be suppressed due to a lack of supply, is right. And then obviously I draw to the Iceni Sheffield logistics study. It too then adds sort of completions, a 5-year completions trend to its net absorption. So completions is the build-out of land, net absorption is the leasing demand, move-ins versus move-outs. So Iceni say the preferred demand methodology is net absorption, then it adds the 5-year flexibility factor based on completions. But what's weird, it says then at paragraph 5.6 of the logistics study, the completions trend may not be a clear indicator of future need given the physical, topographical and policy constraints of the study area, which are likely to have suppressed historic deliveries. Consultations with stakeholders confirm that there has been a significant lack of units brought to the market in recent years, and the completions trend will not be suitable in representing future needs. So they clearly say completions isn't worth much. ELR have used it as flexibility, and then surprisingly, Iceni, after writing that, have added a 5-year completions flexibility on their net absorption after they say it's a poor method. This is just what I'm trying to say, sir. There's a lot going on that doesn't make sense to me at a fundamental principle level, and the flexibility margin is one such thing. Now, going back to the Savills method, we don't need to add these things, flexibility and replacement, because we just look at net demand and then calculate a suppressed demand uplift.
Yeah, Mr. Robinson, do you want to come back? Thank you. The Council.
Yeah, sorry, I'd actually meant to come back to Mr. Powney's point in my first response about the fact we just use past trends and, haven't tried to uplift that to respond to Sheffield's unique growth prospects. I mean, don't forget that one of the key scenarios is the policy on job growth. So the policy on job growth is based on 2,500 to 2,450, I should say, jobs per annum that aligned with the SCR, looking at with the strategic economic plan, which is looking about the economic ambitions for the city region over the period 2015 to 2025. And Sheffield looked to pursue that as one of their key scenarios. So just looking at the jobs growth figures for that. So we got the policy on, net job growth for that scenario was 51,000, which we plugged into the model, right? That's miles higher than any of the other scenarios we've looked at. So past trends, net job growth was 45,647. The Experian one is 34,800 net job growth. So in pursuing the policy on jobs growth figure, they're going for a level of job growth that's significantly higher than what's been achieved in the recent past. And don't forget, when you've made all the adjustments, you translate those jobs to floor space and land and made the adjustments for flexibility and loss replacement, that comes to a need requirement of 224 hectares over the time period, which is very close to what the council is actually pursuing, which is the 230 hectares figure. So very clearly, the council looked at a range of scenarios and agreed with us that the higher level is the one to go for. So they haven't just looked at past trends, it's part of it, it's in the mix, but they've essentially gone for a policy on that accelerates jobs growth. And I think it's entirely reasonable to look at past take-up as a margin of choice, and it's been done widely across the country, and we've actually gone up to the top end of what would usually be expected to be allowed for. Thank you.
Mr. Rose, have you got are we coming in here, is it?
Yes, sir. It's just a question, really, because I appreciate what Mr. Robinson's saying, but I think his figures there, they don't include industrial and logistics, do they? So, obviously, you recommend that there is actually a significant gap and a significant need in terms of B8, which obviously could uplift further, and that's what I think is slightly missing from the analysis and the scenarios. Clearly, the Litchfield's report goes so far, and obviously it then suggests you need to do a further study in terms of obviously strategic logistics, and that's what I think. It comes back to that. Obviously, we're looking at the employment, it's clearly quantitative, but there's a significant factor here, which obviously we pick up on, and obviously we run through in terms of the qualitative angle as well, which I know is later on in terms of your agenda. But in terms of the flexibility factor, I think the point is there isn't flexibility, because obviously in terms of the supply picture, which we'll touch on to, it's obviously below that. We're looking at a capacity-based approach, and therefore there is no flexibility. There is no flexibility in terms of that range, choice, type and location, addressing sort of vacancy levels and things like that. And obviously we contend that there should be a further uplift to pick up that suppressed demand that Mr. Powney picked up on in terms of the constrained supply over previous years, the needs for industrial and logistics, and the city region's aspirations for growth. And obviously manufacturing, reshoring and things like that, which are applying significant pressures at the moment, and that increase of inward investment. So I don't think that that's really being picked up through this, clearly, because obviously it is a capacity-based approach. It's like, this is the amount of employment land that we've got here within the city, within the urban limits, and that's what we're going to allocate, and therefore that's what we're going to go forward with. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Robinson, you got any comments to make on that? Obviously, lack of flexibility, capacity-led approach. Obviously, we've obviously touched on these issues previously, so at this stage, yep.
Okay, well, 3 points. Capacity-led approach, that's the council's supply response to respond to the requirements. So I know we commented on it later, I don't want to cover that point. The other 2 points about the flexibility, I don't know whether we're going to come on to the later about the loss replacement, I'm sure we will. I think we do that. You've got quite a substantial amount of flexibility. You've got 8% vacancy on top of that. You've got 5 years' worth of take-up, which is the margin of choice. And you've got the 85 hectares of loss replacement, which overall I think is over half the actual requirement. So it's a very substantial amount of flexibility. The third point I want to make, the gentleman suggested our figure didn't include B2, B8. Well, clearly it does. I mean, the figure, the 230 hectares figure breaks it down for office, industrial and warehousing. And actually it suggests that 75% of that should be for industrial uses and warehousing, and 25% should be for office. Now that figure, he's right, it doesn't include the big box strategic logistics. That's an add-on, which is Iceni's work, which is in addition to 11.5 hectares.
Okay, Mr. Rumson, I think you've touched on it there. We might as well go there now. I think with the obviously my next question obviously turns to the replacement allowance for employment space lost to other uses. Obviously, you've quoted the figure, I think, of just over 84 hectares over 20 years in the employment land review. Could I just confirm that evidence it justifies by the evidence, please?
Okay. So, why do we provide for that figure? The figures I've been talking about essentially are net figures, so there's a difference for some of them between job losses and job gains. There's always a need to provide for some flexibility over and above that, because otherwise, if your job growth doesn't increase, and you're always going to lose floor space, you're going to get an erosion of employment space over the planned period. So it's important to try and estimate how much of that land we need to be replacing going forward. It's usually quite a tricky element of the analysis. We were fortunate the council actually had quite a bit of data. So usually I'm struggling trying to get any figures from the council, 5-10 years. They've actually got data going all the way back to 1989. So quite a lot of data, unusually lengthy. The peaks and troughs, I think it's worth looking at figure 5.7 of EMO6. So that does show you it's quite lumpy, the data. So if I just let you get that figure there.
Tell me which page, please, if you go to the report.
Page 37.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so you can see there the blue bars are the employment lost over that period. So you can see there was a few very, very substantial years where an awful lot of employment land was lost, particularly around 1997, 2001 and 2020, and some years just after the great financial crash, 2010, 2011, 2012, where there was virtually nothing lost. So lots of peaks, lots of troughs. The table there in table 5.7 was looking at the average annual gross loss, which was 6.41 hectares on average over the past 33 years, but only 4.42 over the last decade or so. I think you can clearly see from that there's a general clustering of losses between 1996 and probably around 2006. So that was the starting point. There's an argument, I think it's fair to say, that not all losses of employment land should necessarily be replaced or reflected in an increased gross land requirement. Obviously, Sheffield's going to contain a lot of older sites that are less likely to meet future needs. Might be in the wrong location, might be of a scale that reflects past industrial needs rather than future ones. So I think factoring elements of future losses is not an exact science. It's not like the PPG station, you must do it like this. The way to do it, that we've done it elsewhere, is to balance a range of factors to reach a judgment as to the appropriate level of loss replacement. And we set those out on pages 57 and 58. So where we took the long-term trend as the starting point and then reached a judgment as to whether we thought the council should be replacing 6.4 hectares per annum over the next 20 years or so. So those considerations were, it was quite broad-based demand. There wasn't a particular pattern of certain types that were being lost. They tend to be focused on a relatively large employment site. So there's a handful of large employment sites that have been lost rather than a consistent level. And you can see that from that figure there. It's broadly of around 0.7% of the entire city's stock were replaced annually if you did 6.4 hectares. We also looked at, going forward, the 174 sites and employment areas that have planning permission for residential use. So that's in the bullets there. That total about 80 hectares gross, or about 58 hectares net that's going to be lost for housing. Our view that a replacement figure of around 2/3 of long-term past take-up will be appropriate, which equates to 4.23 hectares. And obviously, we said that should be monitored by the council over the coming years and adjusted as necessary. Now, I think there's a few important points there, and I know that this is something that's been criticised by my colleagues across the way. I think one of the points that was noted was that you've already lost loads of sites potentially. You've lost 20 hectares in the last few years. You've got 174 sites. While you're not losing, you could lose a lot more. I think it's important to note that, not all losses need to be replaced. So when we're saying that you've got 58 hectares of net of employment land that's got extant plan permission for housing, it doesn't necessarily mean that that existing site is actually currently performing a function. So if I could give you one example, of that 58 hectares net figure, 17 hectares relates to just one site, and that's the former Steins Tip or Brickworks in Deepcar. So that site's been pretty derelict since its closure in the early 1990s. So it's not like it's an employment site that's busy, churning out steel or whatever it is. There's no one employed on there. So if you were to redevelop that for residential use, it's not like you need to decant existing employment onto a different site. It's an indication of the scale that might be lost, but you need to be practical that not all losses necessarily need to be replaced. Again, we referenced a few examples in the Council's Matter 5 paper. To take the Chilwell and Oxford Headner example, for example, that used a replacement of 50% of losses going forward, just to give one example there. And I think as well it's important to note that lumpy nature of losses in that figure 5.7. Clearly the trend is downwards. If you look at that chart there, there's a huge clustering around the turn of the millennium. In the last 10-year decade or so, losses have dwindled considerably. And we can see that, if you take the median figure, for example, so the median rather than the mean, that figure is actually 4.32, I think. So it's virtually the same as the, sorry, is that 4.32? Yeah, 4.32 hectares per annum, which is virtually identical to the 4.23 hectares we've recommended. What I would like to say is that we've got some latest data, which is produced by the Council. We could probably produce this in a short note as well. So whilst we did say the Council needs to update it regularly and take into account new statistics, we do have 3 years extra worth of data, which shows us that this trend towards dwindling levels of losses has continued over the last few years. So we can see, for example, that just 2.42 hectares of employment land was lost to alternative uses, all of which occurred post-April 2022. Is that in one of the documents?
Yeah, are you...
I am quoting, yeah.
Yeah, you're referring to the employment land supply, abuse, if you just refer to that exam document.
This data is in exam 56, just
56,
for completeness.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, thank you, sir.
So it's actually table 3 in exam 56.
Sorry, that's all right. So essentially, we can see that the last 3 years, you've lost just 2.4 hectares for alternative uses. That's 0.8 hectares per annum. If you actually include those 3 extra years, that brings the longer-term average down to 5.9, the 10-year average down to from 4.42 to 3.97, and the median figure down to just 3.35. So, sorry, can I correct myself? The median figure was actually 4.13. That's gone down to 3.35. So we can see that there's very clearly been a downward trend over the time period. I think it's reasonable to recognise that when we apply discounts to the longer term trend. So there's a range of considerations. We've looked at what might be lost in future, we've looked at past trends, and our view was that a figure of 2/3 of the longer term trend was appropriate going forward. Thank you.
Okay, just it's something we touched on last week. Actually, I'll just sort of cover it now, obviously, and I think it may be covered by representatives. But obviously, the council decision, obviously, to focus growth on the urban areas and the previously developed land was obviously taken after the employment land review was published in October 2021. Obviously, discussions last week was potential pressures on employment land and premises, for instance, in the flexible use zones, where opportunities for additional housing development is expected to come forward in future years as a result of redevelopment. Again, based on obviously those sort of issues, do they still think obviously the replacement allowance is still adequate and justified?
Yes, sir. I mean, I think perhaps the point we would make is that obviously we've got different types of policy zone within the local plan. A lot of our employment land is within industrial zones and employment general employment zones. So in those areas, you're not going to see under the plan you wouldn't be permitted to develop housing in those areas. So we wouldn't see those areas as being areas where there would be losses. So there are substantial areas that would be retained in employment use going forward. We would see the focus of the broad locations for growth, as we discussed last week, as being on the flexible use zones, and we've said we'll provide a note on that for the inspectors in due course. Okay.
Sir, if it's okay, just to supplement that, and maybe we'll get back to it a little bit later, but just to go with Mr. Vincent's point, I think this is one area where, the fact that the council has put forward the part 2 of the plan is actually kind of assistance to you. I completely understand that we're talking about strategic policies and we're talking about the overall strategy, but the whole point of producing the part 2 of the plan was to supplement what is put forward in SP1, SP2 and SP3. And Mr. Vincent is correct. There are 2, 4, 6. There are 8 separate policies in Part 2. I mean, I can give them each to you, but they're essentially bracketed under the NC policies, the EC policies, and the VC policies, which provide, substantial areas for employment to come forward. One of those is the flexible use zone. But, for example, EC3, development in general employment zones, is specifically targeted at delivering employment and employment sites only, or focus on employment sites primarily. So I think, this is an area where Part 1 and Part 2 work in conjunction to provide the council with sufficient flexibility and capability to bring forward these employment sites.
Okay, if Mr. Powney, if basically if you want to come in, obviously discussions about the replacement allowance and any other matters you want to raise on this particular issue. Thank you.
I assume you don't want me to cover off the 20% recycled. That's the next question.
Yeah. No, if you leave that's separate. I want to deal obviously with logistics all on its own. If I could please, just for
Understood. So the replacement allowance for losses. I mean, my first point is, as Mr. Robinson said, is not all losses need to be replaced. Again, I would say based on the findings of their own market assessment, best location in the region, only 0.8 years worth of supply. This is crying out for an area that needs more supply, and if you're losing floor space, all of that should be looking to be replaced in better locations given the findings of your own market assessment. So, that is a point of principle. Next, I'd like to just direct you, sir, to table 6.18 in the ELR. It's on page 59. This replacement, sort of loss replacement factor is really important. So obviously I said, given the dire supply situation in Sheffield, everything should be looking to be replaced in my view. But the next is this matter of principle and going back to all these methods at Lichfield. Having a look at the table, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but it seems to me, Lichfield, I don't know how much confidence they would give in their base kind of modelling. Because if you look at every single one of them, the net figure, where they start off to and where they get to when you add a flexibility factor and loss replacement, most of them are being grossed up 2 times, 3 times. So it proves just how low the base modelling generate, nonsensically low, in a really, really strong location on one of the most important motorways in the country, being the M1. And I just find this is where I struggle to give this much credence. Even if you look at, the 242, which is the biggest one, which is method 5A, standard method census commuting. It starts off at net at 132 hectares, nearly gets doubled, by the time you add flexibility factor and loss replacement. Some of the other ones are tripling. Now, we all build, I know Mr. Robertson, Mr. Kingham and I, we're all about building models that try and replicate we think the real world is. At a fundamental principle, if you're building a model that needs to be grossed up 2 or 3 times, I don't know what confidence you can really have in your base modelling. So that is another a point of principle, and I think it demonstrates just how big a contributing factor is the flexibility and loss replacement is. They should be looking at it in a more positive way, responding to their own market assessment, as I keep saying, no availability, no year's supply, best location in the sub-region, any loss in this sector when you don't have enough should be looking to be replaced. And to put these, another matter of point, like Doncaster, where they say is an inferior location, their own ELR comes up with their need is 480 hectares, 480. I think ELR is coming up with whatever it is, 160, 170 in what is a better location. And this is what, my colleague Andrew was saying. They're not looking at demand, they're looking at a capacity level approach, what they're happy to provide for, rather than going, look, this market's been undersupplied, what is true demand that wants to be here, and then trying to plan for that accordingly. So again, sir, I know there's multi-layered points there, but I'm really trying to attack the principle of what's right here.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of small points, sir, in terms of the replacement allowance. Obviously, you've seen in our hearing statement our response to question 5.3, sir. But again, it comes back to, and obviously I'll keep banging on about it, about the sort of the capacity-led approach. Clearly, that's something that we've obviously highlighted within that response. So, which is obviously, and I think you picked up in terms of your question around the council's actual spatial strategy around housing, around the urban capacity approach, and around allocating and identifying urban sites only, and the impact on that. And I would say we don't have the evidence, actually, in terms of those sites that you can actually look at that can say whether the replacement allowance within the council's need and requirement, whether that is actually sufficient, sir. You don't have the evidence because, as you've rightly indicated, the decision of the council to focus on urban-only sites in terms of housing was taken post that analysis. So I think there needs to be that assessment and that analysis in terms of future housing and other sites and the impact or the potential impact of that on employment. Yes, you don't have to replace all employment land, sir, but as Mr. Powney has pointed out, when you've got a dwindling supply, it's incredibly important in a city. That is obviously meant to be the beating heart of the South Yorkshire and the Sheffield City region. We would say that given this urban capacity approach, the council's spatial strategy will accelerate losses of employment. But also we'll come back to, and we'll talk about later, clearly, potentially there needs to be translocation, there needs to be other sites. Not all employers want to leave Sheffield, but where are they going to go? But also you've got that new demand, that new type of employment that needs to be catered for, that isn't being catered for. So actually I think by underplaying potential losses, the employment situation is going to get even starker in this city. Thank you, sir.
So focusing on the replacement allowance, I think there was 3 key points that we sort of wanted to state. I think in the first instance is specific to the methodology used. I think in paragraph 6.85, there's an assessment about potentially using a 1%.
Sorry, where are you referring to? Which document?
Employment Land Review by Lichfield.
Okay, and just which paragraph again was it?
6.85.
Okay, thank you.
So in paragraph 6.85, it talks about the approach of other local authorities has used 1% replacement allowance. Lichfields sort of say that this is an appropriate methodology, yet ultimately the methodology used for replacement allowance comes out quite significantly below this. I think it's about 2/3%. So I think this equals a lower replacement allowance to what other local authorities have used and have stated as a potential replacement allowance. So I suppose the question is, why go for a lower version in other local authorities? And in particular, in Sheffield, the age of the average industrial stock is older and therefore more likely to be replaced in the short term. So if anything, you would expect a higher replacement allowance based on the current supply, not a lower. Then on the second point is linking back to the spatial strategy and things like broad locations for growth. A lot of the housing spatial strategy in Sheffield is based around replacing employment land with housing. There's things like broad locations for growth, and there's allocations of employment land for residential use. This is again clearly showing that there is going to be losses in employment land that should be sort of taken into account in this replacement allowance. It is very much a case that there's a conflict in the spatial strategy between the loss of employment land and the need for residential on brownfield sites. Unless more land is released, there's becoming a conflict between which one can be delivered. And this sort of brings me on to my third point of what will be delivered. Will there have to be a policy that protects employment land because residential values become high and they start outcompeting employment land values? I think a key statistic on house price growth in 2023, the data used as part of the SAND methodology, was that Sheffield's house price growth was around 7%, where compared to districts like Barnsley and Rotherham, which was negligible, I think Rotherham's was 0% and Barnsley's was minus 0.3%. So I think we've got a case where Sheffield's clearly seeing a rise in residential values, and that's putting pressure on current employment land to be recycled for residential use. Without sort of creating either more employment land or more residential land, I think there's becoming a conflict between which one will get delivered. And I think we can see that actually, although we're saying that there's been less in the last, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 years, the number of losses on employment land is reduced quite significantly. But the main reason for that might be is actually because the values of employment land have become so good to the point that there's such a conflict between whether employment land will be lost because there's such strong values for it as well as the strong values for residential, and the conflict causing between them is essentially there's just not enough land for both. Thank you.
Yeah, if the council could respond, there's obviously quite a number of sort of points that have been raised. Obviously, going obviously back just to Mr. Powney's just concerns regarding the table 618. If you just take the example he took of the scenario, obviously the STAND methodology of the net being grossed up, you just sort of explained to me. Basically, obviously the concerns he was raising there, obviously how that stands up. I'll come on to some of the points, but yeah, if you could just cover other.
So just the point that Mr. Powney was making was that the figures look a bit wrong because the overall level of flexibility is so great relative to the base, it must cause doubt for the net figure. I mean, there's a number of points on that. The first point is this is what the government tells us to do in the PPG. It asks us to look at the net growth in jobs and make a series of assumptions about applying employment densities, translating that to SICs. This is how you do it. And it does suppress the net figure because that's why you've got the other scenarios that translate the net to gross. The gross figure is what you plan for. So testing as to whether we think that's robust or not, you can look at scenario 7, for example, that's the long-term take-up. The net figure for that is 99 hectares. That's actually below many of the other ones, including the standard method. The 99 hectares has been derived from the net take-up of 4.95 hectares per annum, multiplied by 20. So those figures are in excess of the net level of land that has actually been coming forward since 1989. So there's a fundamental issue with that's just how the government wants us to begin the calculation. It recognises there's a difference between the amount of jobs that have been lost with the amount of jobs that are coming into the city over the future years. And Mr. Parry referenced, well, Doncaster's had 400 hectares. It's a totally different market. I mean, Doncaster's had huge amounts of B8 coming forward. Obviously, Sheffield city centre is a totally different market. So if you look at the Experian figure in table 6.3, for example, that shows you what is actually driving employment change in Sheffield. So if I just give you a moment to have a quick look at that, that's page 43. So you can see the driver on that one is office jobs, because the Experian forecast suggests that over the next 20 years, net increase in office jobs is 7,156, compared to light industrial 4,000 and a loss of B2 and only 750 B8. So overall, out of the total B-class use, that's 8,407 jobs, of which the vast majority is likely to be office. So offices have a much lower employment density than they do. You need less space. So 12.5 square metres per town planner working in an office block, compared to, say, 90 square metres for someone working in a big logistics depot operating a forklift truck. So if you've got smaller floor space, you need less land. So just because the land is much lower than Doncaster, which is primarily driven by big box B8 logistics, doesn't mean that their figure's right and our figure's wrong. It means there's very different markets operating there, and the land supply that's allocating local plan is going to respond to that. So that's how I'd say that would work. A few other points are raised about the 1% figure. I mean, that's just a rule of thumb. It's not particularly scientific. It just gives you an idea of, given the scale of the market, does it appear reasonable? We're quite fortunate with Sheffield that they actually have produced quite a significant amount of data that they've been monitoring since 1989, and we attach greater weight to that. We then, as I said in my introduction, went into a bit of detail as to why we felt that 6.41 looked a bit on the high side. Just to repeat just very quickly one or two of those points, it's very clear that losses have gradually declined over time. You know, the rolling 10-year average was as low as 2.3 hectares in 2015. It's currently 4.4 hectares. 15-year average is even lower at 3.3. So because you've got this huge clustering at the start, that's increased the long-term average, but that's gradually reducing over time. And as I said before, it's skewed by just 3 years. If those 3 years, they contributed 73 hectares of the total losses, so that's over a third. So of the last 33 years, a third of losses were concentrated in 3 years. If you actually take those out, the annual average falls to 4.6 hectares. And I think another point just to make is that over the last 10 years to 2021, again, looking at that chart I keep liking to refer to, figure 5.7, that 6.4 hectare long-term trend has only been met or exceeded on 3 occasions, and actually only 3 occasions over the last 15 years. So we can clearly, the trend is lower than it has over the long term. So we took that as a starting point. We made a series of adjustments and considerations, which is why we came to a slightly reduced figure. Was there anything else I've missed off from that?
You may not be able to, maybe one of the other members, but this idea of obviously Sheffield having a ageing stock by comparison to other markets in Sheffield, obviously in terms of its industrial, etc. stock, higher because of constrained levels, higher residential, and it was at higher employment levels. So it was obviously putting potential pressure, and then this concern at the back of that with the switch to the spatial strategy of urban concentration, will that impact, based on the employment land? That seems to be a third additional issue. So if you just cover those points for me, please.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we looked at things like that. We haven't mentioned about PD rights, for example. I know that was an issue that someone wanted to raise, whether we'd actually considered office to residential use. So again, you're using outdated industrial sites or office sites to alternative uses. Obviously, we did look at that in quite a bit of detail in the ELRU. We discussed that with agents as well. And their view was that it had been fairly high in the past, but it was certainly on the way down. So just bear with me a second. a number of agents suggest there was no real concern over the new E-class, for example, eating into the office market. So again, this is turning about how is Sheffield seen to a post-industrial economy? How are sites that aren't best used for office space in the future used to translate to residential flats? And the view was that effects were more graduated, they were limited in scale, the best sites had already been converted to residential use. And that was, I think, in paragraph 7.60 of EMO 6. And again, we looked at that in a bit more detail the last 3 years to see whether permitted development rights really were increasing in the future. So whether we, the last 3 years to 2024, whether we were seeing an acceleration of office to resi. And actually the reverse was true. So we actually saw over the last 3 years, and all of these last 2 years actually, only 6 office to residential conversions had taken place, totaling 0.7 hectares. So that's 0.23 hectares per annum, 5% of the loss replacement target. So that suggests to me that losses, as the economy changes and as some of these sites become less suited to employment use, it's not been quite as high as we might have envisaged. And I think that PD right is an indication of that. In terms of the other points you raised about the strategy, I think...
Just maybe, Mr. Robinson, I don't know whether you might be in the best position just to ask, obviously this question about Sheffield's stock, being an ageing stock basically by comparison. If you just if there's some evidence to point towards that, or I can look at basically that whether there's any underlying issue in terms of whether that is a driver.
It does have a lot of ageing stock, and that's part of the factors that are feeding into that. And we're still providing 85 hectares of loss replacement. That's still a substantial amount in any terms over the next 20 years. So we recognise that it is an ageing stock. You can see that when you go around there. And we have made an allowance for the loss replacement of these, a lot of these in the wrong locations, the wrong type, the wrong size. So we recognise that's an issue. We've made an allowance for that, I think it's fair to say.
Just wanted to come back to you, sir, in relation to the sort of strategy point and the idea that there aren't any locations within the city where employment can be replaced and come forward, and the fact that we're going to lose all this employment land to residential development, and therefore we need to increase the overall allowance. I think we've had the discussion about the broad locations of growth, and they are the flexible use zones, and there will be decisions that are made about whether or not that is residential development that comes forward. But of course, the policy does allow for employment to come forward within those broad locations of growth and within those flexible use zones. But I just wanted to make this point again, and I apologise if I'm repeating myself to some degree. Policy SP1 directs you to the EC policies, which are set out in Part 2 of the Sheffield local plan. And specifically within there, I'll just take you to 2 because they're the 2 easiest, most straightforward ones to look at. There's policy EC3, which is development in general employment zones. Well, the policy and the council's position is clear within that policy. It's telling you that within those zones, and I'd encourage you to have a look at their policies map as well to sort of see the size and scale and general extent of these zones. But within the general employment zone, the acceptable uses, the preferred uses that are expected to come forward are only employment uses. There's no loss to residential. So that's policy EC3. And it's page 59 of the PDF of the Part 2 plan. To complement that, because again, at the moment we're talking about general employment, there's policy EC2, which is development in city centre office zones. Again, the preferred use there, over a series of specified zones, is for office, Class E, G1. And I'll leave it at the third one. I said I was only going to do 2, but I'll do 3, forgive me. Policy EC4, development industrial zones. Again, substantial areas identified clearly on the policies map. Only for employment use.
Just conscious it's nearly 11, so there will be a fire alarm. It did shock us last week, so just to give you a warning, it is likely to come any minute. Yeah, I think the other point was just about obviously basically the turnover, because obviously the losses aren't as great because obviously effectively because the demand for employment within Sheffield is quite high. So I think the point was made that obviously that's probably why the losses aren't as great. Is that a point you'd sort of want to comment on as well, please? No, Mr. Parks made the point. He said effectively felt because of the lack of supply. Is that right in terms of employment land? Obviously, that was driving up the employment land value. So effectively, because of that, losses because they weren't going to residential. Effectively, because of that, effectively they weren't being lost to residential because employment land values were being held up. Is that right, Mr. Parks? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. I think it is just the conflict between delivering residential and employment due to sort of strong values for both is sort of causing either one not being delivered, which is housing at the moment. For housing land supply in Sheffield's, it's below 5 years, but it's below 4 years as well. And also that actually the employment land supply as well is 0.8 years. So there's clearly a conflict between on the land to delivering actually both uses, both struggling to get delivered. And it's the values actually employment now are quite strong that's maybe impacting on the deliverability of the residential, but in the future that could change to be the other way around and you could see higher losses of employment because the residential land values increase because of again a lack of supply through too few sites.
Yeah, Mr. Robbins, it's really that point, and obviously whether that's impacting on the sort of slowdown effectively in terms of replacement. That figure that is obviously coming through. You said there's a levelling out at the moment of the replacement losses. So I just wanted to pick up that point whilst we're on it.
We talked about the losses over the last 3 years as to whether it's going to force up values because there's not enough sites, and therefore that's one of the reasons why you've not been losing land. I mean, what I would say, when we talked about last 3 years, you've lost 2.42 hectares of employment land. There is actually a fair bit in the pipeline that will be lost. So my understanding is you've got 19 hectares of former employment land sites currently being redeveloped for alternative uses, plus a further 5 hectares which could be lost but which construction hasn't commenced. So if we say that 19 hectares is going to be finished next year or two, a couple of years, and added on to the 2.4 hectares lost since April 2021, this would bring up the total losses to 21.5 hectares over the last 5 years. Which is 4.3 hectares per annum. So there are losses in the pipeline. Again, it's broadly in line with the level that we're suggesting should be taken forward. I mean, again, the point is that we're reviewing the plans every 5 years. We've recommended that it's difficult trying to foresee too far into the future and second guess the way the economy is going. There'll be opportunities for the council to modify the level of loss replacement if it's too low or if it's too high. I think based on the evidence before us, losses have been declining, and it's a reasonable figure to take. Is it actually at a level that's actually reflective of a very, very tight market? I'm not sure we're seeing the commercial market indicators shooting up. I mean, I mentioned that figure about the office rents, for example, slightly lower than they were in 2021. If there's a real pressure for high-quality office floor space, I'd probably expect those market indicators to shoot up. Net absorption's gone up, but not hugely so. I would have thought rents would have increased significantly if there was increased pressure for new stock that wasn't being provided.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robinson. I think we'll just take a short break because I'm going to probably just move, unless there are any other points, I'm going to move on to logistics after logistics uses. So if you could just have a short break, maybe for about 15 minutes till about 11:20, if we could, please, and we'll come back then. Thank you very much. Push on or... Okay, I did say 11:20, so it is, sort of a bit late in starting, please. Okay, thank you. Mr. Rose, I think you just wanted to come back, I think, I understand, just on just the last matter before we move on to logistics, okay? Mr. Powney, is it? Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, sir. Very, very quickly. I just want to come back quickly on what Mr. Robinson said. Obviously, I put in that Doncaster's a much higher need figure, probably 3 times higher than what the ELR states at about 480 hectares. Mr. Robinson said, well, that is a different market. What's the relevance kind of thing? Well, it is relevant because it's in the Sheffield City region, which is what the ELR notes as a reasonable wider geography. They report some of their market signals at that geography. They also clearly write in the ELR that a lot of the demand that would want to be in Sheffield is going to an inferior location such as Doncaster. So it's in the region. Sheffield is losing investment to that inferior location. They then have a demand figure of 480 hectares, 3 times higher than Sheffield. So I keep coming back to, there's no sense check with the market signals. So I strongly contest that. And I just want to make that point again. Mr. Robinson talked about the past take-up method in that 6.18. You can't have past take-up without supply. Sheffield is historically supply constrained, therefore the past take-up and the demand trends are supply constrained trends. They have no relationship to actual demand and the opportunity for demand at this prime location. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just a couple of small points as well, sir. So I'll just say again, in terms of obviously the change in the spatial strategy, obviously post the Litchfield's report, and obviously around that. Clearly, in terms of losses, that's looking back. It hasn't looked forward. I just want to reiterate that. So we can appreciate what's happened in the past, but also we need to look at, and you need to be comfortable, sir, and I make the point again, there is no evidence about the impact of this strategy on employment and therefore on existing employment sites, and therefore the impact on potential losses of those employment sites. Reference was made to part 2 of the plan around EC3, EC4, etc. Clearly those policies also allow for some technically non-employment type uses around hotels in terms of C1 uses, potential sort of learning and non-residential institutions and things like that. So there's not necessarily, I'm just saying that there could be some losses to other uses within that. So I just think there's a cautionary tale there. And then the sensitivity around, sensitivity analysis around that. Obviously, reference again was also made towards almost labour market forecasting in terms of Experian. Now, everything about Experian, Cambridge Econometrics, Oxford, and things like that, it's all trying to take sort of a national trend and then ascribe it locally. And then back to the point we've been making. Obviously, we're here where there's no sort of, we haven't really had a proper plan in years. There hasn't been looking at changes in Greenbelt. There hasn't been allocations in terms of full employment type sites. So therefore, in terms of that looking back to look forward approach, then obviously we as has been reported in both the Litchfield's report and the ICNE report, there is that constrained supply. So to say that the trend has always been towards offices, well, that's because there haven't been those type of sites identified in order to meet that need in terms of sort of B2, B8 type uses. So we can't, I would say there's a very heavy caution to accept that, those Experian data around that and the forecasts there, because obviously we haven't had that supply. You've got to look at the demand, you've got to look at the market signals, you've got to look at everything that the PPG says in terms of obviously, the evidence of market demand, locational characteristics, market signals, and then evidence of market failure and things like that. And that's what you've got to take into account as you project forward. And I think there's a certain cautionary tale just because there's a lot of post-rationalisation going on here in terms of the strategy and the interaction between employment and housing. So, thank you.
Okay, to the council, yes, you just want to come back on those points. Thank you.
Just very quickly, sir, and we can move on. But I just want to make clear, we're not going with the Experian figure for the employment land requirements. The Experian figure in table 6.8 says there's a need for 180 hectares. The council's gone for 230 hectares, a figure 50 hectares higher. That's more in line with the policy on jobs growth, which is aspirational and accelerates the level of job growth. That's also in excess of the past take-up scenarios. Scenario 8, the short term, says you'll need 152 hectares. So we're going for a figure 80 hectares higher than that. Even the long-term one, which is more optimistic, suggests 208 hectares. So again, 22, 21 hectares higher than that. So the council is trying to go for growth and go for a high level of need, responding to it. A lot of the market signals we've been talking about today. And a final point about, I don't want to get too much in Doncaster versus Sheffield, but it is the same wider market area, which we'll come on to in a minute, yeah? But surely Doncaster performs a different role than Sheffield does. I don't think anyone's going to say Doncaster is the same city as Sheffield is, as the same office market. Doncaster's very successfully marketed itself for years that this is a logistics place. It's got the A1M, it's got the M18. You've seen a lot of big box developments, and it's done very well for itself there. Sheffield is a different market, albeit within the same function, the same property market area. That's all I'd say. Thank you.
Okay, that obviously swiftly moves on to logistics. Okay, so what I intend to do here is I had a few items on 2 and 3, but I think what I'm going to do in terms of my agenda. So I want to look at all the matters relating to large-scale logistics now and whether they're justified and consistent rather than looking separately under the 2 items under 2 and 3 relating to requirements and supply. It should become clear through my questions. So I wanted to look at the relationship between the 2 because they do seem to parallel very, very strongly. So just turning to the actual logistics study, basically, if I could just to table 7.1 on page 88. There's obviously a number of places we can look at in terms of where the figures have rise, but this sort of table 7.1 effectively just sets out the, on page 88, sets out obviously the recommended need from the study of 78.2 hectares with once you take into account the 20% allowance for recycling, reuse, refurbishment of existing industrial logistics, an overall need for 62.6 hectares. Once you take into account the supply, it leads to a shortfall, as it states, of 40.3 hectares in that table. So I just wanted to pick up on a few of the points from that table. Obviously, it stems from various other elements of the study. So just firstly, obviously, just in terms of justification of the 20% allowance, if you just go through that, please, just in terms of 20% allowance for the future large-scale logistic needs being met for recycling, refurbishment of existing. Does the evidence justify such an allowance? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I guess the start point is here. We're in a city with brownfield land and with some ageing property, and it seems only sensible, not least in terms of the framework, that we look to recycle some of our brownfield sites for the growth in our economy. So that's probably the first data point that I would take you to is table 4.13 in the report, page 63, unless I'm mistaken. 60. Is that right? Table 413 is 63. That's what I said. Yes, it's page 63, but 66 PDF page. That's what's confusing me. Sorry. We have a chart on that page. Somewhat confusingly named table 4.13 perhaps, but that gives us a sense of the age of stock in Sheffield and compared to the property market area, and that's therefore Doncaster and Rotherham. That is specifically for larger properties, and that's clarified in the text above rather than for that table, so properties of 100,000 square foot or above. And I guess it's an important point of note that the logistics study is primarily concerned with units of that scale. 100,000 square foot could be 1 million, could be 2 million. So that what we can see from that table is, and to further contextualise, we might expect that a typical industrial property will survive for 30 to 40 years. That would be the lifespan. So by 2030, anything built before 2000 is likely to be obsolete. And in the modern world, we do need buildings with high eaves, with good power supply, with high sustainability credentials. So we do want to, being realistic, older stock will be redeveloped. So what we can see here is in Sheffield is that 20% of those large units are pre-1980. And about another 25% or more are sort of 80 to 2000. So that's quite a lot of stock, that of large stock that's aged, and we should therefore be expecting that we can achieve an element of new units being delivered on that stock. I've done some further analysis to supplement, which can be provided. But what I thought was relevant is, is that stock in the right places to meet some of the qualitative requirements for that market segment? So using the CoStar, what I identified was around 126,000 square metres of footprints of large buildings aged before 2000 that were within about a mile of the M1 corridor. And at the preferred plot ratio of 0.4, that's around 32 hectares. So if we go back to the table that you referred to, that has the summary of need, which is table 7.1, the difference between the need and the recycling point is around 16 hectares. And I was saying there that we've got around 32 hectares worth of large-scale stock within a mile of the M1, which we would expect to see needing to be recycled over through the plan period. So it seems quite reasonable that we're getting 50% of the 32 hectares, 50% of that old stock is going to be recycled for new logistics space, and that will easily meet that 20% assessment. So I think that the data, to my mind, fairly readily points us to a reasonable acceptance of that 20% contribution. Thank you. So
you said obviously there could be a higher recycle. Why have you arrived at 20%? That's really what the question is. Why have you arrived at that 20% figure as opposed to a different figure, i.e. higher? Or lower? Just so I can just
That's
get.
right, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I've probably gone into more detail. I mean, I think the most basic way of looking at it, if we go back to the way I thought about it the way I thought about it at the time of publication was probably in table 413. That chart is the pre-1980 stock is the 20% there. So clearly that's going to be the most aged stock. It's unlikely that's going to be appropriate for in the long term, and that's going to be most readily recycled. And then I think, looking at the representations from other parties coming to this today, I've looked at that in a little bit more detail.
20% effectively from that figure, effectively is basically the pre-1980 stock as represented in that figure. Is that right? That's where the 20% allowance comes from.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, just again, just so I understand, just in terms of the why the figure in basically policy SP1, and obviously outlined in the latest employment land summary, the annual figure that's quoted obviously for strategic logistics is 1.3 hectares per annum, equating to 22.3 hectares, which is obviously what arose from obviously the logistics study. In terms of just to understand why is the shortfall not represented in policy SP1, i.e. the full 40.3, why is the figure of 22.3 represented it rather than showing the full shortfall? I think I understand the background to it, but I just want to clearly understand in terms of that, in terms of the outputs from the study here, logistics study shows a shortfall of 40.3. Why is that not translated into immediately as Sheffield's requirement in terms of policy SP1? I think I understand the requirement, but it's the background. But I think if you could just explain to me, please.
Yes, sir, I will do. I mean, obviously there's two parts to that answer. One is about the council's policy response in terms of supply and green belt, etc. But I'll articulate it from the needs modelling position. So just find the most useful table to refer to in section 5. I know it's there. So earlier on, I was talking about spatial areas, spatial geographies, and how different markets work, and how often for these large units, the occupiers are not necessarily, an element of them might be sort of Sheffield businesses needing Sheffield premises, but in many instances they are businesses looking for premises with a wider area of search than one city or one market. That they're looking for areas could readily be 20-mile geographies with 45-minute drive times assumptions for their staff, and quite wide distribution networks that they're serving and working with. So I guess it's within that context that we're considering these strategic needs. So we can't wholly isolate Sheffield's requirement, and I think when we look at the PPG, we can see that reflected as well, paragraphs 27 and paragraphs 30, where the PPG is talking about the needs and talking about the most appropriate market area, which is effectively suggesting that we're looking beyond the plan-making authority's area for our needs, because there's a recognition that it is a wider market area. And perhaps to contextualise that at the national level, other studies that I've worked on, which are sort of sub-regional, pan-regional for these large scale. So we've got the Liverpool City region as a whole, looking at this issue for large-scale units, the West Midlands as a whole, and work I'm doing for West Midlands strategic sites, Leicestershire as a market, a large FEMA, the South East Midlands as a whole. So what you're seeing is pieces of assessment happening for quite large areas to work out how the demand-supply balance should operate that's beyond a single city location. So in that context, I'll take you to, so that's part of the context. So the methodology that's been utilised is net absorption, and for the avoidance of doubt, that's effectively the utilisation of floor space, people moving in and moving out of floor space. It's not the same as completing a new unit. So, if the start of the period we've got a lot of vacant space, we'd be seeing a lot of net absorption as people move in without necessarily building any units. It has a different characteristic from the supply side constraint that building new units does, although ultimately it can suffer from some of that effect, because if you run out of supply, you can't achieve absorption in the same way you can't achieve unit delivery. I've preferred the absorption because it is a closer market metric of demand than the take-up, and there's some discussion in the study around, and Mr. Powney sort of read from the study earlier, slightly out of context, I would to suggest, but when we looked at the completions trend for large units, I think the rate of trend was coming out around 24 hectares, but that's a concern that there was too much market suppression. Actually, we would get, as you see here, table 5.2, the absorption with some adjustments is taking us between sort of 70 and 87 hectares. So that much, more than 3 times higher than the completions rate is the absorption rate. So that there, table 5.2, that's for the Sheffield market specifically. I'm having to go back through the story, sir, just to take you back to where we get to for the why I'm not concerned about some of that sort of effectively unmet need. So moving forward, in table 4.5.3, we then consider these wider market characteristics. So we've got the property market area, effectively the city region, Doncaster, Barnsley, Rotherham and Sheffield, which is kind of broadly accepted. But I'm also looking at a wider property market area, which is going a bit further down the M1 to the south, and also including parts of the A1. Now, the reason I think that's wholly justified is what we're seeing is, firstly, south of the M1 of Sheffield, we're still on that same M1 corridor with an area of search kind of down towards North Nottingham. The A1's become a very active market for logistics. The pricing of land at the M1 and the constraints of land generally have made operators look towards the A1. And it may be useful in the fullness of time, sir, to review a separate study, the A1 logistics study, which was evidence for the Bassett Law local plan which has now been found sound. That A1 logistics study looks at again a wider property market area. It starts from Bassett Law and it spreads out, but it encompasses Sheffield, Doncaster to the north and northwest, and then down towards Nottingham. The inspector accepted that property market area, as did Savills, who were acting at the time. I can, in the fullness of time, direct you to Savills, who supported that. So what we have there is this wider property market area, which is moving slightly beyond the city region. Now, what we've done in table 5.3 is looked at that absorption that I mentioned, but we've done it for that whole property market area. This isn't to kind of displace any other evidence that might be available to those other authorities, but the exercise was to understand, what the kind of take-up would be there. And then from the requirements emerging, that's table 5.3, we then looked at the supply across that wider area. and to understand the balance between the two. And I note on table 5.4 that wider area supply, Bassett Law includes this very large site, the Appley Head Junction, around 120 hectares. That was just before the Bassett Law examination. That plan has now been adopted, which it does include that site. So the level of supply across that wider area is let's say, in the region of 800 hectares. And that therefore exceeds the notional modelling of demand based on net absorption that we have in the previous table 5.3. Now, it's ultimately that wider property market area balancing exercise, which kind of and the knowledge of how these markets operate, which takes us all the way back to the table you first highlighted, which is table 7. Let's just find that table, 7.1. So we do have a recommended need, and that's based on the Sheffield-based take-up. The supply is below that level of need, the supply that we've identified as being available. So we have this shortfall. But when we look across the wider property market area of operation for these kind of uses, we're seeing probably quite a lot of room in that overall market. So ultimately, we are indicating that some of the other authorities in the area can support the nature of that market and the way in which it operates, which means that Sheffield doesn't have to do all the work on its own to meet that kind of need. Apologies, sir, if that is a very long answer to a short question, but I felt that's necessary to illuminate all the relevant points.
Just obviously the 22.6. Obviously the table 6.1, which is just prior to that, the figure seems to stem from that. I think it talks about the suitability assessment for large scale, and it gives a range of figures there from 22.3 to 84.2. Just so I understand, why have you picked the lower figure? Why was that figure chosen for starters? You've obviously got a range of figures there, basically, in terms of obviously what you've sort of recommended. Effectively, I think is a meaningful contribution. Is that basically, I think, what you seem to be getting at? So the difference between the 22.3 in table 7.1 and the shortfall, as you're saying, is going to be met by the wider property area or the core property area. Is that right?
So as you say...
so just going back to 7.1. So in table 7.1, you've got 22.3.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that stems from table 6.1.
Yes.
Okay. So you've got, in table 6.1, you've got a range there,
yes.
22.3 to 84.2. Why have you chosen a lower range? Why has that been pushed forward in terms of the actual, effectively, what is the requirement for Sheffield? Why has that figure come through and not a different figure? So I understand why you've chosen 22.3.
Yeah, so paragraph 6.3 of the report. So we discussed this with officers at the time. So really, what we're seeing is that some of the sites that are suitable for logistics are also suitable for manufacturing investment, and there could be a level of competition of land for those types of uses. The council's overall strategy, sort of economic and spatial strategy, is one to focus on manufacturing, and effectively within that scale of sites assessed, we're assuming that the majority will be reserved for manufacturing activities, and a smaller proportion, effectively, 25% in many instances, will be utilised for logistics. But to be very specific, we can look in table 6.1 at some of the sites and the narrative around those assessments, and the notes say things like the lower range assumption for logistic reflects the aspirations for advanced manufacturing uses, on a number of those sites. So there's a degree of policy on positioning in terms of the availability of supply.
And I guess why ultimately is the actual figure in S.1 based really on the supply as opposed to the actual a need figure, which table 6.1 7.1 says there's a need for 40.3. Why is that not reflected? Is that purely based on this fact that you're talking about a meaningful contribution? Is that what the underlying strategy is? Is that right?
Yeah, and I think if I understand your question correctly, that the supply of the 22.3 is effectively reserving more land for manufacturing in Sheffield.
No, all I'm trying to get at is the fact that in policy SP1, the figure reflects 22.3. Okay, it reflects the actual supply figure. It doesn't reflect the need figure that stems from this study. It doesn't reflect the 40.3, whatever that is per annum. It doesn't reflect that figure, and I'm just trying to understand, just so I'm absolutely clear why that figure wasn't pushed forward into SP1, why that figure is not put forward in terms of SP1. So I'm absolutely clear.
If I just maybe jump in there a little bit, I think it's fair to say that, obviously reflecting on what Mr. Kingham set out, that the council has kind of sought to understand its position within that wider property market area, and based on all the figures that have just been run through, has operated on the basis that it is providing that meaningful contribution. So the 22.3 hectares is Sheffield's role within that wider property market area, and as Mr. Kingham has said, you've therefore got that supply which is capable of coming forward across the wider property market area. I think what it might also be useful to reflect on at this point, sir, as well, is the kind of joint statement of common ground, the regional joint statement of common ground, which again talks about the kind of position and the context for Sheffield within that wider property market area. If I take you to paragraph 4.3.16 of that joint statement of common ground, again, there's an acknowledgement and an acceptance. It says, they acknowledge, however, that logistics, including large-scale warehouse and distribution uses over 100,000 square feet, have a larger than local property market area, which may not align with the boundary of the region and the strategic FEMA. There's a footnote 18 in there as well, and again, what that footnote 18 tells you is that it goes on to say that it's also recognised that logistics uses may have a larger market areas which extend beyond the boundaries of the region as defined for the purposes of this statement, and which individual local authorities will need to take into account. And just to sort of put some icing on that cake, if I take you to paragraph 4.3.20 of the Statement of Common Ground, the final version signed April 2024, there's a series of bullets which culminate on page 24. And so this bullet point, the final bullet point, I think sort of tries to reconcile this idea of the wider property market area, Sheffield's role and everyone else's respective role, where it says in the final bullet, local planning authorities will seek to maintain an adequate supply of land for logistic uses across the region as a whole, brackets recognising the larger than local property market area. So long story short, sir, that figure that goes into the policy SP1 is based upon that recognition and sort of proposal that you're within that wider property market area.
Okay, thank you. I'll just come back to that, but Mr. Vincent, sorry, yes.
Yeah, it's just a very quick point, and that is that just a reminder, we are a Greenbelt authority, and therefore, it is right that in considering whether exceptional circumstances exist, that we take account of the supply of land for logistics within the wider market area. So I think that's just the point I wanted to make there. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to just open this up initially. I'll probably go a little bit more into the wide property area in a short bit, but if I could just basically open it out to the underlying sort of figures that I've just been going through, the 20% allowance. If you just sort of touch on those issues for me, anybody from the respondents. So, Mr. Powney.
Thank you, sir. There's obviously a lot to respond there, and I'm not going to get into the sub-regional supply because you've got a separate question. So I will focus on the property market area point, the 20% replacement assumption, and this 1.3 hectares, how it relates to 22.3 hectares. The first point I would say is absolutely comfortable with Matt Kingham's geographies. He does a core PMA, which is Sheffield, Rotherham, Barnsley, and I note Doncaster, which seems to, it being included in there, seems to support my points against Mr. Robinson, that Doncaster's a related kind of geography to Sheffield. And then Mr. Kingham then does a wider PMA, which broadly aligns with our Sheffield City region. Got no problem with the geographies, absolutely right to look at it sub-regionally and then Sheffield's role within that. Where I start to have a major concern, and again, sir, it's one of principle, is this 20% replacement. To assume a big part of what Mr. Robinson, Mr. Kingham, what I do is try and estimate future demand. Now, to assume 20% of your future demand can go in existing areas which are already almost fully let with low availability. So what you're doing is you're either just displacing an existing business, so kicking existing businesses out to provide new sheds for new businesses, or you're either somehow just providing new units for those existing demand which is already there. So you're either displacing existing demand or just putting existing demand in a new unit. Either one, the net change in demand is effectively zero. We completely agree that old stock should be replenished, and that will happen if there's the market for it and the viability. That will happen. But assuming 20% of your future need is going to go into existing areas and not talk about the displacement and the net change in demand is fundamentally absolutely wrong. Makes no sense in the real world, sir. So, that 20% should be, well, there's no such thing as 20%. Existing older premises will naturally be replenished as market signals and the needs of businesses and trends necessitate. It is not helping you deliver your new future demand from this point forward into the future. And just a few little points on that. Some of the real world complexities you've got to understand as well. I've seen no viability evidence to support. So if you're going to redevelop my shed, sir, that I sit in, and it's old, what's the viability of, because it's a fairly good existing use value. I'm paying you money, rent per annum for this unit. That makes me a higher existing use value. Is it even viable to create a new unit in those cases? I see no evidence about looking at that. The reality is sheds are on average getting bigger. So sometimes you have to assemble multiple sites together. So, for instance, some of these areas, they might have a 100 square foot shed, but there's a lot of demand now for 200, 250. So you might have to assemble 2 or 3 units together to provide what the market really wants as an even larger shed. That's ownership complexities. Larger sheds mean larger yard space, more strategic landscaping. Mr. Kingman talks in his report that 35% is kind of emerging as a plot ratio for larger sheds, not the standard 40%. So you might even be getting rid of 2 or 3 sheds and building one shed at a lower overall floor space. So there's a lot of this going on that it's not really, it's like 20%. Well, it's not right because it's just overtaking existing demand, so the net uplift is zero, but there's viability issues, there's ownership issues, there's all these things. So the 20% doesn't make sense at all, in my view, and I would say in the real world. I think, sir, you focus on very much the 22.3 hectares and its culmination into 1.3 hectares per annum is exactly right. Well, what I've seen here is they're mixing demand with supply. So they've gone through an exercise saying, well, we found about 22.3 hectares of supply, which is generally right for larger sheds over 100,000 square foot. But that's supply, that's not need. The need figure, the demand figure, is Mr. Kingham's 78.2 hectares, which he then nets 20% off to get 62.6, which I don't agree with. But the actual demand figure is 78.2 hectares. 22.3 hectares is supply. I go to a lot of VIPs, I do a lot of this work. I've never seen where someone go, well, we've just identified 22.3 hectares of supply, and we're just going to call that our need. That's supply, it's not need, it's not demand. So I don't see how this at all is a relevant approach or an acceptable approach, and I can't see how it can be seen as positive planning against national policy and PPG guidance. I'll stop there, sir. I've got a lot to say about the strategic supply, and Mr. Kingham's later on, but I'll keep my powder dry.
Thank you, sir. Yes, just a few extra points, sir. We've started encroaching a little bit into supply in terms of justifying the council's requirement, which is, I think, what we're talking about here. I think the issue being, as we've said earlier, and I continually say, is that this is a capacity-led approach. As Mr. Powney has just highlighted, the council have identified 22.3 hectares. Obviously, we've done an analysis of that, and we'll come back to that later on in the agenda. They've then brought that down, aggregated it over the years of the plan, and said that's 1 point whatever hectares per year. So that's the 22.3. It's a capacity-led approach. It's what they found, it's what they can identify, and that's what it is. But clearly, sir, it doesn't pick up, as we've continually keep saying, around sort of the demand for industrial logistics, that paradigm shift towards e-commerce, onshoring, reshoring, manufacturing, etc., etc. And that's the market signals bit that we keep coming on to and what the demand is there for. The reason why we're here, as I touched on last week, is it's around it's the committee that was held, the transitional committee on the 13th of January 2022, where the council put forward various options to members around options 1 to 5. As I've said before, they were focused around housing and around whether the council stay brownfield only in the urban area, brownfield greenfield within the urban area. Option 3 around brownfield greenbelt sites. And then option 4, which was some strategic greenfield releases, and then option 5, which was more greenfield releases. That was what was put forward to members. That was all focused around how much housing shall we seek to achieve. It didn't bring in employment. Those options were not around employment, and that's why we touch on later. And you've got on your agenda, obviously, the integrated impact assessment and around the choices and whether that was available to members at the time. Obviously, that report is dated December 2022, and this report is dated January 2022. I'll leave that there. Obviously, we asked a question last week about whether those assessments were available. We're still waiting for that. But clearly, within 1.4.7, the council recognised that there is a shortfall in overall supply of employment land to 2039, and the potential to actually release suitable sites for logistics manufacturing and even expanding AMID further. So, but yet all the focus, all the conversation was around housing and actually the type of sites that they would like to release. So therefore we get to the point, obviously with sympathy with Mr. Kingham, because clearly he's then written this report, which is dated December 2022, sir. So, which therefore, again, I come back to the post-rationalisation of the council's approach,
The fact that it still identifies there's a significant shortfall, it then tries to rationalise that as to how they can achieve that shortfall, and we'll come back to that in terms of the supply. But the fact is that they're misconstruing, as Mr. Powney pointed out, between demand, supply, and what the requirement should be. Clearly, we touched on, and we'll come on to it later around Apley Head and Bassetlaw and whether that can pick up in terms of obviously the wider property market area. But clearly, we touched on last week in Matter 2 around the duty to cooperate. And clearly, one of your questions around the duty to cooperate is obviously Exam 37, Section 4, which clearly outlines the fact that Bassetlaw do not agree with the Council's approach. And they have obviously put in objections. Clearly, the statement, the other statement of common ground says that they should liaise and discuss and agree with other authorities. This says that they do not feel that the council is making their fair and contribution towards the Sheffield City region need. So they do not agree to the proposed contribution that is expected to make the wider than local need, or to the statement in 3.17 that there's sufficient capacity in the wider property market area to meet large-scale logistics needs. There's clearly an outstanding objection. They clearly do not agree that this can actually pick up. But we'll obviously come back to that in terms of the supply, and obviously we'll refer to our evidence around the differences between the M1 corridor and the A1 corridor later on in the agenda. But clearly here, sir, I think there is a definite significant shortage in the requirement. It doesn't reflect the need. And clearly when you look at the question around recycling employment sites, as we've highlighted, and as I'm sure Mr. Kingham is obviously aware of, there's obviously locational requirements. There's different. It's not new employment. It's just repeated employment. And actually, with new types of employment, there's obviously less density. You've got to look at your neighbours as well and whether you can actually do that. Can you actually go higher? Which is what modern demand is. A lot of these existing sites are tight within the urban area. They're not necessarily suitable. And are they actually available? Are they actually going to do that? It's quite expensive to recycle your employment site as opposed to a new modern site. So it doesn't provide that sufficient choice or location. It doesn't provide the large sites that are actually needed for B8 and B2 in terms of reshoring and also inward investments there. Sheffield are not. This strategy is not in accordance with the NPPF in terms of that positive approach in terms of paragraph 80. And it doesn't pick up the PPG in terms of market signals. It doesn't pick up the later on in terms of specific location requirements of logistics. It doesn't in terms of allocation sufficient space. There's a fundamental focus there in PPG in terms of that critical role. As we said before, when you look back, because there hasn't been a new plan, because there hasn't been Greenbelt release in the past, because there hasn't been the ability to actually do that, because they haven't had a plan, then obviously those sites haven't come forward in the past. There are those sites available, those sites have been put forward, and those sites should be identified, sir.
Ms. Reid, do you want to come back, please?
I'm not going to deal with each of Mr. Rose's evidential points because it's not really for me to do that, but I just think it's important, sir, just to put all of this, and it's Mr. Vincent's point in the context of the framework and what this authority, as a Greenbelt authority, is required to do under paragraph 11 of the framework. Because what paragraph 11 tells us, it is not that an authority should adopt as its housing requirement an unconstrained assessment of need. It tells us that strategic policy should, as a minimum, provide for objectively assessed needs for other uses, which would include employment uses, unless the application of policies in the framework that protect areas or assets of particular importance provide a strong reason for restricting the overall scale, type or distribution of development in the plan area. Footnote 7 tells us that those policies include the Greenbelt, and the Greenbelt policies tell us effectively that the extent of the Greenbelt should be maintained unless there are exceptional reasons for Greenbelt release. I've been through all of those points in the housing session in terms of those paragraphs and how they fit together, and also the definition of sufficient provision, which refers back to paragraph 11 of the framework too. So just in terms of sort of 3 key points that the authority is looking at in terms of that assessment, are there exceptional reasons for greenbelt release? The first one is to what extent can Sheffield make a meaningful contribution in respect of logistics? In that respect, the context of the wider PMA is relevant, as has been discussed and has been taken into account by the authority. Secondly, greenbelt considerations, which again we have discussed and we're going to go on to discuss later this week, and the role that the greenbelt plays in Sheffield. And the third point is some of the points that have been raised and that the Council can expand on in respect of the role of advanced manufacturing and AMID in Sheffield. And it's really a combination of those factors that the Council has looked at to set its housing requirement, and of course employment requirement, which of course is and can be different from the unconstrained figure in respect of need.
Ms Kingham, do you want to come back, Mr Pownley's points regarding the replacement allowance, if that's at all possible?
Just a couple of points, yes. Actually, the latter point of Mr Pownley is about other examinations. I think, and then I'll come back to 20%. I mean, the reality is that, I think it's understood that it is a bit of a floating need, the strategic need, and examinations, like Mr Pownley and some of the ones that he and I have been the same, but the recent years, North Warwickshire and Solihull, for example, they effectively, the inspector's asking, well, what contribution can you make to strategic need? There isn't a defined quantum that they should be making, but there's an expectation that it would be good to see them making a contribution, both the Greenbelt authorities, both looking to find ways to do that, and both doing that in the absence of a pan-regional strategic study that they can work specifically to. Similarly here, there isn't a pan-regional study. We've tried to look at pan-regional factors and then to get the authorities to a point where it can make a reasonable contribution, but one which where we're aware of supply that's in that wider area. So I think that that's kind of the context for this activity. But on the 20%, as identified earlier, these are much older buildings that we're talking about, built before the 1980s. They could be brick built with quite poor quality standards. They're more likely to be vacant or have much lower productivity, or occupiers that are achieving lower productivity and in sectors that will be more vulnerable to change in the future. We're not talking about 50% of the need coming out of recycled site. We're talking about 20% of the need. I think based on the evidence, it's reasonable to consider, and as I mentioned, there's further analysis that suggests that that these sites are in the right locations of sufficiency to support that level of recycling. Just one further point, we'll probably come back to this, but reference to the Statement of Common Ground, which is exam 4C. There's a lot of narrative in that document around Table 7, the role of places, and how Sheffield as an economic hub for manufacturing has a role versus the role, for example, of Bassetlaw and Doncaster, where they have more land and they still have those connections to the strategic network with a greater ability to deliver on logistics. So it's a bit of a balancing exercise in terms of roles and contributions. Thank you.
So, sorry, just a
Sorry, Ms Reid, could you put your mic on? Thank you.
Sorry, there you go. Sorry, sir. Just in terms of a reference, I made reference to the requirement for strategic policies to make sufficient provision for employment. That is, I was referring to paragraph 20A and footnote 13, which defines sufficient provision as provision in line with the presumption of in favour of sustainable development in paragraph 11.
Okay, thank you. As I said at the outset, I'm going to go to the sort of needs and supply in the wider area now, because in terms of this particular issue, just because I'm just going to cover logistics if I can at this stage, because they just seem to be very much interlinked. So I had separated them on the agenda, and I've said at the outset I'm just going to try and deal with them both at the same time if I could. So obviously we've touched, if the council first, looking obviously at the large-scale logistics land available in the functional market area and the wider property market area. Firstly, can the council confirm the best sorts of up-to-date information to confirm the amounts of large-scale logistic lands available in the local authorities areas, in the functional economic areas and the wider property market areas? I think you've touched on tables already, but I just wanted to have that confirmed. Thanks.
Yes, so that's, as I say, table 5.4. I think the two key documents which are referred to, one is the CELAR, that's the acronym for the Sheffield City Strategic Employment Land Appraisal. That originally dated 2020, Lichfield being the authors. Then there is also the A1 logistics study that I referred to, which isn't probably not in the document library, but we can supply the links to that also. I think they are the main sources of evidence. So we haven't done obviously a time-consuming exercise to look at many authorities and to update their supply. So at 2021, those are the two main sources of the evidence. The A1 study did undertake quite an extensive exercise in reviewing the supply of sites across that wider property market area. So it's up to date 2021.
Okay, the A1 study, logistics study, if it's not in the exam library, I think if that could be added, that'd be useful, just so if there's obviously a number of references to that particular bit of work, so if that could be added as an action, please, that would be useful just for me. Just going on then, obviously, is there any analysis to demonstrate how much land is available to meet Sheffield's needs in the functional economic market area and the wider property market area after each local authority has met its own individual identified needs for logistics, warehousing, please?
Thanks, sir. Yeah, the short answer is we don't know the answer to that. As I mentioned, some regions and sub-regions have done collective work to look at how to deal with the question of the strategic logistics. This hasn't been undertaken in a collective and cohesive fashion in this area. So therefore, we've got different authorities with different employment needs assessments, with different dates, using different methodologies. So it's difficult to look through and across all of those to come to a specific answer. So that's effectively not been undertaken. What we're looking at here is a combination of tables 5.3 and 5.4, looking at the take-up of large-scale logistics and then looking at the supply for larger sites across the area.
Could you just, obviously, I think I picked up on table 5.3 and 5.4. Could you just tell me what they're showing in terms of the actual balance that you're showing in terms of need, and then obviously table 5.4 and the strategic logistics is talking about supply. I think it's at a particular point in time in 2021. So if you just tell me what that's showing in terms of the balance. Thanks.
Yes. So firstly, table 5.3. That looks at the two wider areas, the two areas of concern, the property market area, effectively the city region, and then this wider area stretches into the A1 and further south. And we've got a sensitivity for different time periods of take-up, effectively a 5 and a 10-year period, just to look at different effects. Going through the row by row of that table for fullness, we've got the average annual take-up, the absorption of space for these large-scale units, specifically for B8 logistics. We then roll that forward for the 17-year plan periods. I have got an element of what's termed compensation for sub 5% vacancy. So I think it's generally accepted, and we may come back to this point, that in a commercial market, the minimum fluidity of space is 5%, because we need to have space for people to grow on or move in. And if we don't have that, then we've got an element of market failure and excessive compression. And looking back over the periods, we can see that there are times when that's occurred. It varies quite considerably. I'm just going to say that I recognise that Lichfields have a 7.5 or 8% all market vacancy preference. And we're differentiating the way the two markets operate. In the big box market, you don't offer, because there's a pre-let market a lot of the time, you don't want a lot of very large units sitting vacant. That's a high cost to build and to sit on. You tend to have waiting for a pre-let, so the market tends to be running at a lower level of vacancy that's more optimum. That's why it's 5%. We've then got the margin, we've already discussed. So drawing those together, we get a set of requirements on the bottom row of table 5.3. So the last two columns are the wider property market area that we've been discussing for a 5 and a 10-year period. And I guess the last 5 years, that's the COVID era of high demand. The 10-year period is probably more balanced for a more measured pre-COVID and then an in-COVID element. So that's the 632.5 to 718.8. That's the, shall we say, the needs assessment. Not attempting to impose that on other authorities, but that is the look across that wider area. We then draw down to the following table 5.4, and that is the at that time the assessment of supply for large scale sites. And it's probably worth saying that that's assessment of sites mostly over 5 hectares, and there will be smaller sites that kind of accommodate some of those larger units, so arguably it's conservative. Regardless, we see the bottom row there, the assessment of supply is effectively 770 to 830, 771 to 833. That's exceeding the top end of the needs modelling, and that's where we're coming to on a sense of having some breathing space in that total wider market. If that's answering your question, sir.
Yeah, it's just obviously the top end of the needs assessment there in terms of the wider property market area. You've got a figure in table 5.3 for just about 718 hectares. Basically, that's a need across that. And then obviously you're talking about in the actual supply in table 5.4, you've got a wider market property area supply between 771 and up to 833. Is that right? Is that basically what you're saying? The actual the supply is higher than you're saying the need for that wide property area based on your analysis. Is that
That's correct? That is correct.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to open this up, if I could, really, to Mr. Powney. If you want to, you've got your nameplate up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't want to put words in Mr. King's mouth, but I thought you asked him, is there enough supply in the sub-region or those effects? And I think he said we don't have the answer. Which, if you don't have the answer or can sit behind the robustness of your sub-regional supply, you can't reach the point that the 22.3 hectares you are happy to identify as suitable for strategic supply is your fair contribution to wider sub-regional need. So I think that needs to be a first point. Focusing on the Iceni table 5.4 in the Sheffield logistics study, essentially this is a table with some numbers which are taken from the CELR, which was produced in 2020. May have been some updates from the A1 study, which is over 3 years old. So it's dated evidence anyway. But my big point for this, these numbers are not evidenced at all. To evidence that, you would have to demonstrate that all these local authorities in their local plans, or second to that, their evidence base, have said that we have surplus supply that we have allocated beyond our local needs and our fair contribution to sub-regional need. Unless they are saying they have supply that they've allocated above and beyond their needs, and this is available to the wider sub-region, well, that's the number. And I don't see at all, Iceni have evidenced any of this supply as being actually available to the wider sub-region and people such as Sheffield. I do acknowledge Apley Head Junction, that 119 hectares. Yes, I accept that. That is a site, a large site that is available to wider sub-regional needs, so I don't question that one.
Sorry, where was that? Sorry,
that's in Bassett Law. Yeah? Bassett Law. What I do question, though, going back to Matt's table 5.4, is why, Apley Head is 119 hectares. I don't know why there's another 100 hectares in there up to 220. I can't square that at all. If I look at Doncaster, which I know extremely well, I've got several sites there, the Doncaster supply of 174 hectares in that CELR relates to iPort and another site called Thorn North. iPort's about 140 hectares. I've confirmed with our agents yesterday, there's nothing available. It's gone. So that 174, you've got to take out the 140 of iPort. It is now longer, there's nothing available there. All land is built out. So what I'm trying to say, this table 5, it's a table. It's not an evidenced table that these numbers have been agreed by those constituent local authorities as sub-regional supply that is available to others to tap into. There's no evidence to demonstrate to you that that is the case. And we've tried to go through each local authority yesterday, and I accept what Matt says. Supply, absolutely painstaking. I have an advantage because I can speak to agents and that and get an understanding, but it's still difficult for me. For Rotherham, in his table, they see 50.8 hectares. We see, at best, it's 20 hectares. Doncaster, there's zero. The 174 is zero, because I said iPort is gone. Barnsley, they've got in there a figure of 182 hectares. We see they might have a surplus supply of 16 hectares. As I said, Battles Law, yes, it has the 119 hectare Apley Head, but I don't know where the extra 100 hectares is in their table. I can't square that. So this really needs to be, if you're going to say, as part of the council strategy, that there is plenty of sub-regional supply out there to meet their needs, you need to do a proper job on the sub-regional supply and actually provide this forum and USER with evidence, which I can't see those numbers as at all being accurate. I would then, and then obviously the other point too, and it's the same point, Mr. Kingham in table 5.3 does his own kind of sub-regional or FEMA level demand assessment. And again, this is fine, it's his professional judgment. I have issues with where it's done that we can discuss later. But again, what weight does this have? I mean, I would say the starting point is you don't go away. I mean, everything seems to do something in isolation. The best way to point this out is, I take it's all done at different time frames. Some will be recent, some will be old. But to actually go through first and identify what each one of these local authorities said it was its demand. Okay, because only then, when you say what their demand was and compare it to what they've allocated, can you see if there's surplus stock, rather than going on, well, I've done this other new sub-regional demand assessment, which I don't believe has any status because everyone hasn't signed up to it. Again, it's just another analysis done in isolation. So again, I don't know what status this has. The better way is to, Doncaster said their need was X, they allocated X, the surplus is available, same with Barnsley, same with Badslaw, etc. That would be a better and more evidential way to do this. If then Matt felt he needed to update it with his own assessment, that's something that could be put into debate. But at the moment, I question its status. Now, sir, I can stop there in terms of the sub-regional supply. If I can stop there, or I can delve into Doncaster's specific supply, because the 22.3 hectares isn't 22.3 hectares. Some of that is gone as well, and there's other issues. But I can deal with that at a later point. In Sheffield. Sheffield supply. So obviously we've done an addendum report to Savills Industrial Logistics update. We believe ES06, which is Shepcott Lane, so the council have it in their later supply assessment as 15.78 hectares. Again, I have confirmed that with Savills agency yesterday. All sites, all plots are built out. There's 2 units available, but there's no land available. So that, in our view, should be going down to 0. Obviously, the council at site NES01 Smithy Wood it was in there originally at 11.32 hectares. We agree with the council on their latest update exam note that it's gone down by 6.5-ish hectares to 4.8 hectares. So that there's been kind of a 20+ hectare reduction in the council's supply. So just if I give you those references again, sir, that's ES06. We believe the 15.78 hectares has gone down to 0. All units have been built out, albeit 2 of those recent units are still available, but there's 0 land supply left. NES01 Smithy Wood, we agree with the council that it's gone from 11.32 hectares to 4.8 hectares. So that's cumulatively, 21 hectares drop on those sites. I do have a final point, sir. I'd now like to take you to the Iceni Sheffield Logistics Study, Table 6.1, where it identifies a number of sites.
What table is that again?
Sorry, it's Table 6.1.
6.1, yeah.
Within the Sheffield Logistics Study. Now, obviously, I can understand the process they've gone through there. They've tried to look at a lot of sites which can accommodate a large unit of 100,000 square foot, and they've assumed that some of that supply will be for advanced manufacturing, which is a focus of the council. And you essentially get to the point there is 4 sites that come together to create 20 to 22.3 hectares. They being the Weedon Street, 4.2 hectares. The site I just talked about, which is ES06. They say 4 hectares of that is appropriate for large units, but there's now 0, because I've just said that site's got no plots now available. They did say that the remaining 4.8 hectares of the Smithy would, and obviously you've got the Elsling Road site. Okay. So what I would contest you, that 22.3 hectares has gone down because the ES06 site's no longer available, so it's not 22.3 hectares, it's around 17 or so. But I think the bigger point is, sir, is identifying what is in the current large unit market, sites of 4.2 hectares and a 2.8 hectares. These are not strategic level sites. To do a large unit, and I broadly agree with the cut-off, 100,000 square foot or 9,300 square metres is where the large unit start, okay, at above 100,000 square foot. You need about 2.3, 2.5 hectares for one unit. To say that things like the Elsling Road site at 2.8 hectares is a strategic site for large units where it can at best fit one only 100,000 square foot unit. So it can't fit a 200, a 250, a 500,000, all the other large unit requirements out there. Same with the Weedon Street at 4.2 hectares. That can basically fit, one large unit, then with some small and medium around it to get to 4.2 hectares. But it too can't even accommodate one 250,000 square foot unit. These are not strategic sites, and as the Sheffield Logistics Study says at paragraph 7.10, which I agree with, ideally sites would be, if this is for large units, ideally sites would be a minimum of 20 hectares and readily over 50 hectares. 50 hectares is probably way too big a jump for Sheffield given the Greenbelt constraints, but a minimum of 20 hectares, which we completely agree with, yet they've got no sites in the plan to accommodate, obviously 20 hectares to accommodate multiple large units. So there's a lot there, sir, but I really feel that the supply work leaves a little bit to be desired.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just a couple of small points just to build on what Mr. Powney was saying, because clearly what we're talking about here, sir, is obviously Sheffield meeting its proportion of the Sheffield City region need. And clearly, as you've heard, there is no evidence to actually support that. There is no analysis of the wider region. We've obviously done an analysis. We've looked at sites. We've looked at sites around in Barnsley, Doncaster, etc. Looking at some more of that supply side, but clearly there is that's an important consideration. But clearly, sir, what is also about is clearly this is a reactionary approach of the council, because those sites are there, those sites are available, that can build on that, that can meet the need that has actually been identified. If we agree with the Iceni report's conclusions, there is that shortfall, there is that need, and that's what that actually says, and that's what the Employment Land Review also says from Lichfield, that actually there needs to be a contribution, there needs to be sites for B2B, sort of I&L type uses actually within Sheffield itself. Those sites are not there. That's what analysis actually shows in terms of the supply side, actually within Sheffield, within that 22.3. And actually those sites will not meet that, the I&L requirement that we've been talking about. Clearly, we've touched on Apley Head, we've touched on the Bassett Law allocation, because that's clearly something that is sort of mooted about at the end of the Iceni report, which clearly is a retrospective analysis of how you could actually look at that. But But that's not actually on the M1 corridor. The M1 corridor is what it is. And there's recognition with the inspector's report that, and obviously the A1 study as well, that obviously Matt drafted, that actually, there's and the Bassett Law Plan says that the A1 is a sister market. It's a secondary location to the M1. The M1 is obviously the beating heart of the region. Sheffield is the beating heart of the region, and it should be making its contribution that way. And one of the reasons why the inspector went with Apley Head, and that is the only one that is specified as meeting some sub-regional need, is that because there is a shortage of land along the M1. Well, now we're actually looking forward. That is a point in time. We are looking forward further and beyond. And obviously needs and demands evolve and change. Clearly, we've put into our submissions, so actually appended to our hearing statements, a report by Model Logic. Model Logic that's actually appraised the junctions across the region and why Sheffield needs to meet its share of the market, and how, yes, Sheffield lacks motorway junctions. Yes, it's only got junction 35 and junction 34. Junction 33 is within Rotherham. Junction 35 sits near the top of the best junctions within the region. In terms of competitor junction comparisons within 100 minutes, it's fourth out of the junctions that have been appraised. In comparison, just for your own reference, the A1M A57 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's 14th. It's near the bottom. And the same within the 60-minute drive time as well. Junction 35 is third. The A1M A57 is second from bottom. It doesn't serve the same market. It is inferior location. It won't, and we have reports, when people are looking for sites in Sheffield, they want Sheffield, or they will probably look at somewhere else along the M1. They might go to the East Midlands, they might go to the West Yorkshire. They're not going to move across. And that's why you have that objection from Bassett Law. You equally have an objection from Rotherham, and it will come back to reasonable alternatives about what happens, dragging people down the A57, etc., as a scenario. But that's why Exam 37 summarises that objection from Bassett Law, because actually the need is on the A1. It's between Doncaster and Newark. That was the purpose of the study. They're trying to meet their share of that sub-regional need. And here what you have is, and that's where it comes back to that statement of common ground, there needs to be agreement between other authorities. And that's what it says when you get to Exam 4C, around a recognition and a discussion around that. Recognise, they will seek to maintain an adequate supply of land for logistics uses across the region as a whole. What you've heard, sir, is actually that supply isn't there, and therefore Sheffield is not meeting its requirements in that respect, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Kingham, do you want to come back on those points, please?
Yeah, yes. I mean, we won't sort of debate the same points backwards and forwards over and over again. But I mean, the approach. You got an authority trying to make a reasonable contribution to this strategic sector, and doing so in line with the planning practice guidance. And as I referred you, and I haven't got the ID reference there, but the paragraphs 27 and 31, which talk about analysis of market signals and take-up trends across relevant market geographies. I mean, the authority having to do this in isolation have looked at take-up trends and relevant market geographies and availability of logistics land. They've taken a reasonable and proportionate approach to their assessment and analysis. And I'd say that's a similarly reasonable proportionate one that was undertaken for the Bassett Law examination, which was found sound. I acknowledge that table that we're discussing in terms of supply is find the references table in the study, the district study. Is it 5.4? It is derived from other work, and so we would need to cross-reference that. And it has cross-reference, but we haven't appended in full, the assumptions around supply, that point in time supply. And, again, it's, what's reasonable proportion for an authority to how much of an update to its evidence base should be undertaken. But at the time of the assessment, that supply was identified and considered robust, and all the data for that supply is available in the A1 assessment that's cross-referred to. So I guess the final point that I'd make on that, just considering Savills' own analysis in the representation they've made, and I don't have the number, but the Sporforth Savills for ruler properties, what I have their table 7.1, their site assessment summary, and not to have.
Sorry, where is this you're referring to? Is this in their actual submission? Is it? Or
yes, this is in the submission. I mean, it's titled Sheffield Local Plan Examination Hearing Statement Matter 5 April 24 Sporforth for ruler developments.
You just try and give me a page, or if possible, even if it's in the document itself.
That's right, sir. So that was page 63 I was referring to, table 7.1. You have that, yes, thank you. Site assessment summary. So obviously there's an appendix with a much longer assessment of sites and judgments produced by Mark, Mr. Powney, or his colleagues. And I guess what I see there, and this is for the Sheffield City region, so it's not for the wider market area. It doesn't include Bassett and some of those other locations. They've assessed around 560 hectares of land. The most commercially attractive, we've got around 92 hectares. And then we've got moderately attractive, a further 316 hectares. So combined, that's about 420 hectares. So, now, so there is supply that's existing out there, and whether some of that supply is perfect or imperfect in commercial terms, there's still a lot of supply that's out there. And the techniques that we're using in our demand supply assessment are not vastly different from the one that Savills and colleagues are putting forward. And we could debate the sort of the details of that, but what I'm messaging overall is that we've taken a reasonable approach to assessing both demand and supply across the area which is considered appropriate, and the evidence indicates that there are sites across the area which will help to absorb the supply, and that the role of Sheffield is to do what it can as a part of that overall market area, but it also has another kind of role in the city region and beyond, which is to deliver a different kind of employment sector focused on manufacturing and the value that provides.
Any comments on the table 6.1? Just obviously the comments there about the supply that's driving from those. Obviously there was some criticism basically about obviously a number of those sites, some of them not being fully available, etc. Being developed out, etc.
I was just thinking when the plan period start date is, what year we're because some of those take-up of those sites, I think, will be in plan. Is that right, Paul?
Yeah, so not necessarily disagreeing on the figure, but just to point out that NES 01, the Council's monitoring data has shown that is a completion within the plan period. So it's not a loss. It's not a...
What site? Just...
sorry. Yeah, so I'll just give you the kind of formal name, if you bear with me 1 second. Yeah, I'm just going to give you the full. So, yeah, NES 01 is Smithywood, Cowley Hill, Chapeltown is the full. So, sir, you have, before you, in the supply and requirement note that was submitted to you, table 2 again, which is the completions data. Yeah, not necessarily disregarding Mr. Powney's point about the fact that it's changed, but of course the council's own monitoring data has got that within the plan period. So not zero, actually it's delivery.
Mr. Rose, yeah.
Yeah, just a clarification point, sir. I think Mr. Kingham was directing you to table 7.1 on page 63, but that was the report that was appended to original Regulation 19 representations. Appended to our Matter 5 hearing statements is an addendum to that, which is further reviewed sites. It's gone further through supply within the region and has highlighted that there's, similarly, there's a reduction in supply. We've highlighted within that, obviously, Mr. Powney's highlighted some more recent changes, but this is obviously highlighting a decline of 14% since we did this in response to the Regulation 19. It's now showing, previously it showed there was about 193 hectares of land available. This has now declined to 165 hectares. And
sorry, could you just refer to me? Is it the same table 7.1?
It's table 4.1.
4.1. Okay.
Yeah,
in
page,
in your page again.
20, page 25 of the Savills report that's appended to our hearing statement.
So, do you have a PDF page for that, just so we can try and follow?
I don't have it. I've been old school. I printed it out, hard copy. Sorry. Have you got that, sir? It's towards the back. It's the Matter 5 statement. It's chapter 4 of the Savills report, and it's page 25 of the Savills report.
So, this is Savills report, the industrial and logistic needs assessment.
Yes, it is.
So, yeah, it's dated February 2023, is that right? All right, that the Hasleywood,
no,
Sheffield,
it's
different
dated.
One? Okay, so just obviously see there's another one.
No. Is it dated February?
If anyone has the PDF document, it's 165 out of 231, I think, of the PDF, if that helps.
Yeah, it's dated February 2023.
Sorry, is it the addendum?
It's the addendum
the
to that.
April 2024, is that right?
April 2024.
Okay, refer me to that again, just...
Yeah, so sorry, what we did to...
No, it's absolutely fine.
Because it was an addendum to the original report, we submitted the original report with the addendum, so...
Okay,
yeah.
So refer me again, is it...
So it's table 4.1 on page 25 of that addendum.
Sorry, could we just catch up? Because we're just trying to locate it online.
That's all right, that's fine, yeah.
That's all right. You found it?
We think so.
Excellent. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, it was just a small point, so I was just trying to send you towards the most up-to-date tables. But clearly that shows there's, from our assessment, because we've analysed the supply, obviously, we've got agents' input, and we've appraised them, that actually there's obviously a reduction in supply. Clearly we've looked at the market attractiveness of the sites as well, and whether they're attractive for strategic logistics. So we've ranked them, and then we've clearly come to that for the region. What we've shown in terms of the start of chapter 4, obviously you can see some summaries there. There's clearly been a reduction within Sheffield itself. We're now saying there's only 8 sites available for development, and they're either average or below average quality. There are no available sites that we would say are above average quality. So again, it comes back to that sort of locational characteristics, flexibility, choice, and market attractiveness. It's not a quantitative exercise. There needs to be a qualitative exercise, and that was picked up again as well in the Litchfield's report, as well in their conclusions about you need to take a qualitative approach as well as a pure quantitative approach. We've also shown within sort of just the Sheffield Rotherham market, there's been a decline of about 14% since the previous report as well. And again, around the qualitative argument as well, there aren't many that are actually attractive to the markets. So actually, what we're seeing, because of this quantitative approach and this capacity-led approach, that actually it's harmful to the market. And equally, as we come back to earlier, we looked at there's clearly no evidence that's been undertaken to support the council's approach as to whether it's making that fair and reasonable contribution towards the need in terms of I&L within the region. Thank you, sir. And I'll let Mark pick up some other stuff.
And so just to add to that, so those sites that I was talking about, that have, sort of site ES06, Shepcott Lane, going from 15.78 hectares to 0, and the changes of NES01 Smithy Wood are sort of picked up in that assessment. So those changes are picked up in my report. One thing I'd just like to add, and it just goes back to what Mr. Kingham had said about this strategic supply, sir. I think the point that's getting missed, you've got to appease yourself that some of that strategic supply in his table 5.4 are surplus to those local authorities' needs and are available to Sheffield and the wider sub-region. So you can't just go, well, there's a 100-hectare site in any of those local authorities that's available unless that local authority says it is available above and beyond their own needs. So this is the big point. And when I took you through some of the changes in Doncaster and questioning the extra 100 hectares in Basset Law, there's at least a few hundred hectares that I can't square in table 5.4 in the Sheffield logistics study. So first of all, you need to demonstrate what's in there is actually surplus to those local authorities and are available to the sub-region. And then of those figures anyway, there's at least a few hundred hectares that I can't square. Now, the other point is, there's all this talk, we're a Greenbelt authority and we're just trying to do our fair share, and 22.3 hectares is enough. The one thing I will say, as I said to you before, that 22.3 hectares, well, now you have, ES06 is gone, okay, which was the Shepcott Lane site, which was 15.78 hectares. Okay? I know just moving around a lot here, but then Matt in his table 6.1 said 4 hectares of that site, so 4 hectares of the 15.78 is available strategic logistics. So that's now gone. Then you have the Smithy Wood site where, that 11.3 hectares in Matt's table 6.1, it said 11.3 hectares is available strategic logistics. That's now gone to 4.8. We all agree with that. So across those two sites, you've had a circa 11 hectare reduction. Okay, you're only saying your fair share contribution is 22.3. That's already halved, and you're 2 years into your planned period. You've got another 15 years to go. I don't understand, if you've already lost 50% of your strategic supply, and you're only 2 years into your 17-year plan period, you're 50% gone, you can anyway evidentially say you're meeting your fair contribution for the strategic supply. Doesn't make sense to me.
Could you just, the first site, you just go back to table 6.1, the first site, obviously we're talking about Smithy Wood, the other one, just so I'm absolutely so I'm clear.
ES06, which is the Shepcote Lane.
Because it's fortunately it isn't quoted the ES06, so it's just obviously the actual the site reference is slightly different in this.
Yeah.
I can obviously, just so I'm absolutely clear, I mean, I can look, obviously we'll pick up this later, but it's just
So
obviously
if you go to table 6.1 in the Sheffield Logistics Study, it is so what I'm saying is that site reference there, S03176, so it's the first site on the second page of that table. That 4 hectares that Mr. Kingham is saying is available under the lower estimate, well, that site's completely built out, so that 4 hectares is gone. Then the next site underneath it, the Smithy Wood, which was 11.3, myself and the council both agree that that's dropped to 4.8. So those two sites, you've had about 11 hectare decline, which is half of the 22.3 total. You're 2 years into your planned period, you've lost 50% of what the council is saying the strategic sites.
Just, sorry, sir, I don't want to jump across Mr. Powney's all, but just for absolute clarity, of course, the 6.52 for Smithy Wood we're advocating is a delivery in the planned period, not a loss.
That's not a point.
That's fine.
It doesn't reduce the figure. I'm not disputing that.
And just the first one, obviously, just so really just the first one that has just been quoted, obviously in that table 6.1. It's the Bestley Park. I think it's the SO6. I think is that right? That's what you quoted. It's the SO3176. Obviously, there's an area there of 4 hectares. I think within the notes.
Yeah, so I think we'll need to take that one away and provide you with an update on that site, if that's okay, sir.
Yes, that'd be just useful, really. I think, I suppose, really, I mean, I know this will come through our stage 2 discussions anyway, largely, and your note is very helpful, but just obviously just to give me a quick update on this table, just I mean, I know there's a bit of repetition, but it's just obviously just handy, because obviously this is the base figure you're using, and it's just obviously useful to see that for comparison. I know I'll be able to, but it'd just be helpful if just a quick note is produced just to show a quick update for where we are with those particular sites. And I take the point that obviously some of these will be within the plan period, but it's just useful to get that updated. Thanks. Mr. I don't know if you want any comments to make on the references in Savills. I don't know whether you're able to have a look at the latest assessment at tables 4.1. Just your comments, just in relation to that that particular update. If you've got any constructive comment, please.
Yeah, I mean, in short, I mean, I actually find it hard to follow a continuity between the previous table 7.1 that I mentioned and this updated table 4.1. And obviously, it's got various rows here. It talks about previous assessment, current assessment. I'm finding it hard to see the thread of continuity between those two. So I think if we're going to pray on that in any more detail, I want to do a little bit further analysis just to make sure that everything is consistent and coherent and transparent. I think probably the final point, that I'll make at this moment, whether there are further points to make, but I think that this balancing exercise that the authority have sought to do is a reasonable and proportionate one in terms of dealing with the strategic logistics. As we've talked about, the basic or local plan, the inspector's report on that, that A1 logistics study took a very similar approach in terms of, what's the historic rate of take-up and deliveries across that wider area? Where does that take us, and what does the supply look like? The inspector was happy with that, and that they were making that contribution to the wider market area without having to know exactly what everyone was doing. And as I say, as we're looking around the country, that is kind of the way that authorities are having to deal with it. It almost is a supply-led approach. It's like, where are the right locations for these strategic nodes, and who is able to make those contributions to them. So, there isn't a strategic study which has all the answers here for Sheffield to play into. They're having to find their own way with the best information that we've got. So I think that's where the logistics study takes us to the fact that they are going to be able to make a contribution, and it's a partnership with the wider area.
And just obviously, I think the figures coming out amid the Savills were just, it's obviously 165 hectares in the core market area. Obviously, your table 5.4 obviously was looking at the region of, over 426 hectares. It is obviously there is a disparity, but I just wanted to sort of see what your views were on the difference between the assessments, really, just so I can just sort of get a view on this.
I mean, as I say, as I'm looking at this table 5.4, and I'm trying to respectfully follow it. It's got
your own table 5.4. I'm asking in terms of the strategic in table 5.4 in your own logistics study. Basically the total PMA, this is your own study at page 78. It's just obviously the Savills are obviously saying they've done some more up-to-date work, and I appreciate that. You're obviously only just seeing that particular table potentially, but it's obviously there is quite a jump between the two figures in terms of the supply available within in terms of that core market property area. What's your views?
Well, that's right, sir. But then I'm just trying to digest what the Savills update is actually telling me. I mean, it's saying, for example, current assessment, Sheffield land 39 hectares, Rotherham land 126 hectares. Well, that's the number of sites assessed. Commercially available is 0. I think we've just talked about there is some commercially available land in Sheffield. So they've got moderately attractive land, 25 hectares, Rotherham moderately attractive, 43. And then Doncaster and Barnsley, I'm not sure if they've disappeared from this assessment completely, or if they're saying there's 0, because it just talks about previous assessment. Barnsley, Doncaster doesn't have a current assessment, so we now seem to have actually focused in a much smaller area that's no longer comparable, and that's why I'm talking about transparency and continuity, because I'm not immediately seeing that these are actually comparable assessments to what we've talked about before. So that's why I just would rather take the fullness of time to ensure this is a transparent exercise.
Mr. Rowley, yeah.
Hi. I can understand where Matt's coming from, because we our supply assessment's a little bit different to his. So we started a little bit wider when we did our 2023 assessment. But our methodology, sir, is the benefits of the Savills methodology is you can estimate wider FEMA demand and then apportion that down to Sheffield. Now, what we did in the 2023 is took a bit of a wider view of the local authorities around it to demonstrate not only does Sheffield not have enough, the others really don't, just update their supply position. When we did the 24 addendum update, we only looked at even just a tighter, really just looked at Sheffield and the adjoining Rotherham just to get a sense of how their supply is dwindling, and both of their supplies had dwindled 14% in a year. So they're not like-for-like assessments. We've not assessed that wider PMA, which Matt has done purely because we don't subscribe to this point of view that Sheffield should be exporting the bulk of its demand to other areas. What I've raised to you there was some of the concerns with Doncaster and Bassett Law are based on my knowledge of those areas, and just across those two I can't compute 250 hectares in just those locations. What I know what's happening on the ground, and then we've looked at the other ones and we can't compute what Matt has got in his table with what we are seeing those local authorities saying as what was their need, what have they allocated, is there a surplus above that that's available? This is the issue. You can chuck all this supply that everyone else has got, but unless you have to be appeased evidentially, sir, that supply is surplus to the local authorities that they sit within and are therefore available to the wider sub-region. So that's why I was trying, like iPort, it's gone, even though wasn't surplus anyway.
I think I think basically, obviously, my question really at the outset was whether you've looked at the identified need of the authorities in the core property market area and the wide property area. There isn't that evidence, is there? Is that right? In terms of, there's nowhere I can point to that I can look at. I've obviously got your issues in terms of the where you think the actual supply is based on your tables. Obviously, I've got Savills, but is they sort of in terms of the authorities that you're pointing to in, say, table 5.4 in the which are those areas you're pointing to? Is there sort of a bit of work where you can obviously look at the identified need as it stands? Obviously largely I know right from there probably the local plans. Obviously Basildor's got a local plan update, but it's just whether that it's basically just producing a table. I appreciate obviously the supply may change, but it's just to give me some idea of what the identified needs are versus basically what the supply is. Obviously there's a lot of arguments about supply at the moment, but just so I can point to a bit of evidence that shows what the identified needs are effectively in the core market area and the market area, so i.e. Sheffield, Rotherham, Doncaster, Barnsley, if that's available, and then obviously the wider market area, North East Derbyshire, but Bolsover, Basildor, Chesterfield. Is that just a view from yourself, Mr. Kingham? Thank you.
It's possible to do that, certainly. I mean, so that would be looking at what their latest evidence on need is and looking as far as is possible at what their supply is. I guess the note of caution going into an exercise like that is the one that also is effectively Mr. Robinson identified earlier on, which is the methodologies which they've used might be inconsistent with looking at this kind of strategic level need, because we've got some authorities, we are, I guess we've got some authorities that plans are moving forward. Some are responding more specifically to the PPG's logistics request for logistics, paragraphs 27 onwards about how to identify that, and others are doing that less so. And so it can be difficult to unpack this strategic and a local level need. So, I mean, subject to the City Council agreeing, happy to do an exercise that looks at those. Some very clearly provide for a strategic need, and that would include, Bassetlaw, as has been discussed. I've done work for the Nottinghamshire authorities, and the northern ones which might be relevant, some of them have made strategic site provisions. So yeah, there's an exercise to go through and to see where that takes us.
I was just going to get a view from the council, really, what their views are. Just that's absolutely fine. Yeah, if you wish to, I think that probably makes sense. Actually, yeah, that's obviously fine. Yeah, if you take that away, I think that'd be, and then come back with a view. I think it's now 1:15, so have you got one more additional point? Just to probably useful to get. Yeah, it's probably a pertinent time. If 45 minutes, is that okay till 2:00? Just to get a view, or do you need longer? An hour, yeah, okay, that's absolutely fine. So if we make it 2:15 to come back at, okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to resume. Before I just go back, did you want to? You had some additional comments, so you're okay now, Mr. Rose. You had your banner up before your nameplate. If you don't, that's absolutely fine. I'll just go to the council. Fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So just following the break, you were just going to go away to have a think about the additional work we were talking about.
Thank you, sir. Yes, obviously we've just been discussing that matter. So you were requesting or suggesting whether there's a worthwhile exercise in effectively looking at other authorities' demand and supply balances within their own sort of evidence and assessments. And I think, forgive me, that's I think broadly as we understood it, to see whether there might be any surplus or not. Now, just to try and go over these points in as much clarity as possible, and I guess the first thing I'd say is, the council have undertaken assessment of what their local needs is, and that is the work that Mr. Robinson's done for them that we've already discussed. Now, in its efforts to comply fully with the PPG, the council have then gone over and above in undertaking this logistics assessment work, which has identified what we could term as effectively an additional need on top of their local need. Now, in reality, some of the work that Mr. Robinson have done, will bake in an element of strategic need, and many other authorities' own assessments, and they will have different methodologies, will bake in some of that strategic need and supply as well. I think an exercise which looks at other authorities' needs and supply would only be effective if there is a greater level of interrogation about what their components of demand and supply are. It can't simply be what was their local need, because that will actually draw together different elements. It will be strategic and local, depending on the dynamics of their area. Like Doncaster, if Doncaster have a trend-based approach, they will be rolling forward lots of strategic sites in their future need, because they've already got and have historically had lots of strategic sites. So I think that there is a reluctance to go down that particular route, because I think it will be one that is confusing and won't reveal answers to whether there is a strategic surplus or not. It's likely to be excessively costly and not necessarily proportionate. So the methodology that's been deployed here, by myself for the council, is consistent with other strategic assessment studies, which is to say, looking at a broad property market area, what is the take-up and what is the supply, and that is effectively integrated with their local needs. That's the Bassett Law A1 Logistics Assessment took that approach and has been found sound, and I can also direct you to the South East Midlands Logistics Study and the Greater Nottinghamshire Logistics Study. They're all pan-area approaches where everyone's working together to look at that.
Just it might help. All the question was, I didn't really envisage you were going to fully undertake a whole needs supply assessment. Obviously, you've done that. What I was asking was whether there's an up-to-date just list of identified needs within the, identified need for employment, breaking out potentially large scale. Is there a figure there for just the identified needs effectively within the local plans? Is that, when you were doing the analysis, did you look at is there somewhere I could just look for those figures? Presumably when you looked at Doncaster, Barnsley, Rotherham, etc., you must have looked at the core source of their local plan as one bit of evidence. I'm just asking that, really. Is there somewhere I can just look?
You may feel that I'm being obtuse, sir, but
I know you're not being obtuse, but I just wanted to.
If the only simple answer I can give is that it's not that simple. We haven't. The honest answer is I did look at some of those authorities' evidence. At the time, Doncaster was already, I think, 2018, so quite out of date, and probably using a methodology which wasn't going to be revealing in terms of where. Bearing in mind that the strategic market, 2018, 2019, we've got COVID, we've suddenly got a rise in demand happening, and we've got an increase in the transformation of that market, which I'm sure Mr. Powney can talk about further. But so we've got a changing market, and authorities with evidence, particularly it's 2018 and before, are just not going to be capturing this in any reasonable fashion. So what I'm getting back to effectively is, if anything, what would be useful, and what Savills in part have done is to actually look, well, what's happened in the last 2 years since we did that work? Where is what are the completions, and where is the supply at now for the strategic type sites that we're talking around? That would be more of a useful exercise. Because we do need to bring together the market as a whole when we're looking at these matters, rather than try and break down the individual needs. Because if we do that needs exercise, we've got to go further into their needs and look at what's local and strategic. So I think we'd have, what is useful, if anything, is to update that supply and update it, in full. Which isn't necessarily a short exercise, but I think if that's what you're interested in, that would be where we would need to look.
Okay, that's basically where the direction the council is suggesting then, just to review obviously just the basis supply figures, in terms of basically for large scale logistics and how that fits in with the work. Is that right?
Forgive me, I missed that point. I mean, obviously it's if you could just repeat, sir. Sorry.
What are the council offering? Just absolutely, just obviously, just in terms of what are they indication they can undertake, just in terms of just so I've got a bit more information, if that's. I mean, to help you, I mean, I appreciate that the stage 2 work you've done, some of the sites, certainly the allocation, etc., capacity work you've done, some of it will fall out of that anyway. So it may well be I'll be able to, but it's just putting it together really, so it sort of targets this particular issue. That's what I'm sort of trying to drive at. I think you've probably done quite a lot of the actual updating, presumably in terms of stage 2 work, in terms of that supply, completions, etc. But if you're looking to do effectively since the base date, do where we are in terms of effectively, is it table 6.1 or? I mean,
the council will obviously update their own supply position. I think the question is a question about best utilisation of public resources, updating a kind of 8 other authorities' supply position. I think that's effectively the reflection to be made.
So I think the position is that. Sorry, I'm used to having quite a loud voice, so I keep forgetting to put it on. I think the position is that the first piece of work that we were discussing before the break, there are concerns about the proportionality and the usefulness of that. The second question that then flows from that is whether it would assist you to have an additional piece of work. It's not necessarily that we have thought that one was necessary, or we would have suggested it before now, but I think it's just following the conversation around the table whether you would find that to be of assistance.
I mean, in a nutshell, yes. I mean, anything to guide me, basically, in terms of this particular thorny issue, it'd be obviously useful to pull it together. So just, if you could just summarise what the council are going to provide, just so I'm absolutely clear.
Well, so again, just as with other areas, perhaps it would just be helpful for us after this session to put something short in a note to forward it through the programme officer to you, and then you can check and that we've reflected what we've said and that you're happy with that, and then if there are additional suggestions we can also take them on board at that point.
That's absolutely fine, Ms Reedy. In terms of just bringing up I think effectively it's bringing up the actual supply information since basically the previous work was done up to date. Is that right, Mr Kingham? Is that effectively what you're indicating in terms of bringing that supply information up to date?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what I think. Yeah, the difficulty is use of resources, and we were relying on a number of other pan-regional studies to get there. But yeah, I think with the authorities responding to say that they will do that.
But obviously, no, I'm not saying it has to be pan-regional. I'm saying it in relation to Sheffield itself. I think I'm not really expecting you to go into the wider area. I think you've already made the point that in terms of proportionality, I think
without a doubt,
yeah,
the
I think
authority's own supply will be updated, and I think that's what we're just trying to clarify is whether you want us to look at the Bassett law and the Chester
no.
law.
I think basically, I'll reflect on the evidence that's been provided. You provide a note just to indicate, obviously, in terms of the provision of Sheffield's provision of B8. Obviously, you've got it set out in table 7.1. I've already asked for an update of that anyway, in terms of in the actual the study itself. So that will give us, in terms of the actual logistics study, so that will give me a picture of where you are in terms of the 22.3 hectares that was originally quoted as supply. I just want to sort of see where you are in terms of that issue. I think you've obviously pointed to various bits of evidence in terms of your own strategic studies in terms of logistics. Obviously, you pointed to the A1 logistics study. I'll obviously be able to review that and the work you've pointed out. So I'll just have to take a view, obviously, on when I've looked at those bits of information. But it's so yeah.
To the examination library, and then if there's anything further, you'll let us know, is my understanding. Thank you.
I think now that I've obviously heard, obviously it is Sheffield's plan I'm looking at. I appreciate that in terms of reasonable proportionate evidence that I'll need to look at. You draw my attention to various pieces of work. I'll obviously need to review those. As I said, my question at the beginning was whether there's any sort of work that was done on identified needs, but obviously you're indicating in terms of identified needs in the wider core property market area and the wider area in my agenda item, whether those other authorities' needs, effective logistics, whether their own needs have been met. But obviously I'll reflect on basically the evidence that you provided today. So. Mr. Rowley, is it, or is it Mr. Rose?
I'll just come in, sir, first. Fine, I get things about proportionality, but I don't see how the local authority at all can evidence that 22.3 hectares is a reasonable contribution. Because their approach is, in the Sheffield logistics study, is that there is significant levels of surplus sub-regional supply out there that can therefore pick up Sheffield's unmet needs in their plan. Unless you have clear and robust evidence to demonstrate there is actually enough surplus supply out there to meet wider sub-regional need, you've got no evidence to support what they're putting forward in that plan. So I understand what Matt's saying. People use different methods. We've got different timeframes, people being the different local authorities. But, in half a day, we started to build a spreadsheet of what did Doncaster say its need is, how much did they allocate, and for each one of those local authorities. It's not that big an exercise to do that, because if you don't do that, you've got no evidence to support that there is surplus sub-regional supply out there to meet Sheffield's unmet needs. I mean, my understanding of these are supposed to be evidential processes. There's major issues with Table 5.4. It's not accurate in my view. So just to give slightly more colour to that, I keep talking about Doncaster like I'm infatuated with it, but I'm not, I assure you. But it's a good example. In Table 5.4, Mr. Kingham is alluding to the fact there's 174 hectares that's available for wider sub-regional demand. I've already told you iPort, which is a big chunk of that, probably 2/3, 3/4 of that figure, is no longer available as we sit here today. Now, even before whether there's how much is available now, the easy thing to do is if you look at Doncaster's employment evidence that was done in 2019, they say their requirement is 481 hectares. And I appreciate what Mr. Kingham's saying. Some of that is local, some of that is sub-regional, some of that is light industrial, some of that is logistics. But basically, their total need for industrial logistics, they say, was 481 hectares. They then allocated 468 hectares, which is less than their need. So to me, it's very simple to rather a point. There isn't this big lot of surplus supply out there that Sheffield can tap into. So even though the 174 is wrong, because a big chunk of it's gone, there's not surplus supply out there for Sheffield to tap into. This is a big part of their plan, what they're putting forward to you. You know, surely the evidence needs to be wrapped around that. Otherwise, it's an unevidenced position.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just a couple of points. I think, as we've just touched on, and not wanting to repeat what Mr. Powney just said, but this is about the need. This is about identifying a need and then coming to a requirement. And I think we slightly moved off the requirement and focused on the supply. But that is largely where we've come back to. So if we look at why the Sheffield Logistics Study has been prepared, is because the Employment Land Review identified that there was a need for strategic B8 distribution and that actually there needs to be a separate study in order to quantify that need. That need needed to be, you know, in setting that out, the need needed to look across the wider sub-region and actually understand, and it says in here in 7.19, Doncaster, Barnsley and Rotherham. This future study should seek to quantify the exact scale of large-scale strategic B8 in the wider area and identify specific sites where this need could be allocated. What we then come back to is actually within the Iceni study, table 5.4, which just sets out what the wider supply is, doesn't say what the need is. And actually then we've gone through that and actually think it's actually not what's in table 5.4, but that's just, again, looking at supply. It's not what the need is. The need, as Mr. Powney just highlighted, could actually be higher than that. So what you don't have in front of you, as the council have just acknowledged, and they're just trying to be proportionate, is that actually they don't want to give you the need, what they want what in terms of the wider region. We don't know what that is. And yet that is a plank of their argument around actually how is that actually being achieved, by saying there's enough supply in the wider region, but actually we still don't know what the need is. That's where we need to be. Too much use of the word need there. So that's what there needs to be, is an understanding of what the issue is. What we know what the issue is, actually it crosses between both of the Iceni reports for the A1 and for Sheffield. It highlights that there's strategic demand within the Sheffield area. There's significant need. People are trying to locate here, but they can't, and they're going elsewhere. But yet, you know, and it's a big plank of. It identifies that one of the issues of providing for that within the Sheffield area are policy constraints and the availability of land. Well, at the time, obviously, there was we're doing a local plan review. That's what you should be doing. It should be evidence-led. And that's what the issue here is this plan doesn't follow the evidence. And we keep missing the point, which is actually the council, even with their lowly requirement that we keep pointing at, they're not even providing to that either. So I think we need to try and move on and look at the bigger picture and say what's right in terms of the growth for Sheffield, what is right for the economic aspirations, what is right for the wider employment industry at large, and seek to provide jobs land and the availability. And what we haven't touched on, which I think, I'm confused where we are on the agenda, but obviously we keep coming back to that qualitative debate about location choice and flexibility, which I think is somewhere later on, sir. But I think at the moment, and the council have accepted, there isn't that evidence to support their argument about saying it's all right, it can be picked up in the wider region. We don't have that. It's missing.
Okay, Mr. Kingman. Obviously,
Thank you, sir. I don't want to, we'll be forever in a cycle of discussing the same points here, but just directly to Mr. Rose's point, clearly we have articulated the need, which is table 5.3, the table which he's saying we haven't articulated the need. We very clearly at the table predecessing 5.4 of supply, it is an indication of need. So I completely refute that. It's surprising to hear Mr. Powney being so respectful of the way that authorities assess their own need, and that is the way that we should consider demand supply, because obviously Savills have taken quite a different approach. Savills' own assessment is a pan-regional assessment, or certainly for the city region, one which is based on net absorption, which is the same model that we've undertaken. In some ways, the only difference between the work that I've done and Mr. Powney is that he's done some further uplifts for suppressed demand, which is a greater rate than mine, and added some top-up free commerce. But fundamentally, we're both using a net absorption model for a pan, for a wider than local area. So we're agreeing that the way to approach this, which is the way that all other logistics studies have approached this, is to look at a market segment of demand and a market segment of supply across authorities. I don't believe we're actually in any disagreement about that. The issue about the way that local needs are assessed, it's a separate matter. It's a separate matter that Sheffield have done, that Bassett will have done, that any authority that's attempted to deal, a Liverpool City region, sir, I'd point you to very helpfully, work that myself and colleagues have done, excuse me, separating local and strategic needs. So it's consistent. Ribena is more sugary than I remember, it seems. So what I'm saying is what Sheffield have done is absolutely consistent and is best practice in the way that one would look at these logistics studies. And it's sitting over a layer of local need, which is why we don't think it's useful to look at how other authorities have done their needs assessment. And that's the way that Savills have assessed it. They've done the absorption model in the same way. We've just done a market segmentation. So, I don't think there's a huge amount more to say on that matter, but I'm comfortable with this approach that it is best practice. It's effectively, it doesn't sit far from Savills. Me and Mr. Powney discuss these elements, and I'm comfortable with where we've taken it for Sheffield.
Okay, thank you. I don't really, unless you're going to go over the same issues, I don't really want to go, Mr. Powney, unless there's anything additional you want to add, because I think I've heard the debate.
Obviously, I'd left the discussion on the need to the question, which is your second last one. So we haven't gone there. We've been dealing with supply.
No, I made quite clear I was dealing with both issues in this part of the agenda. I'd said at the outset of dealing with logistics, I wanted to deal with everything on logistics together because they were so interlinked. So the items lower down the agenda have been moved up. I made that quite clear earlier on. So I'm not coming back to logistics unless you've got anything else you want to add. I might deal with some of the supply issues overall, but yeah, just to be clear.
Obviously, that's fine. Obviously, you've got our report. We think the large logistics need is 153 hectares, which is higher than Mr. Kingham's. Obviously, we do look at net absorption as the starting point, the big issue and point of contention. And I'll just say very quickly, there's two, sir. He uses 5% as an adequate kind of availability rate for a functioning market. That's not recognised in Savills, and I don't believe recognised in any prominent property company. The 7.58% is the right. And the other issue is, and why our figures are different, is Mr. Kingham only provides an uplift in 2021. So basically, it just sort of says, well, I'll provide an adjustment for that final year. But if you're looking back 5 years and every single year it's been below what we would say 8%, you should be uplifting for every single year, not just the final year. And this is, I was going to draw you a bit, but there's availability chart in his evidence which clearly shows it's multiple years in his look back there's been below 5% and even more below 8%. So why are you just uplifting in the final year? You're not actually accounting for the full look back period of suppressed demand by uplifting. So that's why our figures are different. You're right, we both look at a sub-regional, we both use net absorption as the basis, but he's only uplifting on one final year, where he should be uplifting in every single year in the look-back period that it's below the equilibrium availability rate. That's why we're different. Obviously, the concept of suppressed demand has been developed by Savills in consultation with the BPF and others, so we have a good handle on how our model works, and obviously that's where we're different.
I will come back to the qualitative need. That obviously will touch on logistics, so we won't completely move away from logistics, but that is later. I will come to that shortly. So unless the council wants any further response, I was going to just move on at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I guess two, as Mr. Browning said, that they're making a range of adjustments on their need. I mean, Mr. Browning didn't refer to his e-commerce uplift. I don't, which makes up for about 20% of the total need. I don't ascribe to that approach, because I think if you look at ONS data on e-commerce trends, it's a fairly straight line. So that I feel that the e-commerce demand is baked into historic take-up. So I resist that. I mean, I think the suppressed demand model is useful, that Savills have brought forward. And I guess, it's a question really is like, how far do we look back and how far do we think, well, availability or vacancy was too low and we should top that up? And I've made some adjustment. Savills made a much greater level of adjustment. I mean, the PPG is sort of silent on this arena, and we prefer to use like the 5-year margin instead as a kind of flexibility rather than historic top-up. Because I think when you're going back to sort of 2012, 2013, 2014, like many years ago, it's like, is it right that we're making significant adjustments to periods that are getting quite far in the past? Is it appropriate to build that into a future sort of 50 to 20-year plan period? I think it's just not clear that the PPG asks us to do that. So we've used more of a traditional approach with like the 5-year margin.
Thank you very much. Right, I'm just going to move on, if I could. It's really basically just to pick up on the council's response to question 5.8, which is just to do with the split in policy SP1B. So basically, I know from the council response to question 5.8 that the requirement for the provision of logistics and warehousing development is being more explicitly set out. I think they agree that it should be more explicitly set out in order to be effective and consistent. I think that would be very useful in terms of obviously a main mod, but they do go on then in terms of the modification they proposed. There's a reference in the suggested modification in the hearing statement to the wider property market area. And obviously we've had a fair bit of discussion about that today. It's just whether that element to the modification is justified at this stage in terms of given the issues that have been raised about obviously those areas have been effectively some disagreement with obviously some of the local authorities in the South Yorkshire region. So it's just whether that additional element to the suggested amendment is justified.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Hopefully, relatively quickly, I think what we'd like to do, if it's okay with you, is to strike out the form of words that was put to you as part of the written statement for matter 5, just to remove the words in the wider property market area from that submission, if that's okay with you, sir.
Yes, that would obviously be was the bit I was sort of concerned about. Really,
we want the policy to be clear that it's Sheffield's contribution, that 1.3. So yeah.
I think obviously I think the wording would just separate the actual general and strategic point. I think that would be useful in terms of the presentation as a main mod, but to strike out the additional wording we've just mentioned relating to the wider property market area. Yeah, thank you. That's thank you very much. If you just put that as an action in or put it into your main mod schedule, that'd be useful. Thank you. Okay, so just coming to the qualitative needs, just are they, obviously we have touched on them as the agenda's gone on, but are there qualitative needs for employment land in Sheffield that are not reflected in the quantitative needs identified that they should be provided in the plan? Just from just want the council's view on the comments raised by some representatives that consider the employment land supply is biased towards small sites, and there are very few large sites which can accommodate large format or strategic sites. Obviously, we have been touching on that quite a bit today, but just respond to this issue.
Thank you, sir. We have discussed table 6.1 of the logistics study, which looks at the sites and it reviews their suitability. And I think it's just to bear in mind that table 6.1 is actually a summary of a more detailed supply examination in the study, which can be found Appendix A1, which looks in a lot more detail about the qualitative factors that determine those sites' suitability or otherwise for logistics, such as the site, area, shape, physical constraints, adjacency, accessibility, and current planning status. So, we have sought to test the sites the council's allocated for their qualitative suitability. That's page 98, sir, of the logistics study.
Sorry, just going on from there. Obviously, if I could just ask also just about some representatives raised some issues about data we've got from industrial consultants indicating vacancies for grade A stock is close to zero, indicating shortage of grade A industrial and logistics stock. I wonder if I could just respond to that. I think we also touched on my following question, which was, I think, Mr. Robinson, you talked about market evidence from agents, basically existing and expanding companies, and those that would like to move into area, are they being prevented due to lack of premises? So, if I could just ask the question about the grade A stock first, if there's a view that basically there's a shortage of grade A industrial logistics stock. Council first.
Sorry, it's been lost. Switched it on. Yes, that was in our section 5 of the EMO6, where we did talk to agents. We did analyse the CoStar data. A lot of Sheffield stock is quite old. It is in need of renovation. In terms of the proportion of office stock that's grade A, you look at the table 5.3 on page 29, for example. It was talking about 4 to 5 star office stock was about 3% of the total, which is about half the proportion to expect nationally. So yes, there is a need for better quality office stock, and I think the trends from that Knight Frank report that I quoted earlier, it was all about almost a flight to quality, a demand for better quality stock rather than bigger or smaller sites. we have identified a need for additional office floor space. A lot of people are a bit pessimistic about the future of office floor space, saying, well, we're going to be working from home. But I think our modelling work, which did talk about 25% of the overall figure should go towards office floor space, I think that still holds up. So it's still quite a substantial volume of floor space. I think that the type of office that should come back is definitely the higher quality grade A type. So yeah, I think we have made quite a significant provision. A lot of the jobs that we looked at and we talked about earlier are likely to be kind of requiring that type of commercial floor space. A lot of it is about where that should go. And I think some of the comments made in this report and earlier ones is all about concentration and focusing it within the CBD and having kind of a tighter core of where that office floor space should be concentrated to give it more of a defined characteristics, but like Spitalfields in Manchester, for example, where they've had that rebirth of the office market, and really focusing the provision in these key areas rather than spreading it more widely to give it a very defined role for the area. So in answer to your question, yes, there's lots of poor quality stock out there. Has a lot of been lost for students? Yes, it was. That seems to have slowed down. There's still a need for a substantial amount. The council has made that provision in terms of the amount of the quantum of floor space and also where they're trying to identify that need to be provided.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if you want to say anything further. I think you probably covered the market issues earlier, the market assessments, basically what the... let's have a look. In terms of market evidence from agents on existing expanding companies, would they that like to move into area that are being prevented by due to lack of suitable stock or premises?
Yes, I mean, that was some of the feedback that we had from the agents at the time. And again, we've fed that into our analysis, which is why we've suggested it should be towards the upper end of that range, the 230 hectare figure. So there is a need to provide good quality premises over and above the past trends that we've touched on before to go for that policy on choice. There is a need for that, and we want to make sure that companies stay here and expand. And I think the council has made that decision to identify good quality sites at a level that's in excess of past trends.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robinson. Yes, okay, Skis.
Thank you, sir. I feel like I'm changing the record slightly. We're talking about something other than big sheds, but maybe that's welcome or not, I don't know. But this really goes to the qualitative point, and particularly going to your question around Grade A industrial space, really goes to the heart of our involvement with this examination and the interests that we represent. You'll have seen from our various statements that we're really focused on the AMID area and also the Advanced Manufacturing Park, which sits immediately over the border in Rotherham. And the land, the Norfolk Estate land that we're interested in is immediately adjacent to both and forms a natural extension to both. You'll have seen in the sort of opening sections of all our hearing statements, so we've put in a brief master plan, which I won't go over it, but it gives you a feel. I mean, the headlines are it's a 65 hectare site, gross, some mixed use, employment-led master plan. We think about 15 hectares to 20 hectares net could be for grade A industrial space, i.e. an extension to AMID. And we're really talking about use classes, class E, G, and B2, and with very small elements of B8 probably. So quite different to what we've been talking about this morning. We think unit sizes will be different as well, probably in the region of, say, 3,500 square metres to about 5,000 square metres, that sort of thing. You'll have seen, well, I know you've seen, because you've touched on some of the questions already, but in our statement for this session, under your question 5.9, we've got a number of paragraphs. They go from 3.61 through to 3.65, and we talk. I mean, very quick. I won't go because I know you've read these, and all the references are there for you. But very quickly, what these series of paragraphs deal with is the the qualitative position, and the fact that there aren't any allocated employment sites over 20 hectares, and there are only 3 sites over 10 hectares. All of them benefit from detailed consent. So we've got a large unfulfilled list of inquiries for large sites. As already mentioned by colleagues across the table, there is a shortage of Grade A stock in Sheffield generally, and with a vacancy rate close to 0. So I think that's probably common ground. There are other things going on as well, so including automation and decarbonisation, which again, this goes to the qualitative side of things. Again, we deal with that, and all the references are there, and also the age of the current stock generally in Sheffield, and what that means for hitting net zero, EPC ratings, that sort of thing. So they're all there. So when you're writing up this section, if you could please go there, all the references are there, and you can go from there. Just then turning to the local plan vision, and particularly around page 16. We talked about this in the context of the housing needs session, of course, but there are objectives there for a strong economy, and advanced manufacturing is right up there, along with the knowledge economy, digital industries, advanced technology, research and innovation. Page 16, and there's the 2 bullet points in particular under objectives for a strong economy. I'll come back to the vision at the end. I'd just like to in terms of another reference, going to the framework in paragraph 83. Planning policies and decisions should recognise and address the specific locational requirements of different sectors. This includes making provision for clusters or networks of knowledge and data-driven, creative or high-technology industries, and for storage and distribution operations at a variety of scales in suitably accessible locations. So there we have it in the framework, talking about clusters, and so that's talking about in this case the AMID and the AMP. 2 more references for you, sir. So turning now to, and these are really important, so I will read them. Going back to the Sheffield Employment Land Review Update 2021, paragraph 5.16. And this was I think we almost got to this just now. On AMID, stakeholders expressed that whilst the area is fairly disjointed geographically, it has a strong brand and USP that should be leveraged. Ultimately, agents expressed concern at the low amount and quality of available stock when set against the kind of inquiries they are receiving, with needs said to be shifting towards higher tech firms who require modern, purpose-built, trendy, in inverted commas, premises for which there is little or no available supply. Agents suggested that demand is there to justify an AMID 2 in inverted commas. And we'll settle for an extension to AMID, but you can call it AMID 2 if you want. And allocating sites must become a priority to avoid missed opportunities. So I think that's a really important paragraph, which really goes to the heart of why we're here ultimately. And then the final reference I wanted to give you, so was just moving through that report to 7.45. I'll just turn it up. Okay, so and I'll just go through quite quickly. So as noted in the 2020 version of the report, Sheffield and Rotherham comprise the prime industrial market within South Yorkshire, and the AMID is recognised as the most important industrial location, both in Sheffield and the wider city region, and is a UK base for a number of globally recognised innovation, research and technology businesses. Agents' view was that AMID is fairly disjointed geographically, but has a very strong brand and USP and should be leveraged further. Ultimately, agents expressed concern at the low amount and quality of stock available when set against the kind of inquiries they're receiving. Yes, and then that paragraph finishes saying agents suggested there's demand there to justify an AMID 2, and allocating sites must become a priority to avoid missed opportunities. So there were the references I wanted to give you, sir, and this really this then takes me right back to the vision bit of the local plan and what we were talking about with Inspector Childs in the context of housing need last week, and that really goes to, I personally and others around the table in that debate, so they didn't have a problem with the vision itself in broad terms. It was a strategy that sat behind it. And so here, with a focus on AMID and all the importance of that for Sheffield and the region, again, the aspiration is there, but the strategy doesn't sit behind because there's no allocated sites there. That's it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to make an exact similar point in terms of the vision being misaligned with the actual spatial strategy. I think there's a missed opportunity that really goes to the heart of the reasons why it's failing as a plan in terms of the economic strategy that's been chosen. Just in terms of the quantitative need, I'm promoting a similar site, or two sites actually, one very close to the A35A junction, and the other, which will be an extension of Smithy Wood. Both those have really good qualitative factors, both from a locational point of view, but also from a location and size point of view. And I think that's one of the issues that's come out of this discussion here, that actually, in terms of logistics, in terms of actually larger sites, there is just not any in there which are unconstrained. So it kind of points towards offering more choice and opportunity so it satisfies demand. And I just want to draw your attention to the Employment Land Review, that's EM05, which talks about qualitative factors at paragraph 7.38, and it talks about even where no quantitative shortfall of employment space is identified, in most circumstances additional land may be needed for qualitative reasons, and then it lists a number of factors. A couple are improving the choice of provision of occupiers, meeting gaps in supply of particular types of premises, improving or modernising quality of current provision, and making a better spatial distribution of employment sites. So I think all those are key factors when you should judge allocating employment sites, which unfortunately, as I said, the plan doesn't do that, and therefore I think the plan's set to fail. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of points. I won't repeat what's been said from my colleagues to my left. But clearly, where we've got to come back to, sir, is obviously the NPPF and paragraph 83 around recognising and addressing the specific locational requirements of different sectors. And obviously, from our perspective, that obviously includes storage and distribution operations at a variety of scales and in suitably accessible locations. Obviously, we then come to the Sheffield Employment Land Review, and obviously, as Mr. Hobson's just pointed out, is obviously para 7.38 around qualitative factors. And I just want to reiterate about where it says there are no quantitative shortfall of employment space, there are qualitative needs. I think that's an important consideration because, as we've highlighted already on this capacity-led approach, we're already below the requirement that's in the plan, and we haven't even addressed the qualitative issues and the qualitative aspects of the sites that are within the plan. I was trying to find it earlier, but I thought in terms of our submissions, we've analysed and indicated a lot in terms of the size and scale of the sites that are in the plan, sir. And then from our and they're all largely and primarily sort of small and sites. And in terms of meeting those specific locational requirements, which obviously we highlighted earlier, which is around accessible to strategic road network, greater than 5 hectares, large enough to accommodate a range of units, accessible to labour, and located away from incompatible units. Those sites aren't there within the plan. So you come back to that qualitative question that you've asked. We then come back to the employment land review. Mr. Key quoted paragraph 7.45. I'll touch on paragraph 7.44 and 7.46, which talks about the industrial requirements and the start of 7.44 says the sector is severely constrained within Sheffield due to a lack of big shed development over the past decade and a lack of land for design and build projects. And then it touches on agents and their requirement and what, the demand is, what the need is within the region. And there's a sense that the city is missing big opportunities from the sector in the near future. It therefore needs to find sites that have good transport links, availability of skills and a wider offer. So there's that one aspect. And then on 7.46, it talks about the need for large, high-profile sites to house more traditional manufacturing firms, because this strategy is all about developing existing sites, translocation, and things like that, more modern premises. Redevelop existing sites, and then plan for, move those so that the city doesn't lose that employment, it's translocated elsewhere. So it's all about trying to, have that balanced provision. So I think that's one of the issues, and I'll touch back on as well. Obviously, I touched on our model logic report, I talked about locational requirements and the attractiveness of the city. That is key, that is crucial. That comes back to an ambitious plan, one that is visionary, one that is looking to accommodate the requirements and the needs that have been identified. That's what this plan should be about, and that's what it tries to set out in the vision, and that's what we were talking about last week in terms of the spatial strategy, where there's a complete disconnect between the vision and the plan and what it is seeking to achieve. And the point being is that there are those sites available. There are the sites, obviously our site at Junction 35, our site that can actually deliver that range choice that the city is needed, the city wants, and the city should have in terms of, large-scale industrial and logistics sites. And I'll stop there, sir.
The council want to respond to any of the sort of further points raised on qualitative issues at this stage?
Just quickly, sir, if I may, I just wanted to come back a little bit on the kind of strategy and approach for AMID, or the Innovation District, as the council is calling it. I mean, I think, SP1 is clear that, AMID Innovation District is an absolute priority for the council. And, you can read at SP1D in terms of it being identified as a priority location for economic growth and its role within the central sub-area, one of the most important sub-areas. And again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but there are some clear links to part 2 in terms of the way that employment sites within AMID and within that lower Don Valley area can come forward within the overall strategy set out within the plan. And just to sort of add to that a little bit, there is also the sub-area 4 policy for the east of Sheffield, so that's policy SA4. Which again, along with the kind of supporting text which precedes it, just goes on to emphasise just how important AMID and the Innovation District is as part of achieving the economic sort of growth aspirations. And again, policy SA4 brackets D sets out how those policies that are in part 2 can operate in order to deliver employment land within Amid and within the east of Sheffield sub-area. So I think one of the things that is kind of being missed is that whilst we may debate about the number of site allocations and the overall quantum that they add up to, the strategy and the policy framework allows for development to come forward which can achieve the aims and aspirations that the council wants to achieve.
This is probably about large sites, obviously, you know, and accessibility. The point's been made, obviously, that there are only 3 sites over 10 hectares and no sites effectively of a minimum of 20 hectares to 50. Just sort of that particular issue, just your views really, obviously, about it in terms of the actual portfolio basically that's been provided within the employment, employment provision for Sheffield. Is it lacking in terms of this particular issue? That's one of the things, obviously I just want to get a view on, please.
I mean, you'll see from the housing and employment land availability assessment work as well as the employment land review work, I'm just looking at it here, there's somewhere between 20 or more different sites which are over 2 hectares in size, and there are somewhere between sort of 10 to 15 sites which are over 4 hectares in size. So I think it's the council's view that the allocations provide for a range of different employment sites. These are employment sites, by the way, just to clarify. For a range of different employment sites of a range of different sizes. Again, perhaps, in looking at those general employment zones and the industrial zones, there could have been some additional clarity around just which parts of those could come forward. But, they are accessible. Junction 34 is within that area, provides access to Amid and the wider area. So, yeah, I think there is a reasonable range and different type of portfolio of sites that's been put forward.
Yes, Ms. King, yeah.
Yeah, hi. So just to sort of finish off those points, really, it comes back, this was talked about in a different context this morning, and in that it's not additional. If you're redeveloping in Amid, you're not bringing in anything additional. You're displacing somebody else to somewhere else. This goes to the heart of the strategy here. This is the problem. I also have, there is a later session I know on viability and so forth. But so when you do your site visits, if you drive around Amid and look at the sort of building stock that's there in general, the Sheffield Business Park bit of it, for example, and you look at the sort of buildings that are there, what you're being asked here is a situation where you have buildings that score probably fairly well in the context of a general Sheffield employment land stock. There is no way that somebody thinking of wanting to do something Amid related or advanced manufacturing related could achieve. They are valuable buildings. You are redeveloping for an Amid type use or an advanced manufacturing type use is not going to generate you a land value that is higher than those existing buildings. And that is, we have to be realistic about this, sir. There will be some sites across Sheffield, further afield Sheffield, where that will work, but it won't work here, not in a scale that's compatible with the vision.
Okay, thank you, Mr. King. Sorry, Mr. Bolt.
Thank you, sir. Just sort of in addition to my colleague's point there, I think as part of the sort of council's response to mention sort of policy SC4 and its support for sort of Amid uses, this policy specifically relates to sort of the East Sheffield sub-area, which is sort of where Amid is located, but in terms of where our site is positioned is technically South East Sheffield, despite being directly adjacent to Amid, sort of on basically 2 sides, with the sort of Waverley AMP and as well as sort of the Sheffield Business Park just slightly further beyond it. And therefore, by us being in a different sub-area, policy SA4 does not provide a policy benefit because we do not fall within that sub-area category. And I think the second point going into that is we've mentioned sort of on the vision earlier and about its support for the AMID, which it does do. But again, this is only on the sites that will get recycled, which we've talked about. And I think there's a point that there's 10 to 15 sites that are over 4 hectares. 4 hectares it's a site where we might deliver one advanced manufacturing unit, but you're not getting multiple in a cluster. And it's about having these well-designed, good quality areas where you can create a cluster of 4 or 5 businesses all at once as part of a whole master plan, and not just one individual site plonked in the rest of what could be just other non-complementary industrial units. With these sort of knowledge-driven sectors, it's about having a whole sort of master plan, and that is what's happened at Sheffield Business Park, and it's what's happened at the Advanced Manufacturing Park across the border in Rotherham. It's been a very long-term master plan led, whereas these other sites are just often sort of sporadically located across it, and the uses aren't always complementary to that. So I think in terms of sort of providing these sort of knowledge-driven, these real high-quality businesses, I think we have to provide a real good quality offer for that. And I think there's limited sites, particularly in the sort of 5 to 10 year period, in doing that. I think there's some coming forwards. I think on the University of Sheffield, where the former airport is, but actually looking into the long-term future of the 17 years of the local plan, we've got to think about, well, where are these next big quality sites going to come forward? And I think the local plan as it is, the size of the sites alone is a major constraint. And when you're adding the viability and you're adding other issues with things like remediation and bringing these sites forward purely on brownfield land is just not going to be viable to meet the sort of demands that we've identified, which if we go back to the Lichfield employment land review and we look at table 5.5 and 5.6 on page 30, on both those tables we can see that both the years of available supply are low, and we can also see that there's been no responses to advanced manufacturing firms wanting to locate within Sheffield. Both of these point to an issue that currently advanced manufacturing is being held back by a lack of supply, and if there's not much further in the new local plan to provide new supply, this is only going to worsen. The A&P and Waverley, that's all fully let now. It's in its final sort of phases of development. In the sort of wider sort of Sheffield region, when you sort of include Rotherham particularly, there is a sort of a lack of supply coming forward, and it's only going to worsen once these sites are sort of finally completed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Council, any further comments to respond at this stage? No? Okay. Right, so we'll move on, I think. Thank you for those comments. Yes, sorry, Mr. Rose.
Just a really couple of quick comments, because I think reference was made to the HELA, and there's some quite useful references within the HELA, so you get the full picture around the sort of scale and distribution of sites. So if you go to Appendix 4, obviously has the long list of sites in terms of, obviously the HELA is dated December 2023, but Appendix 4, sir, obviously has the list of sites in there, and it highlights whether they're like mixed use. You know, it's titled employment land sites. You can also see there the scale of the sites that are within the plan, or within the supply, should I say. So, you know, I don't have to go too far. You know, most of the sites are, you know, largely just on the first page, on page 82, are largely, you know, they're below 1 hectare. There's one site in here that's 0.05 hectares. And it's So, and it just goes on for a few pages like that. You can count, as I said, on one hand, how many are of that sort of sizable scale that can actually take a range of different uses. You're not going to get a lot on 0.03 hectares here or 0.11. I don't really want to go on and read out all the sites and the size of them, sir, but there are a few, obviously, I acknowledge there's some that are above, there's one above 3 hectares, but they're mostly all really small sites. There's a couple that are like, there's one that's at 10 hectares and one at 9, but obviously we've reviewed it from an INL perspective in terms of the supply of sites. But then the interesting thing within the HELA itself, within paragraph, lost the paragraph number, 6.12, it says, in 6.12, it says a further 11 sites were put forward as part of the call for sites process, though the majority 0.4 hectares of net economic development land. So it comes back to my point earlier, sir, and obviously those sites are actually in Appendix 3, so you've got the list of sites there that you can see that can actually make up the shortfall in terms of quantitative and the shortfall in terms of qualitative. So, and obviously our site is in there. It's a mission site 27. Obviously, it's Hesley Wood, Sheffield Gateway. So obviously you know the site there. Obviously, we've said it was referenced within the committee reports that went towards members back in January 2022. And obviously, I don't want to touch on it here, so because it'll get Ms. Reid excited. But it was obviously we contend. Obviously, it's we accept it's obviously in the green belt, but we contend it's a previously developed site.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rose. Right, thank you. I'm just going to, obviously I've got to talk about now the additional work on the further sustainability appraisal testing work on reasonable alternatives for the scale and location employed as part of the proposed addendum. So I'm just going to look at basically the explanatory note that was supplied, exam document 54 and the tables, exam documents 54A. I think if the council could just give us an overview of basically, particularly obviously the latest information in terms of the tables that have come forward, how they've basically set out those reasonable indicative options for the scale and location employment that are going to be tested as part of this fairness sustainability appraisal work. I think that would sort of be helpful for us starters, please.
Thank you, sir. So yes, for exam 54A, you've got table 1 there, and following on from the discussions last week in relation to looking at the scale, I'll start with the scale of employment growth. What we've put forward here, sir, is 5 reasonable alternatives or options, and in general terms, they are to take the scenarios that were forthcoming from the Employment Land Review update and also the SLS logistics study, and they are to have a look at the short-term take-up rate, and all that does is take forward scenario 8 as was in the Employment Land Review update, and also the logistics figure, which is taken from table 1 in the SLS. The second option is to look at the long-term take-up rate, and again that takes forward scenario 7 from the Employment Land Review, which is the long take-up rate data that's within scenario 7. And the same past take-up rate figure from the logistics study, which again is from table 5.1. Option 3 is the recommendations from both of the ELRU and the SLS. And again, we've sort of notionally termed that in terms of it aligning with what the plan currently says. Option 4 is the kind of broader conclusions from both of those studies. So that's looking at the 230 hectares from the employment land review, but looking at the 78.2 hectares from the SLS. And then as a kind of maximum, if you like, reasonable alternative at number 5, we've looked to take forward the highest scenario figure from the employment land review, which is pegged to scenario 5A, and then also kind of looked at the maximum extent of the absorption trend from the SLS, which is the 86.8 hectares, which comes out from the findings of the study. Yeah. Yeah. So, I think we said in our note that this is an attempt, and obviously they are still indicative at the moment, but this is an attempt to look at an appropriate, reasonable range. And obviously you can see in the sort of final column before the notes that you get the total figures there. So you can see that this essentially just sets out a range from 157 and a bit all the way through to 296.3. And again, we feel that that will allow us to update through the addendum the IIA and provide some reasonable alternatives for the scale of employment. This, of course, is, again, as we set out in our note, sort of draws upon what we feel is the more contemporary, up-to-date evidence that we're now looking at. I don't know if Mr. Vincent might want to set out the second aspect in relation to location.
Yes, if I can just talk to table 2. So what we've sought to do here really is look at 3 main sort of locational options for employment. First one, which is essentially the plan, which is urban focused, with the innovation district supported through restrictions on certain uses on sites within that area. So no greenbelt release for employment use. And then the other 2 options, which then there are subcategories for each of these, either protecting the innovation district uses, restricting uses within the innovation district, or allowing a more or opening up the innovation district sites to other uses. So we've looked at that option for both options 2 and 3. So essentially option 2 would be a sort of limited greenbelt release approach, and option 3 is a more extensive greenbelt release at sustainable locations that would be needed, I think, to achieve the sort of upper end of the growth option that was a reasonable alternative that is set out in table 1. What we've sought to do here in terms of the indicative locations is cover the 4 locations that were examined in the integrated impact assessment originally. So that was essentially Norton Aerodrome, Handsworth Hall Farm, or sometimes also referred to as Orgreave Park, Smithy Wood and Hesley Wood. So it does cover the sites that are being promoted by my colleagues across the table. We think it's also probably useful to look at 5 of the the 13 strategic locations that were also looked at for housing. So we'll look at these for employment use as well. So those would be the strategic locations SL1, SL4, SL5, SL6 and SL8 that were in the integrated impact assessment. So they were the 5 housing locations that were looked at. We would also look at them for employment as well. So that's the sort of indicative approach that we've set out. Obviously, we seek to sort of work that up in more detail over the coming weeks.
Just on the latter, just a bit there, Mr. Vincent, just the 5 of the 13 locations for housing, obviously in that final option. Just obviously the selection of those 5, just so I'm clear why those have been selected as opposed to other locations. Just
Yeah, we've taken a view really on what would be the sort of locationally attractive parts of the city for employment use, taking into account proximity to the M1 and also topography as well, in terms of some of the housing strategic locations and not particularly conducive to large floor plate buildings. So I think we've taken a view on some of those strategic locations for housing not being suitable for employment. We've also taken into account access to the main road and strategic road network more generally, and not just the M1. But I think most of those all those 5 locations we've suggested there are all really down the eastern side of the city, where access to the motorway is better. Some of the sites on the western side of the city that we looked at for housing, you've got issues in terms of proximity to the national park in some cases, and sort of had some landscape issues in those locations, which were brought out in the integrated impact assessment when we looked at those housing locations. But I think it's the proximity to the road network and topography were perhaps the primary considerations.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vincent. Could you just open it now to Mr. Hobson? Yeah, you've got some comments on the tables and explanatory note. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very specific comment, just following on from Mr. Vincent's comments on which sites to include. I just wanted to clarify whether a site that I'm promoting on behalf of the Fitzwilliam Wentworth Estate has been included. It certainly meets those criteria in terms of location, size, next to junction 35A, but I don't think I heard that the description. It's Warren Lane, Chapel Town. I think I heard Smithy Wood, which is the other site that I'm promoting, but I just wanted to clarify whether that had been overlooked, the other site.
I think we'd include that as part of that general location, but we can go away and look at that and see whether we've captured that. But we want to make sure we've captured all the sort of the key options and reasonable alternatives that have been put forward. So yeah, we'll make sure we cover them.
Hey, Mr. Rose.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, I have the benefit of, obviously, we touched on this last week in Matter 1, didn't we? So I won't repeat everything I've said. But obviously, it comes back to the approach to, obviously, how the plan's evolved, doesn't it? And obviously, the council, obviously, it's welcomed that this further work is being undertaken now. And obviously, this work is how this work feeds through into an evolution of the plan, in our view. So obviously this feeds into the integrated impact assessment and how those options and choices around the plan were made in the beginning. Clearly, one of the numbers that the council are putting forward closely aligns with the work that obviously has come out from our view, from the Savills work, and obviously that is, I think that's option 5, I think. So, which is welcomed that level is being tested. It was going to be one of my questions around how this work is proceeding, and obviously the range and choice and location of sites, because I couldn't see that within the tables, but it's welcomed that the council are looking at, from what I hear, locational characteristics around sort of large flat sites, 5 hectares, close to strategic road network, and the scale, which is welcomed. Clearly, these are a consideration of some reasonable alternatives. One of the aspects, obviously, we've touched on in terms of logistics is how that is the council's the council's approach as we are in the plan, and obviously that's the plan approach in terms of option 1. I would hope that what plays through there, obviously they're trying to meet the logistics need actually within the wider region, and that in terms of environment, in terms of SA, that needs to be picked up in terms of obviously trips generated further afield, people commuting out, etc. Do you know what I mean? So it's trying to say they're not meeting it here, they're meeting it elsewhere, and therefore there's going to be greater trips out. I don't know how that's going to be picked up. It's an interesting point, because obviously, and the fact that they're not meeting the actual need, because that hasn't played through at the moment, obviously, in terms of the choices within the integrated impact assessment as we are at the moment, because that's not meeting requirements, that's not meeting needs, that's not meeting where it actually is. It's trying to push it somewhere else, and that needs to be picked up and addressed, or at least acknowledged. So there's one aspect, obviously, this work being undertaken now. Clearly, we've got a plan. It's how this moves forward, and engagement and consultation. And obviously, I touched on that last week, that we would very much greatly like to be, involved. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Reithen, obviously, if you can just explain, obviously, how it's going to be taken forward, etc. I think there was some discussion last week on this,
I mean, just very quickly, obviously, this is an iterative process, and SA isn't a single document that is produced and then that's it. It's frequent and normal that it evolves through the plan process, and it can be taken into account by the inspectors in recommending main modifications, and then it's taken into account by the council also, of course, in terms of whether they move forward with those and adoption of the plan. So, and it's the cogent land case that makes that clear, really, in terms of amendments to that document as we move through the process. And I think it was Inspector Child mentioned, didn't she, on day one, that obviously the inspectors, I assume, will look at this and decide to what they want to do with it and how they take it into account as the process moves forward. And just in terms of a couple of points that have been picked up, obviously, it's an independent process, and alternatives will be looked at on an equal basis, and sustainability objectives, which obviously include traffic and so on, will be picked up through that process in the normal way. In terms of, I'm just seeing what else there was. Just in terms of other people sort of contributing to it as a document, I'm not entirely clear how that could work, because it's an assessment that's taken independently by the consultants. I think when we talked about others being involved, it was really to make sure that we'd picked up reasonable alternatives, and people had an understanding of the framework, which is what this document is intended to do, to set out reasonable alternatives, indicative options in terms of both scale and location of growth. Yes, and of course, consultation. There is a requirement to consult on this as well. We've also indicated, of course, that we'll be doing that, and we set that out in the first sessions of the examination. It's a legal requirement for us to consult on it, and it will be consulted on in the normal way.
Okay, Mr. Rose, just in terms of obviously that pathway forward, obviously there will be, obviously there are options, I think, in terms of, the formal process in terms of consultation. Obviously, if there are particular issues that need to be picked up now in terms of the options, obviously the point is to make them now, really, if you can, and then obviously it is an iterative process. So if there's any particular other points you wish to make, or anybody else on table 1 and 2, particularly in anything in the explanatory note, this is a useful point to pick up if there's anything else you need to say at this point.
So no, I think I've said is picking up where it says the plan is actually, this is what the plan is, which is obviously the plan is not providing, it's making sure that this is, appreciate it's an iterative process, but clearly what we have here is a plan and acknowledgement by the council that the integrated impact assessment, the SA, has missed an entire area within it, and it hasn't assessed, and it's obviously now the plan's been submitted, it's now being picked up, obviously it's before you to be examined. Clearly these are a range of reasonable alternatives to address some of the to address one of the big issues, which is obviously logistics. That's now being assessed, which is great. But But clearly what we'd like in terms of obviously option one is to pick up the fact that actually it's not meeting the need, it's not meeting the it's not even meeting the requirement that's actually in the plan. And one of the aspects is obviously it's trying to argue that that can be met in the wider sub-regional area. I want to make sure that is actually picked up in there because that has sustainability issues in itself. It's then making sure, because I've seen a lot of these done in other authorities, it's then making sure that that's actually done in an objective manner, as opposed to obviously this is what our current essay says. Actually, if you started this from the beginning and this was an iterative process from the beginning, it will probably look different. So obviously what we have here is a fixed point in time with that document, and now this is being done retrospectively. So obviously clearly there's a work to be undertaken and a consultation process, and I would imagine there may be further hearing sessions on this, so I won't take up any more of your time.
Do you want to do that?
Just very quickly. Firstly, I can confirm it will be undertaken on an objective basis. Secondly, it will test the alternatives as reasonable alternatives to each other on an equal basis. So it is in no way going to be some kind of retrospective justification. It is going to be a proper appraisal of alternatives on an equal basis, undertaken objectively. And I made that clear on behalf of the Council in the first session.
Okay, thank you. Just the point, Mr. Vincent, in terms of Mr. Hobson's point about looking at that specific area around Smithywood, could I just confirm what strategic location that was going to be covered in potentially, or do you know offhand? Is that what you're intending to? I just wanted to pick up on the action point, really, that potentially are you looking at just that particular point?
Yeah, I was actually just looking through that myself. I think if it was included, it would be in SL8. But I think the action remains, sir, which is we need to double check that and come back to both of you on that.
That's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to be sure that particular point.
It wasn't the Smithywood because I think the Smithywood's included. It was the Warren Lane one.
It's the Warren Lane one.
Warren Lane. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, I've written Warren Lane down. Thank you. Okay, unless there's anything else to pick up in terms of the actual overall levels of proposed employment land requirements, are they appropriate and justified? Is there any other points? I was going to move on to just the employment land supply issue. I'm just going to quickly go to the exam document 56. So just looking at this briefly, obviously it's been useful just to have this in front of us, just to draw the supply issue together. So basically the exam document gives a total overall requirement for employment land supply. What I understand is now, once they draw together the various factors on completions, allocations, permissions and losses, completions and losses, 180 hectares and 180 and 78 hectares in terms of table 4. Is that correct? Is that basically where we are at the minute? Yeah.
Yes, sir. That is correct. So, as per your request, we've sort of tried to put together this composite table, and as you say, the kind of as at end of June figure 180.78 hectares.
Take this out of turn, but I've just been informed by Mr. Kingham that he has to go in, I think, about 15 minutes, and I think we've probably finished with the logistics side of things. So I just wanted to check with you before he sort of slips off in 10 to 15 minutes, that there's not going to be anything further that we need him on. I didn't think so, looking at the agenda.
No, I basically purposely dealt with all the logistics stuff, apart from the qualitative stuff together. So I'm not expecting anything, but we'll wait and see. But
yeah.
I haven't got many questions on this side here, so
Thank you, sir.
bear in mind. I'm hoping this will go through this fairly briefly.
You,
Okay. Just in terms of the actual table 4, obviously it draws on, thankfully, the level 2 the strategic flood risk assessment. There's been some reduction in capacity. I note in the footnotes, basically in relation to the local plan site allocations under your table for that, you've obviously reduced the capacity of a number of sites. I think the only one I can see where you've actually specified how you've reduced is number SES02, where I think there's been a further reduction of 4.92. I just in terms of the other sites that are listed in that particular paragraph, starting with SV02, ES01, etc. Is there a breakdown anywhere I can see of how the sites have been reduced? Basically how the sites have been reduced, what capacity, and why they've been reduced by that amount. I wonder if there's any further breakdown in terms of those sites.
The simple answer is yes. So just for absolute clarity, the 4.92 hectare reduction is for all of those. So that's in total. But if it's of assistance to you, sir, we can supplement that with the actual specific breakdown of each one. We've got that. So
yeah, I think it'd be just useful. Sorry, just to break it down. Yeah. Probably I misunderstood. Yeah. Oh yes, sorry. Allocation SES02 is completed, isn't it? In the completions. So yeah, if it'd be useful if you could provide a breakdown.
That's right.
Of how that further 4.92, how that's breaking down between those two sites, and probably just why basically.
I think Mr. Vincent might be able to tell you. I think it is already been shown in the SFRA level 2 documents. But maybe we can provide the proper reference and everything.
Yeah, we've also picked it up in our statements for stage 2. But if it's helpful, so we can pull that together in a single little table that just covers those sites that are in the bracket there in that paragraph.
Okay. That'd be helpful, just so I can append it to this particular exam document, really. So we've got an exam document 56A effectively, so we can append it, so we've got a clear understanding of how that capacity has been reduced overall by the, as you say, overall total of 4.92. The other question I just had, and it's something I had on the agenda, and it arose from your sort of hearing statement, obviously in the employment note, is that the council have identified 3 sites providing a supply of over 27 hectares where permission has lapsed. I suppose in the first instance, there have been any recent applications or updates on those sites?
Yeah, so if you'll let me, I'll just give you a sort of verbal update if that's okay for those. So, yeah, you're right. In the written statement, we'd identified that there were 3 sites with planning permission that had recently lapsed. So I'll take them one by one. And the first one I'll start with is Sheffield Business Park Phase 2. So again, just for absolute clarity, that's been identified in both the HELA December 2022 and the HELA December 2023 as site reference S03180. And so, Sheffield Business Park is a kind of long established site with a long history, has always been identified as a priority location for investment, kind of represents one of the sort of flagship sites for both the council and the combined authority, and is obviously key to, as we were talking about earlier, is kind of key to the delivery of high-value advanced manufacturing and research and development within the city. So the business park is owned by the University of Sheffield and is obviously a key part of their own University of Sheffield Innovation District and, of course, the council's own innovation district. And so just to say as well, by way of background, the business park is actually located within policy EC3 as one of the council's general employment zones. So just to provide that perspective as well. So what's happened since is that a new application was submitted in late 2022, and the new application is for 8.2 hectares of the overall site. And the proposal is for an advanced manufacturing and testing facility with some ancillary office space. And so this development proposal has actually been considered through the council's development management process, and the scheme's actually been granted subject to the resolution of a Section 106 agreement. So the council is saying that basically, due to that resolution to grant, that the Sheffield Business Park should still be considered a suitable, viable and deliverable site and should feature as part of the future supply. So that's Sheffield Business Park. Second one is Beeley Wood, which is Clay Wheels Lane. So again, if you'll permit me a bit of context, just so that we can ground this all in some context. Again, is in both the healers from 2022 and 2023, site reference S03189. And again, this is a site which is within the council's general employment zone covered by EC3. And in a similar vein to the business park, there's now a new planning application on this site for 3.86 hectares of the 4.9 hectares. And this scheme is for a kind of expansion and redevelopment to provide a kind of incinerator bottom ash processing plant, if you can imagine such a thing. And there's also some new processing facilities, some associated storage and laydown space as well. So again, similarly, the council, given the developer interest in the planning application, the council considers that it still represents a suitable, viable and deliverable site. The third one is land at the rear of number 2 Hunsley Street. And again, this is a site which has consistently been identified by the council and has got a site reference S03160. I have to say, sir, at the moment in time, we don't have an update on that site. So the council thinks, of course, given it's been in the long-term healer, that it does represent a long-term delivery site, but there's no update in relation to that site at the moment. Yeah, I'm just going to clarify. Just you might think I would say this, but I just want to give you the comparative size of that one. Because it is a very small site. Just bear with me 1 second. Where's that spreadsheet? Yeah, I think it's 0.47 hectares. So.
Okay, and obviously the view of the council, obviously it's reasonable to represent these lapsed permissions. Obviously it sounds like there's obviously activity or permission on, or sort of ongoing activity on 2 of the sites, obviously to include those in the long-term supply for employment sites.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's fine, sir. That's our position.
Yeah, Mr. Palmy.
Thank you, sir. So just going to exam 56. Obviously, I was talking to you before about 2 sites that have now been built out. So you see in Table 2 of Exam 56, one of the sites I was talking about, NES 01 Smithy Wood, it's the third one down. The reduction in that one that I was mentioning is included, so that's been done. But what is missing is the second site I was talking about, which was ES 06, Otakompu, Shepcott Lane, 15.78 hectares. That's definitely been built out, so that, I think the council are going to take that away and have a look at that site. But that would, in my view, it's very clear it's built out. We've had that confirmed, so that should be going to that table as well. Something that's been built out.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. I think obviously that should confirm through the work to table 6.1 anyway, I think, but I'll be able to pick that up. So there might be some adjustments needed to that table 2 potentially, but we'll basically leave it at the table 6.1 if we can just update that, and then I can see if there's any sort of changes, so potentially move from an allocation to completion if that is the case. Is that right?
Yeah, maybe we can provide some sort of cross-reference or something, just so that you've got it in written format, maybe in the note, something of that ilk.
I think
so you can make the link between
please,
the two.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. Most of the other items now under the employment land supply we've covered elsewhere. In terms of the agenda items, in terms of capacity, logistics, I think we've dealt with that. So really, just in terms of just the wrap up in terms of this, in terms of, I suppose, I think it's been touched on really in terms of the employment land identified in policy SP1, obviously the latest employment load, along with the policy framework that Mr. Wheatley's mentioned to facilitate economic development in the existing economic areas and identified zones. Or will they provide basis sufficient provision for land and opportunities, that policy framework, plus the land that is being provided or identified in policy SP1, plus the policy framework, which I think you've alluded to in terms of defining policies EC1 to EC7, then VC1 to VC3. Will they provide a framework and opportunity to ensure the overall needs for employment floor space are met? Just go to the council.
Yeah, again, simply, sir, we say that it does. As you say, we've got the established land supply position as at June 2024. We've established that represents something like 83% of the requirement figure, somewhere around 14.1 years worth of supply. And as you rightly said, and I'll maybe not say it again, that not only is the policies at SP1, SP2 and SP3, but there are those very important policies within Part 2 that provide the overall and overarching framework to facilitate economic development.
Okay, is there any other views from participants on employment land supply issues? Mr. Rowley, thank you.
Very quickly, sir. I saw your contorted face there, so I'll be very quick. It's just coming back on, I just want to leave you with that point that the 22.3 hectares, that's halved. We're only 2 years into the plan period. So if that burn rate continues, you'll have no strategic logistics supply with still 13, 14, 12 years of your local plan left. Just the point, sir, that Mr. Wheatley was talking about, the council have not identified one site that accommodate one 250,000 square foot building. So to sort of say you're meeting all the needs, where so basically if you're a big blue chip company that wants to build a premier logistics building of 250,000 square foot plus in Sheffield, you do not have a site supported in this local plan. Now, I would say a 250,000 square foot building is a very, very typical requirement in today's market. It's not that big. Big as 500 million plus. You can't even do 250. So certainly there's a lot of typical need out there that's not being accommodated through, so not a big enough site. And just on that point, it's not all of us on this side of the fence needing, you need some larger sites over 20 hectares plus. I know Matt's leaving and I'm not questioning his work, but he actually at paragraph 7.10 states in his Sheffield logistics study, ideally sites should be a minimum of 20 hectares. So the council's own evidence base is sort of agreeing with what we all say there.
Mr. King, is it, or is it Mr. Parks? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think we just want to sort of on the supply link back as well to what we've sort of previously mentioned on the sort of the size of the sites and really the way the local plan has allocated sites is that it's really looked at what the available supply is that they could find. It's not started off almost looking at the need and what the minimum objectively assessed needs that paragraph 11 of the MPPF requires. It's almost looked first at what could possibly be built in the urban area, and sort of as a result the supply that's been assessed, the allocations are often of just any sort of small available land, a lot of which was already existing employment. If I could just give an example would be, just because it's a site right close to ours, is allocation SES 01. I think it's technically been split into one part of it's got planning permission, I believe now, and the other hasn't. But I think the point being is it's a site only slightly over 1 hectare in size. It's in an existing industrial park called, I think is it Orgreave Place, and within that it's surrounded by existing uses. It was formerly an industrial unit. It's not increasing the land supply by having this as an allocation. It's an existing, it's policy, it was already supported by policy to become an employment development. By providing an allocation, it's not providing any extra benefit to that coming forward. It's existing supply and it's just being counted as new supply in the local plan, whereas in actuality it was formerly industrial, it's always been employment land. So in terms of the hectare land requirement, that's not increased by putting through this type of allocation. And I think ultimately it links back to the local plan. A lot of the supply isn't new supply, new land, it's just rehashing existing sites. And I think that's ultimately where the supply issue is that we're not finding new land and therefore it's not creating any new supply. And I think we've seen this on the sort of needs that have been put forward, that it's constraining what the supply is and therefore needs aren't really reflecting that. And ultimately it's causing an issue where there's just an insufficient amount of sites, particularly of the larger sizes and the ones that can be well master planned and developed for these sort of blue chip, high quality, high innovation cluster employment developments, where you might want several new sites all coming forward and based on the specifications of what those companies want. These are often just small 1 hectare, 2 hectare sites where there's not much to play with. The area of the site is already just sort of based on the existing what the previous building was. So it might be things just in the way even the highways and stuff have coming in. It doesn't allow that flexibility for a new occupier to plan around that. So it kind of links back to our qualitative points as well. But on the sort of the supply sites, it's a rehash of these brownfield sites, traditionally often already existing employment uses, and it's difficult to deliver any high quality sort of these blue chip clients on the large majority of these sites.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just some quick sort of summing up points really from myself, sir. I think from what you've heard from our perspective, obviously the requirement doesn't reflect the need. It's not high enough from our perspective, and obviously all the evidence that we've submitted that is before you, sir, and obviously contained in our hearing statements. In relation to supply, obviously you've seen, and it's evident within the council's own local plan, obviously it's below even their own requirement that they've got in the plan, and there's a significant shortfall. What you've heard from us and what we've put forward, obviously we have analysed that supply, and our supply is obviously a lot less, that Mr. Pan has just talked about. Even exam 56, if I've got the number right, sir, obviously shows a declining supply picture as well from just a few months ago. So there's obviously certain sites that are being taken out of the council's supply position there. So even from what's in the plans there, it's even a lesser picture there. One of the points I picked up when I was looking through other sort of Regulation 19 objections is obviously British Land. They objected and wanted their sites taken out of the supply because they weren't going to be for employment uses. I see that 2 of their sites are listed in exam 56 as ESO1 and ESO2, but they also suggest ESO3 and ESO4 also will not be for sort of the B-class employment uses either, more retail, leisure, I think, or one of them, I think, don't know if it was those ones, was for B&G. So again, that supply picture again is falling as well. What it's down to, sir, is obviously its location and choice, which the council have hopefully picking up. But that's what it's about. It's having that flexibility factor, location and choice of sites. Now, from our perspective, obviously that can't be met within the wider region. Other authorities within the wider region, obviously Greenbelt sites themselves. Obviously, it's been clear that sites are available, sites have been put forward, and sites can actually come forward to meet the needs that have been identified within Sheffield itself. And it's the importance of Sheffield that is the key thing, and the importance of Sheffield in the Sheffield City region being the engine for growth. That's what Leeds call themselves. I think Sheffield should be that for the Sheffield City region. And obviously there should be a recognition within the plan that there's a location and choice of sites, and those sites have been put forward. Clearly, there's a decision being made in terms of obviously releasing a site, a single site for housing. And I think what we're at risk of here, sir, is obviously the decision made on not releasing the Greenbelt for housing, because that's what it was, that's what was put forward at the committee by members, that's what they looked at. Clearly there's a recognition within that committee report that there was a shortfall in employment, but no discussion was had on that. Because of the locational characteristics for employment and to make up those investment areas for large footplate, obviously there's certain specific factors that need to play here that can't be picked up within an urban capacity approach. And that's what we have here, an urban capacity approach trying to dictate that supply. And that supply obviously is deficient and isn't meeting the wider needs. And I think there was a conversation the other day around gypsy and travellers, and around obviously a recognition that those sites can't be picked up within city centre urban sites, and therefore there needs to be a reappraisal of greenfield and even greenbelt sites. And I think there is a recognition, there is an acceptance, even with the council's evidence, that there are certain factors at play, particularly for INL, that you need large flat sites close to strategic road network, largely on the eastern side of the city, and there are certain factors there that need to be borne when you look at the spatial strategy in terms of employment. And those sites are there, those sites are available, and those sites can be chosen. So I think where we are at the moment is a largely dictated approach based on housing and choices of location of housing, when actually there's different factors are at play here, sir. Thank you.
Mr Vincent, you've got your name tag up, so do you want to...
Yeah, it's just a point, sir, about the nature of the supply within Sheffield. And yes, there are a lot of smaller sites identified in our supply, but as Mr Wheatley described earlier, there are in a range of sites over 2 hectares and 4 hectares. But I think the point I wanted to make was that paragraph 141 of the framework does make it very clear that we have to explore all reasonable alternatives before considering in order to demonstrate that exceptional circumstances exist. So in sort of eking out all the potential alternatives, I think we have done that as part of the approach. We need to make as much use as possible of suitable brownfield sites and underutilised land, and that's what the council has sought to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think that probably draws my discussions really on employment to a conclusion at this stage. Obviously, in terms of the overview at this stage, obviously the employment requirement is based on the council conclusion that there's a strong reason not to release the greenbelt land or restrict the scale of employment land. The council concluded that the harm linked to the greenbelt release outweighs the benefits of additional employment. Therefore, the full employment needs are not met, and the employment requirements is restricted to levels that can be accommodated in the urban area. Also, the opportunities for logistics in the wider, basic functional market, the functional economic area and the wider property area to meet some of the large-scale logistics need. So, what we need to, obviously, in terms of our conclusion is whether, in terms of employment requirements is justified, are there clear and strong reasons to restrict the level of employment and retain the greenbelt almost unchanged? Does the need to protect the greenbelt outweigh the needs to provide additional employment in the city to meet the identified need? Is there a case for exceptional circumstances that can be demonstrated to demonstrate release of greenbelt? In addition, the approach towards large-scale logistics developments, obviously been a fair bit of discussion about that today, and obviously the qualitative needs, I'll need to reflect on those in terms of, so obviously with those, I basically wouldn't be able to draw a clear conclusion at this stage on these matters based on those discussions, but also the further sustainability appraisal work that we've already discussed about the reasonable alternatives for the scale and location of employment, plus there's further work to do on the sustainably located smaller sites, greenbelt sites on the edge of the urban area as part of an addendum to the integrated impact assessment that needs to be undertaken and consulted on. I've already touched on employment land supply. We'll need to look at the employment site allocations and the estimated capacity, and obviously come to view whether the actual employment land supply figures are deliverable. Obviously, this question mark's been raised today, and obviously I'll need to take those forward through the stage 2 hearings. And then the final bit of work that obviously has been undertaken, which we've touched upon, is the Greenbelt evidence, the further work that's been undertaken on the Greenbelt evidence that basically will need to be reviewed before we can draw the evidence together to come to an overall conclusion on the extent of potential development capacity in the Greenbelt, if that was... So work is still to be undertaken. The evidence is currently not before us in terms of key areas in terms of obviously employment. So at this stage, we'll need to take those away and obviously look at the further evidence when it comes before us. So I'm just going to, what I'm going to do is obviously quite a number of people are basically here primarily, I think, for the employment, but if anybody wishes to stay for the final item on retail, they're basically more than welcome. I'm going to basically then just if we could just break for about 10 minutes and let people leave if they wish to, or stay, and then we'll just reconvene and commence with the retail and other main town centre development items. Thank you. So that will be, just to be clear, before 25. We'll come back out. Thank you. Okay, we'll just cover the items just on the agenda relating to retail and the hierarchy. So retail and town centre main uses. So just my first question, basically about the quantities of additional comparison convenient floor space capacity in the retail Sheffield retail and leisure study of 2022 EM22. Does it give realistic indications of the likely quantitative and qualitative needs for those forms of development in the plan area? Are the assumptions realistic and the floor space capacity justified? I'll just get a view from the council first.
Yeah, I'll kick this off, sir, and may get my colleague Mr. Shepherd to assist if needs be. But yeah, so obviously the main source of evidence for this is, as you say, sir, the Sheffield Retail and Leisure Study, November 2022, which is EM22, as you say. I think it's fair to say that the study follows a tried and tested, accepted best practice methodology. What it does is it looks at population growth and the forecast change in expenditure profiles for both comparison and convenience goods. And it looks at the change or growth in expenditure over time and translates that into a quantitative requirement for floor space. So if I take convenience first in terms of the quantitative, and then I'll do the comparison. So the quantitative analysis for convenience goods examines the turnover of the existing floor space and compares it to the expected benchmark turnover levels in order to try and understand whether or not there is any overtrading at the base year of the assessment, which is 2022, and whether this overtrading could therefore support any additional floor space. The quantitative analysis for comparison goods is a bit more complicated, as it's a bit more difficult to get an accurate benchmark turnover for floor space. This is due to a large number of operators and the variation in the trading performances depending on their location, character and the nature of the catchment that they operate in. And so for simplicity, the RLS has adopted a position that the comparison goods floor space is trading at equilibrium at the base year of assessment. So in summary, convenience goods for convenience goods, the quantitative assessment identifies a surplus which indicates a need for additional floor space. However, when this need is compared with the number of existing planning permissions for floor space, the study concludes that there is no surplus in the short to medium term until at least 2029. The study goes on to say that there is a small surplus and hence a small amount of need up to 2034, but again that this is likely to be met by a number of future planning permissions. The conclusion for the quantitative analysis is that there is no need for the Sheffield plan to allocate any sites for convenience retail, and that conclusion, sir, is set out at paragraph 7.13 and is then reiterated again at paragraphs 9.2 to 9.4. So again, for convenience goods, quantitative analysis concludes there is no need for the plan to allocate any sites. As I say, for comparison goods, the quantitative assessment is a bit more complicated due to the various catchment areas. An estimation of the inflow of expenditure to the three kind of main retail destinations has been calculated, and an analysis of the survey results that's been undertaken as part of the study provides an understanding of the proportion of turnover of these three principal retail destinations. And again, that methodology is set out in paragraphs 7.15 to 7.28. The conclusion of the quantitative analysis for the comparison, again, get my words right. The conclusion of the quantitative analysis for comparison goods is that there is no surplus of comparison goods until 2034. So as with convenience retail, this shows that there is no need to allocate sites for comparison retail in the short to medium term. And given the analysis that's been taken of those three largest centres, it's important to note that there are significant vacancy levels in those existing centres. It's fair to say that the analysis does show that there will be a surplus by 2039 that could support between 10,300 square metres and 17,600 square metres of floor space. Again, but the study highlights that this is beyond the Sheffield plan period. So just turning to the qualitative assessment. Qualitative assessment of needs is covered in paragraph 7.29 to 7.46. So for convenience goods, the study has assessed an overall qualitative need by analysing the performance of stores in each of the different zones. The city's retail catchment area has been divided into, and again this is set out in paragraph 7.37 to 7.42. Overall, the analysis notes a shift from the traditional Big Four superstores towards more discount retailers, and concludes that it is very unlikely that there will be any need to allocate land for large superstores in the foreseeable future, with no geographical gaps in provision. So for comparison goods, the qualitative assessment noted a need to enhance the role of Crystal Peaks and Hillsborough district centres, as well as noting that these centres and Sheffield city centre need to diversify. And the overall recommendation is that there should be a careful consideration be given to any further comparison goods development proposals which could impact on the viability of Sheffield's defined centres. So I think hopefully that gives an overview of how both comparison and convenience goods have been considered at both the quantitative level and the qualitative level, and how that feeds into the plan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Weekly. If we just go on to my additional questions, then basically that gave me a fairly good overview. What are the interrelationships with other authorities in terms of shopping patterns, and how have they been taken into account?
Yeah, so again, hopefully relatively quickly. So the study, section 4, kind of provides sort of review of the market, provides market research, market share analysis, and it also includes a household survey which is undertaken by NEMS. This kind of analysis explores the shopping patterns, retail and leisure activities, and the patterns of convenience and comparison goods spending. The study area for the research and also the NEMS household survey extends to a broader area, which includes a number of other local authorities, and it includes Rotherham, Barnsley, Derbyshire Dales, High Peak, and the Peak District National Park. And actually the full extent, the study area map is actually shown in Appendix 1. And actually that's EM23, sir, because the appendices are split across the examination documents. So it's EM23 for that appendix, which shows you the study area. So this data analysis from the market research and the NEMS household survey has been used to understand the interrelationship between Sheffield's town and district centres and those in the other local authorities. And it has informed the assessment of the relative trade draw of each of the centres and the specific stores within those centres. I think Mr. Shepherd might be able to just add something on that.
Sorry about that, sir. Just in terms of the study area has been drawn to reflect the trade draw to Sheffield city centre in particular. So what that study area means in practice is that NEMS have surveyed across that area, including the outlying areas. So we know in particular with regard to comparison goods when shoppers in neighbouring districts are travelling into Sheffield. So it's not assumed that a significant or high proportion of their expenditure will be directed to Sheffield city centre, but a realistic assessment has been made based on current shopping patterns in terms of the ongoing role of Sheffield city centre.
So yeah, in terms of interboundary relationships, they're effectively baked into the study through the extensive study area.
Just then, going on, how do you intend to address the uncertainty created by the COVID-19 pandemic, the changing shopping patterns and the changes in the use classes order, in providing greater certainty about the future levels of quantitative needs for Sheffield? I think that's really what those impacts have been and how they've been taken into account.
So, I mean, in simple terms, the survey, the NEM survey, occurred towards the back end of the pandemic. So I think, you know, we can have some confidence that, you know, the information which informs the analysis, you know, has understood kind of any changing behaviour, any changing patterns, or any change in kind of people's perceptions around using town centres. And just to add to that, the town and district health centre health checks that were undertaken were also in March 2022. So again, towards the back end of the pandemic. So those health checks, you know, I think we can have a fair degree of confidence that they've kind of seen the effect of the pandemic when they've sought to understood what the vacancy levels are, what the types of shops are within each of the district and town centres are. So I think, you know, the outcomes of the study, we can have a high degree of confidence that the effects of the pandemic have been understood. And section 3 of the study looks at the changing context for retail more generally and the amendments to planning legislation in terms of Class E and what that means, and the other changes to the used class order, as well as kind of some more structural changes to the economy in terms of what the long-term effects of Brexit and, you know, challenging circumstances due to the cost of living and everything else like that. So I think, you know, we would say that the study and its outcomes has kind of, you know, understood that and factored that into the overall recommendations and conclusions. I mean, I think in terms of where that takes us and what the plan is seeking to achieve, I think what I'd say is that, you know, through policy SP1F and policy SP3, and again, sir, I apologise, my favourite subject for today's discussion, you know, the complementary and assistive policies in part 2 of the plan, which for the purposes of sort of town centres, retail, shopping, etc., are a combination of NC10 and VC1, VC2, VC3, and then EC5, that the plan provides a flexible framework which is understood and responded to certainly the changes in the use class order and, you know, national government, MPPF and PPG's requirement to be more flexible in terms of uses and use classes, and kind of taking that approach to ensure that we've got, you know, vitality and vibrancy within each of the towns and district centres. So I think, you know, the data's been looked at, it's contemporary, it's understood the effects of things like COVID, and then the policy framework kind of matches up with that and responds to it as well.
Okay, just the question about does the plan allocate a range of suitable sites to meet the scale and need of retail need as required by paragraph 86 of the framework? How does the plan ensure that the needs for retail will be met in full and will not be compromised by limited site availability?
Yeah, so again, it's a sort of two-part answer to here, isn't it, really? I mean, first of all, again, just to sort of go back to your very first question, you know, the study identifies that there is no requirement for additional sites or floor space for convenience retail in the short to medium term, at least until 2029, and even after that, it's likely to be covered off by, small-scale planning permissions. And so, in that simple sense, there's no need to allocate sites for comparison retail either in the short to medium term. And as I said before, there are some significant vacancy rates. What I would say is that there are a series of site allocations within the plan where certainly Class E uses are identified as the preferred use and therefore are expected to come forward. These are obviously usually part of mixed-use schemes within the city centre, within the central sub-area. And they obviously draw upon the policy instruction within SP1F and SP3. And again, because I've said it loads of times now, I might as well say it again, there's those policies within the Part 2 of the plan which, again, facilitate mixed-use, Class E, retail, all to come forward. As I say, primarily within the city centre and the central sub-area, because that's where the city wants to focus this form of investment and this form of growth. But there are other opportunities across the other district and town centres as well.
Just finally, just touching on the approach to leisure and other main town centre uses, apart from offices in the plan, is the approach justified and consistent with basically national policy? There isn't a proposal to allocate sites for leisure uses and other town centre uses based on the evidence put forward.
Yeah, so if I take you to Section 8, sir, of the retail and leisure study, that's where an assessment of leisure capacity and need is undertaken. It looks at, bingo halls, cinemas, temping bowling alleys, casinos. The study sort of says, given the nature of these uses in their catchment area, it's appropriate to assess the need over the whole of the defined study area, so the same study area as before. And the methodology calculates the population of the study area and relates it to the number of people needed to support those types of facilities. And I think, as you just said there, the conclusion is that there is no need for any additional floor space for any of the leisure uses looked at. And, just for an example, the evidence shows that there's an over-provision of cinemas. So the RLS hasn't specifically calculated the need for other main town centre uses, but the health check surveys of the city centre primary shopping area and the district centres identify a significant provision of services and other main town centre uses. So taking those two things together, the council has sort of confirmed or concluded that there's no need to plan specifically for these uses, and that there's capacity in vacant units, to accommodate these should any development proposals come forward.
Yeah, excuse me. If I can just add to that, in terms of the leisure capacity assessment, that's based principally on significant commercial leisure uses which have a land take where you might need to assemble a particular site in order to provide and for support for that use in the future. In terms of, I suppose one thing to emphasise is the leisure sector generally is very fluid with concepts coming forward all the time, but most of those concepts have a small to medium land take requirements, and given the amount of vacant commercial stock in the city centre, the flexibility is inbuilt in the opportunities that exist within the city centre to repurpose that stock. So I think both in terms of the larger traditional commercial leisure uses, but also in respect of smaller leisure and service uses, the available sites really are there in the city centre in the form of vacant stock, which, in line with town centre first principles, inquiries from operators and developers should be directed towards the city centre on that basis.
Unless there's any other sort of questions on the retail approach to retail and other town main town centre use, I'm going to go on to the hierarchy of centres in policy SP3. So the question obviously 5.18 is just really what is the basis for the hierarchy of centres in policy SP3, and is it justified? Should there be any other retail centres or areas included? There's been representation made about Meadowhall, so just if you just pick that up in your response, would it be appropriate or not? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, again, obviously the retail and leisure study has been critical to kind of making sure and understanding and finalising what we think the hierarchy of centres is. We think that SP3 is appropriate and it matches up with the analysis that's in the main report of the retail and leisure study, but also, as I said before, drawing upon the more contemporary analysis of both the city centre and the district centres in those health checks, which is EM25 and EM26. So, you know, as it stands right now, and based upon that most recent update study, we don't believe that there's a need to change or alter the hierarchy of centres, and that SP3 is appropriate. In terms of Meadowhall, you know, the council's position and approach to Meadowhall has been pretty consistent for a long time now. The core strategy, which is core document AP01 actually, so it's one of the adopted plan 01s. So the core strategy policy, which is CS7 for Meadowhall, kind of has stated for a long time now that the shopping centre should remain at around its present size, and identifies that large-scale leisure uses that cannot be located in the city centre or at the edge of centre may also be located close to the interchange. But the council's position, as I say, remains as it has been for a long time now, which is Meadowhall should not be designated as a district centre, as that would serve to distract and detract from the approach to consolidate and secure investment in the city centre in particular, but also in the other town and district centres. You know, any loss of trade from that city centre, in particular in the central sub-area, would just undermine the overall ambition that's set out within the plan, within SP1 and SP3 in particular. You know, each of the central sub-areas also set out within policy part one of the plan, you know, are focused on trying to bring mixed-use retail, Class E investment into the city, and so, you know, losing any of that potentially to Meadowhall is not what the council wants to achieve.
So, if I might add to that, I think the other thing really in terms of Meadowhall is its character, and that its character is not consistent with that of a town centre. In terms of the Annex 2 MPPF definition, there's reference to an area occupied by main town centre uses. So Meadowhall's provision remains predominantly retail. It doesn't provide the range of facilities and services one would expect from a centre of that scale particularly. And again, in terms of the Annex 2 MPPF town centre definition, it makes clear that existing out-of-centre developments comprising or including main town centre uses do not constitute town centres. I think it can be pretty clear that Meadowhall doesn't look or feel like a town centre. It's an out-of-centre shopping centre.
Okay, thank you. I just want to pick up on just the next item on the agenda, which is just to do with in the council's statement on matter 5, paragraph 5.19.2. refers to a revision of the primary shopping area, city centre, central area boundaries, as recommended in the retail leisure study, have been incorporated in the local plan, except for an amendment to accommodate a required office zone. I just wanted to clarify where that required office zone is and why that approach was taken in that particular case. I think from what I understand, looking at map 4 in part 1, or you can refer to it if you want, and just have a look. It's also referred to in the part 2 map 4, page 58. So that's where the city centre office zone is, and so I just wanted to compare those two.
Yeah, I'll take you through that, sir. So I think, sort of apologies, that paragraph 5.19.2 may have sort of been slightly confusingly phrased, so apologies for that. So I think the easiest way to explain it is to perhaps turn up Appendix 7 to the Retail and Leisure Study, which is EM29. Yeah, obviously all the appendices are separate, so so there should hopefully be a 3-page PDF document. Appendix 7, Recommended City Centre Boundaries, is the sort of headline title there. Scroll down a touch, you get the picture of the Sheffield City Centre. And so, just to be really clear and to clarify, when this was put forward as part of the study, I think the initial proposal was to take the entirety of the red dotted area as the PSA. However, when the decision was taken to sort of finalise the PSA, the area that's actually indicated as being the initial proposed boundary, quote unquote, which is actually set out in black dotted or dashed lines, that has actually been sort of taken out of the PSA and is actually designated as one of the council's city centre office zones. And so that particular element falls under policy EC2, city centre office zone. And the reason why I say there may have been some confusion is that that isn't a change. That is the same extent and the same policy zoning and the same grading and the same relationship to the overall policies as was actually set out in both the Regulation 19 and the submission version of the policies map. So if you go to CD07 and then compare and contrast that to the snappily titled publication bracket pre-submission draft changes post-publication consultation policies map, which is from July 2023, but which more easily is just CD40, then you'll see that was always the case. So rather than read out that again, just at CD, if you compare and contrast Regulation 19 and the submission version of the policies map with CD 40, you'll see that it's always been like this. And the rationale is relatively simple, which is it's just a particular part of the city which the council wants to focus its office development in. And obviously, as I say, EC2 facilitates that, puts the preferred priority focus on delivering EG uses. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wheatley, for that explanation. Okay, just wanted to pick up just on the Crystal Peaks Shopping Centre in light of representations received. Is the approach taken to the district boundary just appropriate and justified? There seems to be, I think I did sort of visit the site, and there's obviously an area to the north. I think effectively that's been removed. I think that was the original boundary. So I just wanted just to get a bit of the rationale behind that. Why the change, please?
Yeah, so again, I think the simplest way to explain this is if I actually take you to the Sheffield and Rotherham Joint Retail and Leisure Study Update main report, which is obviously from 2017, which is EM07. And it's that document, sir, which sets out the revised district centre boundary for Crystal Peaks. And that's actually shown in Appendix 10 to that particular study. And what the study said or says, which is at paragraph 10.39 and page 180 of the main report. It says, for Crystal Peaks, I'll read it out. It says, for Crystal Peaks, we recommend that SCC considers reducing the size of the town centre boundary at Crystal Peaks District Centre to exclude the large retail units to the north of Waterthorpe Greenway. These units and their adjacent car parking area are physically separated from the main part of the district centre, and linkages between these two areas require a journey through an underpass. We therefore consider that the retail units to the north of Waterthorpe Greenway are best described as an edge of centre location. So it's on that basis that the council's put forward the revised, smaller district centre boundary. And that's what is set out in the proposals map. Sorry, policies map.
Thank you. That's useful. I'll be able to look at those in a bit more detail. So thank you very much for that evidence.
So I mean, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but we have got a bit of extra justification if required. But if you've got what you need in terms of the council's approach there.
If obviously there's anything additional you want to add at this stage, please, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, so just by kind of additional, I think the simple points made there about the separation point and the fact that they're physically quite separate and the actual road is serving to sever the two locations. The only other kind of point that we would have made or we will make is that when it comes to the retail and leisure study from 2022, the report states that Crystal Peak's vacancy rate is the third highest of the Sheffield's district centres, just shy of 14.5% of the 90 units within the district centre. So a relatively simple point, sir, which is, wanting to keep that kind of more tightly defined boundary for the district centre will help ensure that, again, investment is focused within the district centre and allows those vacant units to be hopefully reused, occupied, and contributing to the overall kind of vitality and long-term security of that district centre. So by not extending the district centre boundary, the policy ensures that development proposals that could potentially undermine the vitality of the district centre will of course be subject to the sequential test and impact test. I think Mr. Shepherd's just going to make another small point.
Yeah, just quickly, I would add that the orientation of the area to the north and the distance from Crystal Peaks to those retail units to the north. I mean, for example, the distance between Crystal Peaks entrance to the TK Maxx and Boots Terrace to the north is approximately 250 metres. And the distance from Crystal Peaks entrance to the main L-shaped terrace at Drake House Retail Park is approximately 600 metres. The way that retail provision has been set out, the area of car parking and how that's orientated, it is very much an out-of-centre retail park, and that the linkage between that and Crystal Peaks isn't particularly strong, and that effectively you are encouraged to arrive by car, and arriving by car puts you at the centre of Drake House Retail Park. I think it's very clearly, firstly, a different type of provision, and secondly, rather distant to be considered part of a district centre.
Just obviously, I noticed there's a pedestrian walkway, obviously under the adjoining, so there was a pedestrian linkage which went down. Obviously, it seemed to be advertised as the Peaks, as part of the actual Peaks Centre as well.
Part of it, yeah.
But you feel that obviously based on the changes, the distance,
I think so, and
there are good grounds then to obviously change that boundary.
I think so. In terms of, again, Annex 2 town centre definition makes reference to a town centre being the primary shopping area and areas predominantly occupied by main town centre uses within or adjacent to the primary shopping area. I think if we took Crystal Peaks itself to be the retail core or equivalent to a primary shopping area, it would be a push to suggest that anything to the north, once it's 250 metres and greater, is adjacent to Crystal Peaks. I think it's sufficiently distant that it has principally a separate function, and that function is one of an out-of-centre retail park. I think the other thing to kind of emphasise is that doesn't mean that any evolution of the retail park is not possible. It simply means that the local authority would have some control over that matter in respect to the sequential and impact tests.
So I think we should probably just clarify that the 2022 retail and leisure study does say at paragraph 9.29 that they have reviewed the current boundaries of the 17 district centres, which are considered to be appropriate. I think we've taken the view, for the reasons that Mr. Wheatley has set out, that there are good reasons for reducing the boundary from the UDP to the boundary that's now shown on the policies map, for the reasons of vacancy and ensuring the vitality and viability of the core part of the district centre. Yeah, it's probably worth just clarifying that the points around vacancy are not reflected in the are reflected in the 2022 report. So that's and in the 2017 report as well.
Yeah, for absolute clarity, just so that you know, you've got kind of contemporary data, that 14.4% that I talked about in terms of the vacancy rate of the 90 units, that is from the 2022 report. That is the up-to-date position, if you like.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very helpful. Thank you. Is there any other participants want to provide any comments in relation to SP3 or any other sort of retail matter at this stage? Mr. Orwin.
Oh, hi. Thank you, sir. Good evening. So really we're here today to refer to SP3 simply on the basis that it makes a cross-reference to some Part 2 policies, and one of those being policy EC5, and we've got a number of concerns about policy EC5. So we've no real specific comments to make about SP3 of itself in terms of the hierarchy about the quantitative requirements of the city. But we do have concerns with the construction of policy EC5. So we can either go through those today, obviously I appreciate it's very late, or we can do those perhaps in part 3 of the examination. Because when we wrote these reps, it wasn't clear where the EC policies were going to be considered. That's why I addressed it now.
Yeah, it would be stage 3. We'd probably look at the DM policy, basically EC5, and obviously any sort of other policies where that is it to do with the local thresholds? Is that basically what you're?
The local thresholds were the main points.
Yeah, I was going to cover those off. There is obviously the questions that have been sort of sent out, or we've basically released the questions on stage 3. So, and obviously there's an opportunity to participate. I think there's a date. I think towards the end of August where you can obviously agree to participate in those stage 3. But if you want to pick up any particular issues how it relates to policy SP3, I'm more than welcome. But I want to probably pick up the more detailed points on the development management policies under the stage 3 hearings at this stage.
Thank you, sir. There were 2 other points that I wanted one actually, which was in relation to, we did issue a statement for matter 4, but we hadn't raised it through Reg 19, so we weren't able to participate in that. And one of our points was about broad locations for growth. And one of our client sites is a Kilnaway retail park, which is another outer centre retail park. We've no qualms about the fact it's not a local centre because it's a retail park. But just to comment that if you recognise broad locations for growth as being essentially an infill policy, a windfall policy where it's an indication of locations which will be suitable for residential opportunity through the plan period, it is feasible that might occur more often, and that would then therefore result in a loss of retail facilities, albeit out of centre, through the plan period. So I do think it would be worthwhile considering through a monitoring function to assess actually how much land would be lost through that. So in broad locations for growth, but how much that would move into residential use through the plan period. I think it could be quite considerable, and therefore, realistically, that would mean that those retail requirements would then be met elsewhere. So I think it's important to understand what those impacts will be. You can't really assess those as of today, so I think it's going to be a monitoring requirement through the plan period. Okay, thank you, sir.
The council want to pick up on any of the points there at this stage? Obviously, we talked about the broad locations in detail. There's a further work to be done on those. Obviously, the impact of retail is another thing that obviously Mr. Allwyn is raising.
Yeah, I mean, I think we did discuss it last week in some detail about the difference between sort of large site windfalls and broad locations for growth, and we've undertaken to produce a map which shows where the broad locations for growth are. And I think the point we were making last week was that essentially these are locations where we expect larger windfalls to be concentrated. So the larger windfalls won't be exclusively within the broad locations for growth, but we do expect them to be a focus for future large windfalls, and that those sites will be sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, those broad locations for growth will primarily be focused on the flexible use zones. But we will provide more detail, as I say, in terms of mapping for those. And I do agree it is an issue for monitoring, essentially.
I think because broad locations for growth have been brought up today around employment and retail, I wonder, as well as producing a bit more detail on mapping, whether it would be helpful for us to produce a page or two around a bit of a written commentary around the background of broad locations for growth and how they do play into large-scale windfalls, if that would be helpful.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry, sir. Just one final to Pennyworth from me. I'm not going to go back over the flexible use zones, but again, just to note that part 2, and I know we'll get there later, but policy NC16 in looking at development in the flexible use zones outside of the central sub area. That policy is able to facilitate Class E uses coming forward in conjunction with policy EC5. So the dynamic between losses, gains, delivery, can be facilitated through the plan, and you're right, we can monitor that and understand what it means.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I think I do agree that through the plan, the broad locations for growth as a topic is really interesting, but it's also, I think it's not necessarily very well explained as to what the intent and purpose is. And as I've read it, it's essentially identifying the right locations or and appropriate locations for windfall in due course. I think it'd be useful, if that is correct, that it be more express about that, because at the moment I'm not clear whether it serves any other purpose other than that. And I think it'd be useful, certainly given that my client site is allocated as such, to know what that intent is. That'd be very useful. Thank you, sir.
I think, obviously, there's a broader bit of work that's been done on broad locations. So would that be picked up, Ms Johnson, under that area of work that we've already actioned already? So I think there is quite a lot of discussion last week about what was understood about broad locations, and at the end of that, we've asked the council to go away and do further work. So, Mr Johnson.
I think it would help for a brief commentary, I suspect, on the interplay with housing, employment, retail as well in those areas, and the flexible use allocations, and actually how we see them all relating. So I wouldn't imagine it would be a big piece of work, but I think some commentary to help explain all of those relationships would be helpful for everyone.
Okay, I mean, obviously, I guess they can be picked up under that action point, is that right, Ms Johnson? So that I think it would be useful, I think, given the sort of discussion so far at the hearings. So, but what I was going to do is, if there's no other points now to raise before we sign off, been a long day. So just the ones I understood, we can just literally. So just from the employment session. There's obviously the latest employment data updates from Mr Robinson. I think basically that was a copy of the A1 logistics study to be added to the A1 logistics study that was basically to be added. It was referred to in the Sheffield logistics study. That's to be added to the exam library.
Yes, sir. I think both last week and today we'd also suggested it may be beneficial to have the Bassett Law local plan inspector's report to accompany that
we've
A1
asked for
study.
that already, yeah.
Perfect,
it's part of the action list, so but I don't think this particular further bit of work has been added to our actions. But the Bassett Law Inspector Support, I think the local plan, I think from what I understand, is part of the actual list, ongoing list. Update the data on the supply data on employment sites covered by table 6.1 in the strategic logistics study. Obviously, the proposed addendum to the integrated impact assessment on the scale and location of employment covering the options, obviously in tables 1 and 2 that have been discussed today. I think that supplementary issue that we talked about Warren Lane, Mr. Hobson's site, just to you pick that up in clarifying what area, strategic area that fell in. I think you mentioned SL8, I think, but I think if you just clarify that particular point. Table 4 of the employment note, I've got exam document, obviously 56, just a further breakdown of the site allocations where the capacity has been reduced because of the level 2 strategic flood risk assessment, I think. And it's just at this point, really, that Mr. Johnson and Mr. Allens picked up, just obviously just to make sure that the issue of further commentary in terms of wider use, in terms of retail, etc., is picked up in the broad locations of growth. I think that would, if it's obviously been done, but it's just obviously making sure that that's added to that particular action. The only other main modification I had was just in terms of policy SP1B, obviously I think we've agreed that the large-scale logistics development should be just explicitly split out from the general policy, and that as a main modification. That's the only main modification I've noted today. I don't think there's anything at this stage yet.
There was one further point on my list, which was the first one, which was it was the additional information from CoStar, Knight Frank and the Experian update that we discussed at the beginning. A note on that.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think hopefully that was wrapped up under Mr. Robinson's employment update. So I mean, but yeah, that I think would be really useful for me to have. But yeah, if that's all encompassed in that first action, I think if the CoStar data, the details from the agents, etc., that Mr. Robinson spoke about at the very beginning, I think that would be very useful. So that was my initial action. Yeah.
And then the other one was the update on the sites in table 6.1, and I think also just a cross-reference to table 2 of exam 56, where those sites were picked up as well, to make sure that any updates are consistent across both documents.
That'd be helpful. Yes, please. Yes, thank you. Yeah, that'd be very good. Thank you. I've got nothing further to add today. Obviously a very long day for us all. Unless anybody else wants to raise anything at this point in time, we'll reconvene tomorrow afternoon. It's on matter 7 relating to infrastructure and transport, which will commence at 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Thank you all for your contributions today. Thank you.